But you don't understand the way in which when Te and Uli threatened people, replied Little Lee, so agitated he could sit still no longer. He stood up and strode back and forth across the temple yard. As he walked he described in detail the situation as it had been in the village in the weeks before the second gate. He pointed out that unless when Te had been harshly ostracized the people would never have dared to speak. But Secretary Chang still did not seem to understand. Again he criticized the way in which the whole matter had been handled. "We did our best," said Little Lee, turning toward the secretary with both hands flung wide in a gesture of despair. "We went without food and sleep. We visited the peasants day and night. We went to no end of trouble. And now we are all wrong." He was at a loss for words. "I'll tell you one thing," he said finally in a voice choked with feeling. "If Wen Te and Hung Er are not kicked out of the party, I myself will lead the people of Longbao to petition the sub-regional bureau for redress." That night the Longbao team members sat in their favorite spot amidst the rubble. The bell tower, with its ghostly slogan, "The Japanese Army Forever Remains," loomed above them. The air was warm and moisture-laden. A full moon was so bright that the bricks strewn on the ground cut shadows as sharp as any made under the noonday sun. The shrill cantata that poured from the countless dark hiding places of the cicadas merged with the surging hum of voices rising from discussion groups in neighboring courtyards and served as treble to the latter's bass. After 16 solid hours I found it hard to concentrate. My eyes wandered to the moon, to the wispy clouds that crossed it at irregular intervals, then back to the rubble-pocked yard. Sitting in the ruins of a building that had collapsed, I could not help but notice the grotesque symbolism of our surroundings. Like the bricks on every side, the old society had been knocked apart. The new edifice which was to take its place seemed still more plan than fact, more dream than solid substance. Little Lee was in no mood to build. To him it seemed that all roads were blocked. He had thrown himself heart and soul into the work only to be accused of leftism. So be it. If left he was, then left he would remain. He agreed with Little Chr in order to get anything done one had to go left, one had to violate policy. "Anyhow," said Little Lee, "no one can punish us for it. The worst that can happen to us is love, protect, educate, remold, and unite." He paused to let the irony of his remark sink in, then added, "There, I have said everything now." "Ai," exclaimed Chi-Yun. "This is a regular speak bitterness meeting." Extreme though Little Lee's response to the sudden shift in course was, it was not different in kind to the reaction of many others. Hurt by censure, beset by self-doubt, their confidence in the party shaken, many cotters saw only wrong and no right, only bad and no good in the past. As a consequence, the future also looked black. Viewed from the vale where they now sat, the myriad small obstacles yet to be tackled loomed up as insurmountable barriers. How, for instance, would they introduce the about-face in land reform policy to the villages? How explain the absolute necessity of paying back middle peasants and resettling landlords to poor peasants who had heard nothing for months but, "We are here to help you FANSHEN"? And suppose they succeeded in convincing the peasants that these steps were necessary, where were all the worldly goods to come from? Where would any village find the wherewithal to pay all injured parties? What about those people who were sure to demand not only goods equal in value to those they had lost, but the actual goods themselves? And what about those who had lost their lives? You can give the struggle objects back their things, but what about their sons? Will you give them a doll? "A doll can't walk," said Chr. "The difficulties are tremendous." "Our discussion is no use," said Little Lee, sighing as he tried to imagine how fair restitution could ever be carried through in Longbao. Actually, neither the embarrassment which a reversal of policy entailed nor the scarcity of worldly goods which made that reversal so difficult, nor even the total inadequacy of restitution where lives had been erased were problems so immense as to overwhelm the cotters under ordinary circumstances. In the last analysis it was not these objective difficulties but subjective disorientation that dissolved their morale and nourished their despair. Inevitably therefore, the discussion veered in the direction of introspection, but introspection only deepened the gloom. In the past we followed the leaders much too blindly, said Han Qinming, breaking the silence that had settled upon the whole group. Perhaps they said something about shielding landlords. We rushed around to collect material on it. No one wanted to come up with a different opinion. If anyone did speak out, he met only ironic words such as "what a hero." Such good ideas. It was better to lie down and sleep. What then gave a person the courage to speak out? What caused any individual to keep on working when others became disillusioned, turned against him, or spoke sarcastic words? What upheld him when policies went awry and the way was lost? In the absence of any deeper understanding, the group fell back, as they had before, on greater dedication, deeper faith in the ultimate tightness of their cause. Because our difficulties are great, we have all the more reason to study them, said Kader Han in reply to Little Li. How can you say it's no use discussing them? We must find a way out, said Liang, as if talking to himself. Though it is difficult, there is a way. The leaders do not order a cock to lay eggs. A sense of responsibility to the people, that's what we lack, said Chi-Yun. And our problem is not simply to explain the mistakes of the past, but to inspire the people with a vision of the future worth fighting for. Orders can never do it. We have to make our dreams clear to the village cotters. How can we make them see that they are the builders, not simply the cogs of the new society? That the future depends on them? How can we tap their revolutionary heroism? No one answered her. It was clear that they must first see a way out themselves. They must first tap their own revolutionary heroism. Perhaps that was why Chi-Yun, in her quiet way, had asked the question. The meeting in Lekang County was important enough to bring Secretary Wang, of the 3rd Administrative District of the Taihang subregion, to the county for a few days. He spent one long afternoon with the cotters of the 5th District. This included those from Longbao and Chia village. I remembered him well from the visit he had made to the Longbao team many weeks before. Looking back, it was clear that he, more than most, had long been aware of a strong left bias in the work and had already rescued the team from some of its worst errors. Now he concentrated his remarks on an evaluation of basic policy. Was it true, as some were saying, that policy changed every few days and that the party leaders did not know where they were going? As he discussed this problem, Secretary Wang sat on a brick in the middle of the group. His faded blue tunic was unbuttoned at the top and his soft visor cap pushed back on his shaven head. He spoke softly but persuasively, taking first one cotter, then another, into his confidence. The land reform policy laid down by Mao Zedong has not only been consistent, it has been correct, Wang said. Is there anything wrong with the formulation? Depend on the poor peasants, unite with the middle peasants, join with all anti-feudal forces to destroy the feudal land system and institute the system of land to the tiller? No. That has always been the policy, is still the policy, and will be the policy wherever the feudal system has not yet been uprooted. Our problem is that we have applied this policy to a county and to villages where the feudal system no longer exists. In such places, to promise more material FANSHEN is misleading. To plaster all over our county at the present time such slogans as equally divide the land, and make sure that all poor and hired peasants FANSHEN is formalism of the worst kind. In the 5th District in 1948 such slogans can only raise hopes among the poor and make the middle peasants fear for their land and chattels. They hold a promise of still further expropriation, still further equalization which would only further aggravate the real mistakes of the past. Throw out all the bad party members is another fine sentiment. But in areas where the vast majority of party members are working peasants loyal to the revolution and potentially, if not actually, good leaders, organizers, and servants of the people, such a slogan can only give the Communist Party a bad name, confuse people, and undermine morale both inside and outside the party branches. Who then is to blame for the wrong estimate and for the policies which flowed from this estimate? Asked Wang. Without pausing for a reply, he answered his own question. The county and regional leaders are responsible. But the cotters in the field must also be self-critical. Is it not on their reports of conditions that the leaders in the county seat make their estimates? And have not the local cotters sometimes interpreted policy carelessly? Have they not been prone to seize on a single aspect that suited their prejudices and thus neglect the whole? Depend on the poor peasants is part of our agrarian policy, but it is certainly not the whole of it. Yet the cotters in the villages have emphasized it out of all proportion. Wang's listeners were willing to grant that the slogan had been unduly emphasized, but many of them rejected the idea that they themselves were responsible for this emphasis. A cotter from Chia village complained that he had done nothing in the course of his work that had not been written up in the People's Daily or suggested in that paper as the valuable experience of some other place. This seemed to confirm the point that Secretary Wang was trying to make. The daily paper, he explained, reports conditions and experiences from all over North China. But an experience that is valid in some distant village that has just been liberated does not necessarily apply to Longbao or Chia village or the 5th district of Lekeng County. In any case, he continued, the newspaper is not the body directing our work. Why then do so many of you read it as if it were exactly that? Why are you so prone to pick out something you find interesting from the paper and use it as a model even when conditions in your area are not the same? That this had indeed happened nobody could deny. But why? That was another question. In order to make the assumption of responsibility easier to bear, Secretary Wang went on to analyze the roots of leftism. He explained how naturally it flowed out of the conditions of the past. In the course of the revolution, whenever and wherever the enemy had been especially strong and the battle bitter, sentiment in the countryside had swung to the left. He reminded his listeners that during the anti-Japanese war the Taihang Mountains had been one of the most ferociously contested regions in all China. The villages in these mountains had suffered a whole series of burn all, kill all, loot all campaigns. These, in turn, had been superimposed upon 2 terrible famine years. The strength of the Japanese and consequently of the landlord forces who collaborated with them had thus been enormous. Lekeng, on the edge of the Taihang Range, had always been a storm center, and of all the districts of Lekeng, the 5th had always been the most turbulent. Why was this? Because in the 5th district the Japanese had built their largest base and set up their strongest puppet apparatus. Because in the 5th district also, there had always been a large Catholic minority of doubtful loyalty. Was it any wonder then that the class struggle in the 5th district had been sharp and sometimes left? Was it any wonder then that they had all been carried along with the tide? To make this point still clearer, Secretary Wang reviewed the various slogans so well known to every peasant in the county. Had they not been plainly written on 1,000 village walls? He who has taken half a catty must pay back 8 ounces, and the masses can do anything they want. These had been adopted by a tenants' rally held in 1944. But were they not slogans of left anarchy? During the anti-trader movement of 1945, the party had called on the peasants to beat the dog's leg to find the head. Had this not led directly to attacks on middle and even poor peasants? Later the party adopted the slogan "Do everything bravely," and began the 3 things thorough movement. Was not the standard for thoroughness in this movement one of absolute equality? Leftism finally reached a climax at the time of the reinspection of the land movement when propagandists wrote in bold strokes, "Beat down the drowning dog and the landlords won't lower their heads because their stomachs are full of oil." All of these slogans reflected the one-sided demands of the poor peasants, and all of them were left. If, after considering all this, you still are not satisfied, said Secretary Wang, if you think that the self-criticism made by the county secretaries is not thoroughgoing enough, you certainly have the right to say so and to ask for deeper criticism on their part. But at the same time, you should think over your own work and consider whether or not you too have made mistakes. Wang's patient explanations failed to satisfy the majority. Most of his listeners felt that there was something lacking in his analysis, something unfair. He was putting too much responsibility on shoulders unable to carry it. After all, it was not they who had formulated those slogans. What they believed in their hearts was that the county leaders should accept the lion's share of responsibility. Few were sanguine that this would be done, however. They had all heard Secretary Chn curtly reject a criticism made of him by the team leader from Keishu village. Before a mass meeting in the temple, the Keishu leader had said, "When we departed for our work in the village, Secretary Chn told us, the cotters are the oxen of the people. If they work hard, they will be well treated. If not, they will be sent to the slaughterhouse." As soon as he heard this, the secretary's face flushed red. He jumped to his feet and interrupted the man. "I never said that," he protested. "Well, anyway," said the speaker from Keishu, still calm, "I feared the slaughterhouse, and you did say, if you can't find any poor peasants you had better not eat." "Yes," said Secretary Chn. "I did say that. It was wrong. I criticize myself for making such a statement. But about the slaughterhouse? No. I never said that. I have notes. I want to set the record straight on that." Chn's denial was so abrupt and so heated that many wondered whether he was telling the truth or not. "If that's the way he is going to react, what's the use of criticizing him?" said Little Lee in disgust. But Secretary Chn confounded the skeptics. The next day he delivered a long report which dwelt on the basic policies of the Chinese Revolution and on the successful foundation which had been laid as the result of these policies. Each change in policy, he said, reflected a change in the total situation, and each, in its turn, helped to advance the revolution. Not these policies, but the distortion of them locally, was the root of the problem in Lukang County. And who should be criticized for these distortions? Of course, both the upper and the lower cotters. But the upper cotters must bear the greater part of the responsibility because the mistakes of the leaders carry much greater weight than the mistakes of a few comrades in the villages. Primary responsibility rests with us here at county headquarters. Secretary Chn's admission of primary responsibility cracked the atmosphere of gloom that had dominated the proceedings. As the mass meeting adjourned, many cotters said, "He lifted the stone from our backs." Men who up until that point had only complained, men who had blamed everyone but themselves, suddenly began to examine their past thoughts and acts. No longer afraid of bearing the sole blame for leftism, they found themselves able to assume a measure of responsibility for this serious mistake. That afternoon the team leader from East Portal expressed the thinking of many when he said, "Just as we receive and carry out policy from the county and sub-region in a slightly different way than it is presented to us, so they in turn receive and carry it out in a way that differs from the policy as it is presented to them. Thus, even though Chairman Mao and the Central Committee lay down a proper policy, it is or can be distorted and misapplied on every level until it reaches the bottom. Hence we cannot lay aside all responsibility and blame only those above. What if they did the same thing and those above them the same? It would fall back on Chairman Mao. On him alone would rest the entire burden of the revolution. No, each locality, each level of leaders must do its best to understand basic policy, apply what is useful locally, correct mistakes as they come up, and help to shape new policies. No one can expect the leaders to tell them exactly what to do." From this statement it was evident that the conference was establishing among the cotters a new concept of the relationship between leaders and led, a new concept of the role of each individual in the ranks of the party. Face to face with widespread mistakes, all the participants were forced to leave the safe haven of implicit faith, of automatic instructions coming from above. They were forced to think for themselves, to broaden their knowledge, to investigate and study carefully, and to assume individual responsibility for their acts. As soon as the acceptance of a degree of responsibility became palatable to the cotters, it became possible to evaluate the past in more realistic terms and to understand on a new level everything that had happened, not only in recent months but in the whole period since the Japanese surrender. This evaluation softened that first involuntary cry of pain, "We are all wrong," and gradually replaced it with the realization that what had been done was fundamentally right. If the feudal land system had been destroyed, if the FANSHEN of the landless and the land poor had been basically completed, if the party branches were in truth sound, then the first great battle of the revolution had been won, at least locally. That which they had striven to realize so long and so arduously, land to the tiller, was already a fact. That which they had feared so much, a peasantry betrayed by an infiltrated party, turned out to be nothing but fantasy, a nightmare of the mind. This was the tremendous, satisfying conclusion that had emerged from months of investigation and mobilization in the 11 basic villages. This then must be the starting point for any examination of progress on the home front, just as it was obviously the starting point for that long series of military successes won on the battlefront since mid-1947. Not infringement of the rights of middle peasants, not indiscriminate violence, not confiscation of private commercial and industrial holdings, not sweep the floor out the door excesses, not commandism, favoritism, and hedonism, but a basic decision to remake the world, the actual FANSHEN of the poor peasants, and the uprooting of feudalism constituted the main content of local history since 1945. As for the actions of the work teams since their arrival in the villages in March 1948, this could not be negated either. In spite of the faulty evaluation which the teams brought with them to their work, in spite of unrealistic promises made to the peasants, in spite of the exaggerated emphasis on the poor, in spite of the unwarranted harshness of the effort to remold the village communists and cotters, a more realistic picture of the true condition in the villages had been fashioned. The population in the villages had been painstakingly classified, hundreds of people had been mobilized and educated, the worst abuses of the cotters had been exposed, those responsible had begun the process of reform, and the tide of democracy had swept into every sphere of village life. These were solid achievements. They constituted the main aspect of the work. Once basically right replaced all wrong as the cotters' estimate of the past, their own mistakes and the mistakes of the party fell into place as part of a dynamic process. This way of looking at things had already been summed up by Mao Zedong in a talk delivered to the staff of the Shanxi Suiwan Daily on April 2. Among the editors and writers on that paper were several who had openly espoused the poor peasant line. When they realized their error, they were as demoralized as the majority of the full-time cotters at Lekeng had been after hearing Secretary Chen's report. To these newspapermen Mao spoke as follows. When we are correcting deviations, some people look on the work of the past as utterly fruitless and wrong. That is not right. These people fail to see that the party has led a huge number of peasants to obtain land, has overthrown feudalism, consolidated the party organizations, and improved the cotters' style of work, and that now it has also corrected the left deviations and educated the cotters and the masses. Are all these not great achievements? We should be analytical with regard to our work and the undertakings of the masses and should not negate everything. In the past, left deviations arose because people had no experience. Without experience it is difficult to avoid mistakes. From inexperience, one must go through a process. Through the struggles against the right and left deviations in the short period since June of last year, people have come to understand what struggle against right deviations means and what struggle against left deviations means. Without this process people would not understand. These words provided a realistic and convincing framework for evaluating the past in Lekeng County. Not a restatement of faith in the future, but a detailed and concrete analysis of the mistakes and detours of the past against the background of the victories won provided the foundation for a true revival of morale. It would be wrong to give the impression that this revival took place in one great leap. The level of understanding expressed by these words of Mao was not attained by all the Lekeng cotters in the course of this one conference. What did take place was uneven progress towards such understanding. Some men and women grasped the essential point immediately. Others, only partly convinced, remained more or less doubtful. An unconvinced minority continued to express bitterness and bewilderment at the very real injury they had suffered from criticism at work and retaliation at home during the period when the poor peasant line prevailed. In the long run, however, neither the bitterness of this latter group nor the wavering of those who still had doubts could suppress the surge of optimism which the final evaluation unleashed. During the last days of the conference the old mood of gloom gave way step by step to a new mood of buoyancy, and the vast majority of the Cotters prepared themselves to tackle with confidence and enthusiasm the FANSHEN tasks that still remained. Secretary CHN and Assistant Secretary Chang outlined the tasks of the future in a series of long reports. First, the excesses of the past had to be corrected by resettling all landlord and rich peasant families who had been swept out the door, by repaying all middle peasant families who had been expropriated, and by returning to the original owners all commercial and industrial property that had been taken from them. Next, after a final evaluation of all village cotters before the gate, a government responsible to the electorate had to be chosen in each village. Finally, a large-scale production movement had to be initiated and carried, by detailed organization and encouragement, to new heights. This last was the central task. Everything else must be subordinated to it. The correction of past errors and the establishment of democratic rule were seen as essentials to the primary goal, an unprecedented upsurge of production. The foundation for such an upsurge had been created by the destruction of the feudal land system and the FANSHEN of the poor and hired peasants. It could only reach its full potential, however, when the grievances of all classes were settled and a democratic atmosphere of free give and take prevailed. In the 11 basic villages all of this work was to be carried out as rapidly as possible by the work teams. On the other hand, in the remaining villages in the county, the so-called production villages, only the correction of past errors was to be handled right away, and this by a shortcut. Instead of classifying the whole village according to the latest standards, only those families who had been attacked were to be classified. All those who turned out to be middle peasants must then be repaid. All those who turned out to be landlords or rich peasants must be resettled. In this straightforward manner the land reform was to be completed. Only later on, during the slack winter months, would those many villages attempt to consolidate their party branches by setting up gates, or form new village governments by holding popular elections. Part 7. Untying the knot. Victory will go to the exploited, for with them is life, the strength of numbers, the strength of the masses, the strength of inexhaustible resources of all that is unselfish, high-principled, honest, forward-straining, and awakening for the task of building the new, all the gigantic store of energy and talent of the so-called common folk, the workers and peasants. Victory lies with them. V.I. Lenin. 57. Disaster. And the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt, there was hail, and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very heavy hail, such as had never been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. The hail struck down everything that was in the field throughout the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and the hail struck down every plant of the field, and shattered every tree of the field. Exodus. A strange thing happened in the sky. It was several days before the end of the county conference. The cotters of the various work teams were scattered throughout the courtyards discussing one of CHN's reports. I was sitting, as usual, with the team from Longbow. Suddenly the afternoon sun faded. We looked up to see an enormous dark thunderhead rushing toward us from the west. Lightning flashed inside it. Great cauldrons of vapor rose and turned as thunder rumbled from its dark center. As we watched this drama in the sky, a furious wind tore at the courtyard, whirled madly through the temple gates, and whipped the ubiquitous North China dust high into the air above the roofs that encircled us. Then, as quickly as it had come, the wind receded. The air became absolutely still. This, I thought, must be the eye of the storm. Surely now, at any moment a most terrible hurricane would break upon us. But instead the unexpected happened again. A cool and gentle rain began to fall. It dropped quietly for half an hour. Then the sky cleared. The sun shone forth again as if nothing had ever threatened the peace of the afternoon. The participants at the conference dismissed the strange wind and cloud from their minds and turned back to their discussion. I did the same. It never occurred to any of us that we had witnessed the enactment of a terrible disaster. We remained in blissful ignorance until the middle of the supper break, when village head Chunshi of Longbao strode into the temple yard mud-flecked and panting. He had run the whole 10 miles of valley and mountain that separated Longbao from Lukang. Tears coursed down his cheeks as he stood before the county magistrate and described how a terrible hailstorm followed by a flash flood had ravaged his village. 20 sections of housing had already collapsed. More than half the crops on the surrounding land had been laid waste. The water in the center of the village had risen so high it poured over the doorsill of the district office. Hailstones as big as walnuts had smashed the wheat beyond recovery. The people were weeping openly in the streets. The Longbao team sat in stunned silence as they listened to the news. Of all the villages in the county, Longbao had the poorest land, had enjoyed the least favorable growing conditions that year, and had raised the worst crops. Now even those poor seedlings had been destroyed. How could the people recover from such a blow? How could morale ever be restored? The whole team wanted to rush back immediately to help organize relief and lead in the reconstruction of the village, but Secretary Chn would not let anyone go. He asked the team to wait a day or two until the conference adjourned. In the meantime, he promised that he would do what was necessary to start relief grain moving and render such assistance as might be necessary. When the Longbao team members finally did return from the county seat, it was already the last day of June. As I walked along with them, I found it hard to believe that any calamity had taken place. Everywhere the crops looked fine. On the flat north of Longbao the wheat was ripening to a golden yellow. The vigorous young millet was already beginning to obscure the brown soil from which it sprang, and cornstalks brushed the knees of any passerby who walked near the edge of the road. It was not until we passed the halfway mark south of the village of North Market and approached the fields of Longbao itself that we began to see marks left behind by receding flood waters. Here a rapid current had run through the crops and rippled the surface of the soil. There odd bits of leaves and trash lay piled up against the corn stalks. Further on we found the leaves of the corn plants shredded as though they had been attacked with a fork. Wheat stems bent way over as if to pay their respects to the earth god, while the young millet lay flat, half buried in still moist mud. The closer we came to the village, the greater was the desolation. Now the corn leaves looked as if they had been fed through a cotton gin, the road was lined with flood trash, and in some fields only a stalk or two of wheat still stood. All else had been flattened and drowned. This, it turned out, was the worst hit section of the whole village. Some of the fields on the far side of the community had not been so badly mangled. In many places the wheat still stood upright, but the health of the stalks and leaves was no indication of the damage the crop had suffered. The hail had threshed the wheat where it stood. Fields that should have yielded 12 or 15 bushels to the acre would thrash out only 3 or 4. The rest of the crop lay scattered in the dirt, impossible to salvage. Beans that had been interplanted in the corn and the millet had been completely destroyed. The storm had stunned the whole population. Although a week had already passed since the disaster occurred, we found group after group of people wandering listlessly about. Many were not yet emotionally capable of setting to work to save something from the wreckage. As soon as we put down our bedrolls, we scattered to the 4 corners of the settlement to visit old friends and catch up with all that had happened while we were gone. I went with Chyun to see certain of the activists among the women. Many and varied were the stories of the storm that we heard that day. Hu Shuechan, chairman of the Women's Association, told how she had sat in her home spinning cotton. She took little notice when it began to rain, but soon the water started to pour over the threshold of her house. She grabbed a wash basin and tried to bail it out, but it poured in faster than she could remove it and soon flooded the room to a depth of 2 feet. She then ran to the neighbors in alarm. They helped her carry out her child and her few belongings, and she abandoned the house. Then, almost as suddenly as it had begun, the storm ended. The sky cleared. Hu Shuechan went to the fields to see what had happened to her crops. One glance was enough to tell her that everything had been destroyed. The wheat, the millet, the beans, and the corn, all gone. She fell to the ground and wept. When at last she recovered enough strength to walk back to the village, she found many others groping their way along the streets, their eyes, like her own, blinded by tears. Lee Teung-jen's wife told us a different sort of tale. When the storm cloud first appeared, Lee Teung-jen was a mile from the village on his way home from Lekang. He had with him his donkey and cart. Soon hail began to pelt him. He looked for shelter but found none. Then, as the hailstones grew bigger and more dangerous, he put his straw hat on the donkey's head and crawled under the cart. Chun-shi, the village head, found him there as he came over the hill. In spite of the disaster, he could not help laughing at the spectacle of the driverless donkey standing in the middle of nowhere with a straw hat on his head. Man-shi's wife said the storm came up so suddenly that the chicks in her yard almost drowned. The old hen cried out in terror like a human child. Man-shi ran out to gather in the hen and chicks. A large hailstone almost knocked him down. He put the poultry on the kayang under a warm blanket, but even so, 2 of the little chicks died. Lai So's mother, one of the oldest inhabitants of Longbao, kept shaking her head as she talked. Over and over again she said that in all her 70 years she had never seen hailstones to match the ones that fell that day. They were as big as eggs, they were as big as ripe persimmons. Never had anything so large fallen from the sky before. She thought it was some sort of portent. It soon became obvious that the militant spirit built up in the village during the confrontation with Yulai had vanished. A sort of lethargy pervaded the whole population. A rumor had started, no one knew where, that the storm was a punishment to the people of Longbao for allowing their village to be host to the work team. At the time of the first classification, an earlier hailstorm had harassed the village. Now a little rhyme made the rounds. Twice classify the classes. Hail twice beats the masses. This time the party members seemed to be as apathetic as the villagers. In fact, their morale seemed lower than that of the rest of the population. Although at least 50 people showed up on July 1 to celebrate the birthday of the Communist Party, more than a third of the party members themselves were absent. When a production meeting was called by the work team to rally mutual aid groups for a program that would overcome the effects of the storm, all 12 mutual aid group leaders showed up promptly, but only Chen Kayuan and Hsin Fa appeared to speak for the 30-odd party members. While before the county conference there had been at least 6 or 8 leading communists who took responsibility and met eagerly to carry on work, now Chen Kayuan alone seemed to care. Hsin Fa, the secretary, and Tzayun, the storekeeper, spent their time grumbling. They had to be summoned several times before they would show up at any meeting. The man whose job it now was to revive morale in the village and to set the population moving again was new to Longbao. His name was Tzayun. He had been sent to work in Lekang County by the Sub-Regional Party Bureau in response to a request from the county secretary for someone to replace team leader Ho. The secretary had asked for a man with more experience than Ho, a man with greater education and one with a deeper theoretical understanding. He got what he asked for. Tzayun was an intellectual, tall, thin, sharp-featured like Si Hung, the interpreter, and brilliant in the same quick, impetuous way. In almost every respect, appearance as well as temperament, Tzayun was the very opposite of the man he replaced. Tzai was high-strung where Ho was placid, quick where Ho was slow, vocal where Ho was tongue-tied, and sharp where Ho was gentle. Tzai's hands were long, thin, and tender. As might have been expected, they were adept at handling a writing brush. Tzai let his hair grow. A thick black shock of it hung down over his forehead. One of his characteristic gestures was to brush that forelock back. He rarely stood still, but when he did, he seemed to lean forward from his ankles as if bucking a strong wind. If Ho was typical of the peasant revolutionaries that came to the fore by the tens of thousands during the land reform movement, Tzai was a prototype of the intellectuals who turned revolutionary in the course of the anti-Japanese war. Both types had a role to play in the great movement for FANSHEN, but whereas the former came to the struggle by a process as natural as breathing, the latter came to it only after rejecting much of their past, after coming through a process of education painful enough to leave a mark in the intensity of their eyes and the stormy turmoil of their souls. The inner turmoil in Tzai came to the surface every now and then in a flash of temper that shocked his colleagues and stunned the peasants. We understood that temper better when we learned that Tzai's own brother had been beaten to death and his mother and grandfather driven from their many-sectioned courtyard and 50 acres of land during the settling accounts movement. How had such a man ever become a revolutionary? As Tzai related his story to me, becoming a revolutionary was easy enough for him, remaining one had been difficult. When the Japanese army took Peking in 1937, Tzai was a middle school student in the capital. With a large group of patriotic classmates he made his way through the battle lines to fight in central Shanxi. He was assigned, through the underground, to an 8th Route Army unit that operated in his home county of Hosun, about 100 miles north of Changchi. As a student he had read many revolutionary books. He had been impressed by the Marxian descriptions of the class character of mankind. He had recognized truth in the idea that the attitudes, thoughts, and actions of any individual are a product of the way in which he earns his living. In the landlord-dominated, corrupt, and stagnant China of the 1930s, he had seen no future for himself. He had acquired a contempt for the luxurious, dissolute lives led by the sons and daughters of the big warlords, landlords, and generals with whom he went to shul. At the front he met and worked with communists who asked nothing for themselves, suffered what the people suffered, and shared whatever food and shelter was available. When they invited him to join the Communist Party, he did so without hesitation or misgivings. At this time there had not been any conflict between what Tzai, as a landlord's son, wanted for China, and what the Communist Party wanted. The need to liberate their country from foreign occupation united representatives of all classes, and this unity had brought many landlords to the party. It was only after the Japanese had been defeated, after renewed civil war had broken out, after the Communist Party had come into open conflict with the gentry over the land question, that Tzai began to suffer agonizing doubts. He was convinced that in order to secure the future of China the landlord class must be overthrown, but every time that he thought of his landlord friends and especially of his own landlord family, he had to beat back a great upsurge of affection and pity. When the peasants began the attack on his own mother and brother, he thought that they didn't understand the Tzai family at all. When they beat his brother to death and drove his mother and grandfather away, Tzai almost lost his mind. For weeks his thoughts stood deadlocked. All logic, all reason, all the mature ties of his adult life, his work, his colleagues, and his party demanded that he stand with the peasants, but all his emotions, all his childhood loyalties, all his love for his parents cried out to him to save his family and his land. Tzai finally resolved this personal conflict in favor of the revolution. To him it became a question of his family and its way of life or China and her future. The landlords as a class had proven time and again that they were incapable of building anything modern in China. They could not even defend their homeland from conquest at the hands of a paltry 70 million Japanese. Many of them had even betrayed her. What future could there be for any Chinese if China herself lay prostrate? That the destruction of Tzai's family was wrong and unnecessary, the result of a brand of left extremism that took sweep the floor out the door as the standard for successful expropriation, did not make the tragic consequences any easier to accept. To that which is inevitable a man can reconcile himself. But the shock of the accidental, the excessive, can be withstood only with the aid of profound conviction, only by a commitment which is both rational and total. Tzai Ching could not have resolved this conflict in this way had it not been for the great wartime Changfeng, or party consolidation movement initiated by Mao Zedong in 1942. The movement was designed to solidify in all communist cadres the kind of revolutionary outlook and class position necessary to cope with the sudden shift in class relations which a victory over Japan was sure to bring. Tzai Chin was delegated to take part in the study movement in March 1945. For a whole year thereafter, a year during which the Japanese army surrendered and a nationwide civil war began, was called off, and began again, he sat in school, read, transcribed his thoughts, and talked. During that period he minutely examined every facet of his past, his outlook at various stages of maturity, the decisions he had made, both in his personal life and in the course of his work, and the class stand he had taken. All this was discussed and analyzed with the help of classmates whose background was similar to his own. He discovered that much of what he had done lacked a clear-cut class character, that he had often acted empirically, in accordance with the pressures of the moment and the prejudices of the past. Slowly and painfully he built for himself a new class outlook, a new code of loyalty. In 1927 Mao had made clear to the revolutionaries of China the choice of roads that lay before them in relation to the peasants. To march at their head and lead them. Or to follow at their rear, gesticulating at them and criticizing them. Or to face them as opponents. Every Chinese is free to choose among the three alternatives, but circumstances demand that a quick choice be made. In 1945, Tsai made his choice. He would march at the head of the peasant rebellion and help lead it if he could. 58. Revolutionary stealing. When heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. It exposes his body to hunger, and subjects him to extreme poverty. It confounds his undertakings. By all these methods it stimulates his mind, hardens his nature, and remedies his incompetencies. Mencius. Tsai Chin began work in Longbao with an effort to find out what really lay behind the collapse of party morale. He took it for granted that the party was the key to the situation. As long as the communists themselves remained passive and sullen, little could be accomplished. If he could get the party moving again, its members would swing the rest of the village into action. Tsai's colleagues on the work team soon traced part of the trouble to the status of the three Longbao men who had been working as full-time district cadres. Fu Yuan, Hinming, and Kitsai were all at home, and rumor had it that this was no coincidence. They had all quit as full-time political organizers, so the gossips said, because they saw no future in it. It was also whispered that the former team leader, Ho Paopei, and Li Wencheng of the Longbao team had quit for good. If these men saw no future in full-time work for the party and the government, what incentive was there for the local Communist Party members to keep working? The rumors did not coincide with the facts. Ho Paopei and Li Wencheng had returned home to help with the wheat harvest on their own land. Fu Yuan, ex-village head and brother to Tsai Yuan, the storekeeper, had come back to Longbao for the same reason. Hinming, the founder of the Longbao party branch, was at home convalescing from an illness. As soon as he recovered he intended to report for work once more. Only Kitsai, the man who had once been the most daring and active of all the poor peasants in the village, was sulking at home because he was disillusioned with outside work. But Kitsai, it turned out, had prestige enough to influence many minds. Disgusted with political work himself, he tried his best to discourage others. After every meeting he sought out the active local people and asked what kind of a discussion they had had. When they told him about disagreements and quarrels, he said, "It's no use at all. The policy changes too often. I myself don't want to go out and be a cadre again. It is better to stay at home." His thoughts had run in such channels ever since the day that he had been detained in the village for the accounts examination meeting and had been disarmed by cadre HSU. He thought then that he was under attack for having been so active in the past and he could not think it through. Was I wrong to struggle against the landlords, he asked himself. His inability to answer this question served as an excuse for doing what he most wanted to do in any case: raise food for his family. Like Li Wencheng of the Longbao team, Kitsai had only recently married, and the sudden assumption of responsibility for wife and home pushed all collective demands on his time and energy into the background. In addition to all this, Kitsai had syphilis. The penicillin that was needed for a cure was expensive, and he didn't see where the money was to come from if he did not raise crops at home. Swayed by all these considerations and embittered by the attack on his past record, Kitsai convinced himself not only that he should quit and stay home but that everyone else should follow his example. Kitsai's bitter words would not have disrupted the Longbao party branch if its members had not been in a receptive frame of mind. Material difficulties and political disillusionment had already prepared a rich seedbed for sprouts of discontent. All the Longbao party members had been hit hard by the storm, all of them had accepted opinions before the gate that were not really fair, and all of them felt that their past records had been too harshly attacked. Hsin Fa, for instance, said to team leader Tzai, "I have some worries too. During the purification movement many opinions were raised against me. Some of them were correct but some were very unfair. I accepted all of them without any differentiation. I agreed to hand over some fruits which I didn't really seize illegally. And now that my wheat has been destroyed, where will I find the grain to pay back all that I promised?" In addition to these aggravating personal problems, the village cotters had to face mounting difficulties posed by the new atmosphere of freedom that had been growing ever since the work team first came to the village. This new atmosphere had made possible the upsurge of political activity that had produced 2 gates, numerous elections, and many lively classification sessions. That was its positive side. There was also a negative side. The new atmosphere had stimulated the growth of each man for himself tendencies, which acquired the name of extreme democracy. This was an expression in political life of the extreme equality which was already disrupting economic life. By the end of June 1948, extreme democracy had grown to such proportions in Longbao that very few peasants could be found who were willing to undertake public service. As a result, the whole burden of stretcher bearing, message carrying, and grain delivery fell on the party members, on those 28 peasants who had undertaken to be the active heart of the revolution, come what may. Ever since the gate their sincerity had been on trial, so to speak, before public opinion. Consequently, they alone could not make excuses, shift burdens onto others, avoid responsibility. The burden that they bore thus developed from an ideological and organizational one into one that was overwhelmingly physical. From symbolic oxen of the people they had been converted step by step into real ones. Chun Shi, the acting village head, had 7 acres of his own to till but hardly ever got to the fields because of the pressure of public duties of all kinds. In the first week of July he was called to the county seat for a production meeting that lasted several days. On the evening of his return a wounded soldier arrived in the village square on a stretcher. It was the duty of the Longbao residents to take him 10 miles to the north where he would be passed on to another group, and then to another until finally he reached home. When Chun Shi tried to find 2 men who would carry the stretcher, peasant after peasant refused and every one of them had a good excuse. Finally Chun Shi and the communist Suhar had to shoulder the suffering human burden themselves. Chun Shi's mother was so upset by the fact that her son never had time to work on his own land that she decided not to cook for him anymore. She saw no reason to feed a man who did nothing to advance the fortunes of his own family. When he got hungry, he had to boil up millet himself, a chore which cut still further into his working time. "I can't see any solution to it," Chun Shi said. "In the past anyone who dared refuse would have been arrested. But now if we speak a strong word, they criticize our attitude and register a grievance against us. The only way out is for us to go in their place. But even though we don't mind doing all the work, we can't. I myself have only 2 hands and 2 legs." Hu Shuechen had a different sort of problem with the women. She was responsible for the spring cotton loan which the county cooperative society had made available as a form of work relief for destitute families. All those who applied were given several caddies of cotton without charge. After 30 days they were expected to return a certain amount of spun thread. The extra thread they kept as payment for their labor. Earnings were ample. But 50 days after the cotton was delivered Hu Shuechen was still unable to collect payment from most of the women. A man from the county cooperative headquarters visited her to inquire about the thread. She herself made a special trip to Luken to ask for an extension. She called on each of the delinquent spinners several times but still was not able to collect. Finally, on July 1st, the co-op gave her 3 days more. But when she told the women about the deadline, they said they had to have at least 2 weeks. To the women who owed cotton thread, Xue Chen spoke with tears in her eyes. I have to take all the blame. I have to walk all the way to Lekeng to apologize for you, but you who took the loan of your own free will and knew its terms, you do not live up to your promises. Over this cotton loan I have wept twice, Xue Chen said later to Chiyun. Sometimes I think of the famine year and how my children died one after the other, and now I have land and have FANSHEN and must work hard. But then I remember that in the 10 years that I lived in Longbao before I became a cotter nobody ever criticized me. I got along with everyone. But now some of my neighbors even hate me. All day I am busy with public affairs but when I return home there is just an empty pot staring me in the face and the children are crying for something to eat. So I have thought more than once, though I have worked hard for the people now I am attacked just like a landlord. Why should I go on being a cotter? The 19-year-old Wang Anfeng, who Xue Chen's closest co-worker and assistant, spoke even more glumly. In a private talk with Chiyun she admitted that the party members came reluctantly to meetings, kept silent while there, and tried their best to forget what had happened when they got home. What about yourself? Asked Chiyun. My outlook is the same. Why? Because now I think with the others that there is no future for us. In the past, whatever we said, the people obeyed it. If it was right they obeyed it, and if it was wrong they obeyed it. But now they just look at us coolly. In the past the Communist Party had only to announce that there was to be a meeting and everyone came hurrying. But now they have to be asked over and over again. To invite them to a meeting is harder than to invite honorable guests to a feast. This girl, strong and square as a village gate, and possessed of tremendous vitality, was the wife of a soldier who had already been at the front for 2 years. She tilled all the land at home by herself. She was a Catholic by upbringing but had little praise for the church. Her father had worked 20 years as a teamster for the cathedral in Changchi only to be laid off in the famine year of 1943. He came home penniless and broken in health and died of starvation within 3 months. From that day on, Anfeng had done the work of a man and showed it by the strength of her body. She also showed it in her speech direct, to the point, fearless, as befitted one who earned her own living and made her own decisions. Yet when Chiyun said that popular apathy was due to the mistakes of the past and could be overcome as soon as the mistakes were corrected, Anfeng said, women are no use. Since the men are not active, how can the women do anything? No one pays any attention to women's words. If that were so, how is it that you have been elected so often to various posts? Asked Chiyun. Oh, that's because I am not afraid to speak in public. But Chiyun did not let it rest there. She argued that in fact Anfeng must have considerable prestige or the people would not vote for her at all. If the men would not do anything, it was up to women to mount the stage and start moving. Then perhaps the men would be ashamed and start following them. Anfeng listened attentively to this argument but quickly brought up another problem that had been bothering her. Shio Wen HSU says that the work team is always asking us to meet and be active but they themselves get 44 ounces of millet a day for their work, while we get nothing but headaches. No one gives us even 1/10 of an ounce, and the masses only heap ill words on our heads. This was a real challenge. Chiyun thought carefully before replying. The work that is done in this village is for the benefit of this village. If it is well done, Longbao's peasants will reap the benefits. But as for the work team, our work is never done. Though we get enough to eat we profit nothing from all these meetings. As soon as Longbao has been reorganized, we must move on to some other place and help some other peasants. Nor do we always get a welcome or high praise, for often we have to support unpopular decisions such as the decision to give police captain Wen Te another chance. Then the masses heap abuse on our heads. You here and your children can benefit by all the progress that is made, She went on, but as for us, we do not even know about the fate of our own families. We cannot help them, and some of us must even struggle against them if they are landlords. But we all do our best for the revolution. Yes, said Hinton, thinking it over slowly. I guess if all you wanted was clothes to wear and a full stomach, you would not have to come all the way to Longbao to organize FANSHEN with us. I guess I am rather childish, she added with a bright smile that spread charm across her rough-hewn face and even produced a dimple in one cheek. Sometimes I am in high spirits for several days at a time. But as soon as I run into difficulty or overhear some sarcastic words, I become very gloomy. The work team noticed that Tzayun, Longbao's popular war hero, had changed perhaps more than anyone else. Before the second county conference he had been the most active member of the branch. Now, when he finally did come to a meeting, he sat by himself in a corner and never said a word. He reacted bitterly to criticism and responded to friendly greetings with only a surly, "Have you eaten?" The difficulties that he met in his political work, the loss of his wheat crop, and the memory of all the opinions which the people had raised against him, most of which he felt in his heart to be unfair, had put him in a very bad state of mind. To make matters still worse, he had allowed himself to be provoked into a fight with an 18-year-old youth, and the exchange of blows had become the talk of the village. The fight grew out of a game of chess. Tzayun, who was winning, taunted his opponent for a foolish error. The youth lost his temper, swore at Tzayun, and knocked all the chessmen onto the ground. This so angered the older man that he slapped his opponent on the cheek. The indignant youngster then attacked Tzayun and, before the onlookers could separate them, several blows had been struck on both sides. The whole village blamed the storekeeper for striking the youth, and several peasants made sarcastic remarks about cottars and party members who still beat people in spite of promises to reform. As soon as this fight was mentioned in the party meeting, Tzayun got angry. Ever since the gate, if we so much as sigh, we are criticized. The people point at us and say, "Shame on you, you are a party member. You are a former soldier." If I had been in front of the store, I would have helped Tzayun beat the boy, said Tianshi, the huge militiaman, with a scowl. The trend indicated by these remarks was already quite strong. The party members were lining themselves up in opposition to the rest of village and blaming all their troubles on the people. Instead of going directly to the heart of the matter and telling the Longbao cottars that much of their trouble came from erroneous policies and that a major shift in policy had been worked out at the county conference, the work team, under team leader Tzai's direction, tried to get everyone back to work by appealing to their party spirit. Instead of laying bare the mistakes of the past, Tzai called the comrades together and scolded them for their poor morale and lack of positive action in the face of near famine. Hot words were exchanged. Xiao Wen Hsu was told that he was not fit to be a party member. This so angered that dour peasant that he got up and strode out of the room. For the next few days he sat at home and spoke to no one. Official silence concerning the work at the county conference did not, however, prevent knowledge of it from spreading. The small report or grapevine had already broadcast throughout the county bits and pieces of information to the effect that basic policies had gone astray, that the attack on the Communist Party members had been excessive, that the poor peasant line was wrong, and that the FANSHEN which the party had led, far from being incomplete, was really overdone. Carters and muleteers from production villages, wanting to get a straight story from one of the basic villages, asked questions when they passed through Longbao. "Is equal distribution finished?" asked one man from Li Village Gulch as he sipped hot water at the village inn. "I hear the landlords are to be resettled," said another, downing a bowl of fried bread. But the Longbao people, having had no more information than anyone else, were unable to enlighten the questioners. They only picked up and embroidered what they heard from others. These rumors, by exaggerating the errors, engendered doubts and encouraged sour words when the party members met. If it were true that past policies had been mistakes, then the leading authorities were certainly to blame for all the trouble the village cottars had been through. Because of the faulty directives from above, everyone had suffered. Now the local communists dwelt on that suffering, and many bitter thoughts passed through their heads. Why didn't the work team cadres work to counteract this trend? Why didn't they seize the initiative as Secretary CHN had done the very first morning of the county conference? By meeting the problem face to face, CHN had made it something for all the cadres to tackle together. Tzai Chin could have done the same, but he was not familiar with local conditions. The other team cadres hesitated for fear that the village leaders would react badly to an exposure. They were afraid that a sudden correction would swing the whole situation completely around, cause mistakes and excesses in some other direction, and destroy the morale of all those poor peasants whose hopes had so long been built up by glowing promises. To a certain extent, the cadres lacked faith in the intelligence and good sense of the people. Also, it seemed to me, the work team members were a little ashamed. They had arrived so confidently in March with slogans about incomplete FANSHEN, bad cadres, and landlord elements in the party. Thereafter, all the spare time of the village people had been taken up with meetings from which great changes were expected. And now, suddenly, all this was no longer possible. Instead of the poor getting richer, the middle peasants were to be repaid and the landlords resettled. Instead of fat cadres giving up great quantities of land and illegal fruits, a few paltry acres and some small articles of minor value would be returned. It was not easy to face all this directly. And so, instead of making a complete explanation of the new policy and making clear to all why, from now on, production had to be the key to everything, the work team began to concentrate in practice on production problems. It was not until 10 days had passed that Tzai Chin and the work team cadres made up their minds to discuss policy changes publicly. By that time it was obvious that in spite of personal visits, branch meetings, meetings of the activists within the branch, encouragements and scoldings, the root cause of the low morale had not been touched. On July 9, 1948, a full meeting of the Communist Party branch was called. There, at last, Tzai gave a frank report on the incorrect poor peasant line, on the damage done by absolute equalitarian, and on the faulty estimate of conditions in Luken County which had been made by the higher party and government authorities. Since extreme democracy was the immediate practical problem which concerned the cadres most, the team leader also hit hard at this. Some of you think that if only you are given the power to beat people you can solve all the problems of the village. But violence is not the answer to the excesses of individualism that now give us so much trouble. After all, those who won't listen to reason and go on doing just as they like are only a small minority. The majority are reasonable. They cooperate with all sensible proposals. But they oppose commandism and arbitrary power. If, because of the provocations of a few, we try to revive the old style of work and start beating and arresting people, the people will certainly lose confidence in us. Team leader Tzai urged the party members to stand up bravely and work hard to lead the people along a proper road. We can lead the masses in criticizing extreme democracy. We can educate and correct their attitude. If, after many attempts, there are still those who refuse to correct their mistakes and take the law into their own hands, then stronger measures can be taken. Everyone will understand then, and the people will even offer suggestions as to how to deal with such persons. After all, the meaning of democracy is to protect the interests of the majority. Those who use democracy as an excuse for criminal acts must be punished by law. Tzai's words stirred the lethargy of the village communists. Thoughts and feelings long bottled up were uncorked. A lively discussion followed. When the work team first came, we were certainly confused, said Tianshi. There were no landlords left here, but there were still quite a few families who had not FANSHENed. From where would the patches come? We thought the only possible way out was to expropriate us, the cadres, for everyone said we had FANSHENed in excess. That's true, said Hinfa. And the people really put the pressure on us. When we went before the gate they said, "What do you mean you didn't graft anything? And you a cadre all those years?" When they met me in the street they scolded me for buying cigarettes. "Haven't you given up that wasteful habit yet?" they asked. As for the poor peasant line, from the very beginning we thought that the reason many poor peasants had not FANSHEN was because of their ugly past, said Tzayun. Take Kuoteu. He was the puppet village leader and oppressed us all. As soon as he joined the Poor Peasants League, he began to act proud. He refused to do rear service. No one dared say anything about it then. But now we can put down our burdens. Tzai has explained it all. The gate was certainly good. It had to take place, said the women's leader, Hu Shuechen. But really it came too late. As for the opinions against me, some were right, others were not. I know they were all meant to help me, but the unfair opinions bother me still. I haven't been able to think it through and I have become backward. But now, since Comrade Tzai's report, I feel much better. The upper authorities know how hard we have worked and they stand behind us. Tzai followed up this talk with the political leaders of the village by calling a mass meeting of all the adult residents of Longbao. Before several hundred men and women standing in the square beside the pond, Tzai explained the new emphasis in land reform policy and the rights and duties of citizens under the new electoral system. He warned those who wanted to abuse their new freedom as follows: now each person can vote for the men and women he wants to see as cadres. But after the election is over, those who have won a majority must be given the right to do their jobs. Everyone is obliged to carry out the decisions of those whom they have elected. You yourselves will soon elect a village leader. If, after the election, he asks you to go on rear service, you must go. If he is no good, if he does his job poorly, then you can elect someone else to take his place. But as long as he is in office, you must listen to him. That is only fair. Otherwise we can have nothing but anarchy. These words, clearly spoken with a Tahang Mountain accent, made an impression on the peasants and encouraged the party members. The former had never heard the ABCs of electoral responsibility spelled out that clearly. The latter were relieved to find that enforcement was part of the new system and that the work team meant to tackle the growing trend toward anarchy. 59. Mutual aid. No matter what names they have, no matter whether they are each composed of a few, or dozens, or hundreds of people, or whether they are formed entirely of people who can fulfill the standard quota of work or include some people who can fulfill only half the quota, no matter whether their mutual aid is rendered in terms of manpower, animal power, or implements, and whether their members may or may not live and board together during the busy season, and no matter whether they are of a temporary or permanent nature, all are good so long as they are collective mutual aid organizations in which the masses take part of their own free will. Mao Zedong, 1943. Wheat, foster child of winter and sparse byproduct of an autumn harvest economy, played a role in village life disproportionately large in relation to the tonnage it yielded. For many families the wheat crop alone put an end to spring hunger and provided the primary nourishment for the heavy labor demanded by the summer season. Without wheat these families could not hope to survive until the corn and millet ripened in September, nor could they possibly mobilize the energy necessary for the repeated hoeing, side dressings, and thinning that made the major crops grow. Hence, although the wheat never yielded enough to feed the population for more than a month or two, it was the keystone in the arch of northern agriculture. With the wheat crop badly damaged by hail, the first big job undertaken by the work team in July 1948, was the distribution of relief grain to all those left without food. Certain stocks of grain had already been handed out by the village administration itself. These were now supplemented by county reserves stored in the Longbao Church and by grain carted in from Lekeng. Thus an immediate crisis was averted, and the peasants were able to survive, take stock, and make plans for recovery. As the days passed it became clear that the spring-planted crops were not so badly hurt as had first appeared. The corn recovered first. The leaves that had been shredded by hail turned yellow and died, but new growth thrusting up from the center of the stalk soon took over and made the plants as vigorous as ever. Most of the millet revived in the same way, though without the same vigor. Only the beans were completely destroyed, but since, in the agricultural scheme of things, beans were a minor crop, their loss was not irreparable. Even from the wheat fields something was salvaged. The hail had not hit with equal ferocity everywhere. Some fields yielded a fair crop in spite of the lashing they had received. Others were cut, threshed, and winnowed in vain. By the time the wheat harvest had been completed, the work team was able to make an overall estimate of the damage caused by the catastrophe and to draw up the following list. Wheat 282 acres. All damaged. Expected yield, 11,861.5 pecks, an average yield of 11 bushels per acre. Actual yield, 2,536.75 pecks, 2.5 bushels to the acre. Millet 168 acres. All damaged. Expected yield, half normal. Corn 350 acres. All damaged but recovering well. Expected yield, 90% of normal. Beans 143 acres interplanted in corn. All damaged. No crop expected. Families suffering losses, 240, the entire population. As the corn and millet recovered, the peasants' spirit revived and so did their energy. Soon they were out in force replanting all open land with turnip seed, buckwheat, and 60-day corn. Seeds for these catch crops were supplied by the county agricultural department, which obtained them from villages where no catastrophe had taken place. So ample were the supplies of seed that several bushels of buckwheat were left over. The village office presented the surplus to the people of Horse Square, the community directly to the north where hail had also devastated some fields. The harvest rush, the need to replant, and the heavy supply and stretcher-bearing duties brought on by the fighting in Central Shanxi all sharpened the need for mutual aid and labor exchange, but the demoralization that followed the hail disaster coupled with the go-it-alone tendencies fostered by the poor peasant line had brought cooperation among the peasants almost to a standstill. At the very moment when the people most needed mutual aid, the system was on the verge of collapse. Some peasants were happy to work alone. They said it was better not to organize for production. Instead of attending meetings and working in the fields with the aid groups to which they belonged, they went about their own business and privately ridiculed all cooperative effort. They did their best to undermine the initiative of those who still wanted to work together. Some less individualistic families still joined forces when there was work to be done for soldiers' dependents, but when it came to their own land, they split up. Their elected leaders found it hard even to locate them to inform them of meetings. They were off transporting coal from the mines at Yellow Mill or hoeing their own fields. No one saw them from dawn until dark. When it rained for a day so that no one could go out, aid group leaders sometimes managed to gather a quorum, but as soon as the rain stopped, cooperation evaporated along with the moisture in the fields. Everyone wanted to get to his own fields first in order to knock down the weeds before they had a chance to put down roots. Such practical actions spoke louder than words and indicated that mutual aid was not popular. But when the question to organize or not to organize for production was placed squarely before the communists in the party branch, before the leaders and activists of the Provisional Peasants' Association, and before the sectional organizations of the association, the response was far from negative. Almost all the peasants said that the mutual aid groups were good in theory. It was only in practice that they did not work out. People insisted that they wanted to cooperate but that they didn't like some of the organizational forms used in the past. Once discussion was officially launched, a very vigorous airing of views followed. The main criticism voiced by the peasants was that the aid groups were too big. Some included as many as 20 or 25 families. Group leaders wasted time calling everyone together in the morning. Then when they got to the fields, many people sat around because the plan of work was not clear. Large groups also meant friction because families that did not get on well with others invariably found themselves thrown together. Chen Kaiyuan's group, for instance, contained the quarrelsome Chinchu and his wastrel wife. 9/10 of the group did not want to work with Chinchu because he was lazy and ill-tempered. he argued with all comers. Merely to straighten out the problems Chinchu raised, the group had to meet every day. The time spent in these meetings was not worth it. The members lost sleep and precious moments of leisure. People also said that large mutual aid production groups tended to be organized arbitrarily. Much more natural were the many small groups that had arisen spontaneously in 1946, on the basis of mutual interests recognized by friends and relatives. These successful nuclei had been suddenly and mechanically enlarged when the Communist Party of Lukang County issued a call for organized production in 1947. In response to this call, people had flocked or been directed into one mutual aid group or another on the basis of neighborhood propinquity alone. All other important criteria bearing on the ability of people to work together had been ignored. Once in a given aid group, families found it hard to get out. If they didn't get on well, no other group wanted them. Yet to go it alone was also impossible. They needed collective help and were willing to give as much as they received. Those who got along well together often discussed kicking out those families who made trouble, but it was difficult to do this without provoking hard feelings and a loss of face all around. Many widows and old persons without labor power had also been included in the large aid groups. Instead of swapping services, they simply paid for the work that was done for them. They could not and did not take an active part in the labor of the group, yet they came to meetings, often complained when operations were not performed to their complete satisfaction, and in general consumed time and made trouble. Those on whom the burden of labor fell resented being tied to such dependent persons unless they were their own close relatives. A further important criticism of the aid groups as they existed was that they were over-organized. In the first flush of enthusiasm, the elected leaders tried to plan everything from planting and harvesting, where collective work was most advantageous, to transport and manure collecting, where the benefits were minor or non-existent. Many peasants resisted such super-organization by not showing up for the assigned tasks. Also pertinent were the grievances concerning the overall purpose of mutual aid and labor exchange organizations. In the course of 2 years of operation, the aid groups had gradually assumed functions far beyond those for which they were originally designed. The village administration had fallen into the habit of using the aid groups as adjuncts of the government. Aid group leaders were asked to administer rear service, take care of soldiers' dependents, give relief to widows and needy persons, and perform other welfare functions as well. When the county government called for men to carry stretchers or transport grain, the village head called in the mutual aid group leaders and parceled out the tasks. What began as a voluntary association of peasants to swap labor in production thus grew into semi-official organs for carrying out government tasks, dispensing aid, and supervising aspects of life only vaguely connected with production. This was asking too much. In spite of all these criticisms, most people wanted to continue mutual aid production. They envied the results achieved by those few groups that still functioned. Hinfa, the branch secretary, belonged to such a group. It consisted of 8 able-bodied men who worked together constantly and led the village in crop production. These 8 never had to settle wages among themselves because they did an equal amount of work for each other day after day. They exchanged labor, not millet, and boasted that they were the first to finish every seasonal job that came up. Model worker Yang Chengsheng's group also functioned well. When the work team suggested that the best way to reorganize mutual aid production in the village as a whole was to break up the larger groups and let every family choose new partners, this collective of 20 families refused to dissolve itself. It was examples such as this that kept the idea of labor exchange alive. The communist Tin Shi was enthusiastic about mutual aid even though his own group had not functioned well. "When we work together we get more done," he said. "Whenever I stay up late at a meeting I sleep through half the morning if the aid group leader doesn't come to call me. And I get very discouraged whenever I have to go out all alone and face a big stretch of land. With others there to tackle the job, the work goes fast. We talk and laugh and keep each other's spirits up." Tai Shan's mother, one of the leaders of the southwest section of the Peasants' Association and a very fast worker herself, agreed emphatically. When I am alone in the field, I often look up and wonder if it is noon. But when we work together, noon comes and goes, and we don't even notice it. Soon the work is done. Since the majority definitely wanted to continue mutual aid, the work team called on all the villagers to meet with the aid groups to which they had originally belonged and to reorganize in any way they thought best. During this reorganization they were urged to keep in mind the three basic principles for cooperation among peasant families laid down by Mao Zedong: 1. Self-willingness, 2. Equal exchange of labor and value, 3. Democratic functioning. They were also warned against three common weaknesses pointed out by Mao: 1. Mutual aid in everything, 2. Large-scale groups, 3. Complicated organization. Out of the reorganization, 10 mutual aid production groups embracing 65 families, approximately a quarter of the village population, came into being or were consolidated. Some of these groups united the most diverse elements, both politically and socially. The communist Chen Kai-yuan, the activist Yuan Lung, the dissident Ho Ken-ming, and the returned refugee Ho Chin-ming got together to set up a group. About the only thing they had in common, it seemed to me, was the fact that they had all once been Catholics. Yu Lai, suspended vice-chairman of the Old Peasants Association, Li Tiongjian, former puppet vice-leader of the village, Tseng Chengshi, former puppet village leader, Feng Le, an apolitical middle peasant, and Lai So, a 15-year-old boy, formed another group. Here indeed was variety: a deposed tyrant, 2 ex-traders, an honest independent peasant, and a teen-aged boy. Were they birds of a feather? What drew them together? It was hard to tell. Whatever it was, they seemed pleased to have found one another and met eagerly to draw up production plans for the coming weeks. The new mutual aid groups were officially established on July 12, but when the party branch met again on the 16th to review progress, it turned out that only 7 of the 10 were actually tilling land jointly. The others had met, gone to the fields together once or twice, and then ceased to function. Militiaman Ta Hung said, "My people don't want to work together and help each other out. I can't do anything about it." I called a meeting, but very few came. So really there are only 2 families in my group. How can 2 be called a group? Asked team leader Tzai. That's the way it is. Chang Hanxing and I work together, but of course in the last few days he has been hoeing and I have been gathering manure. So you really haven't helped each other at all. That's right. A poll of the party members brought out the fact that only 11 of the 28 had joined any aid group at all. Obviously the communists were not yet giving effective leadership, and Tzai Ching criticized them for this. We communists must find solutions for every difficulty and lead the way to higher production, otherwise there will only be confusion, he warned. Tzai's criticism only depressed the spirits of the branch members still further. Leading by suggestion and example was proving to be much more difficult than anyone had anticipated. Today our work is much more complicated than it used to be, commented the handsome Chun-shi plaintively. We have to do everything in such detail. Whenever we carry out a directive, we have to ask the people what they think about it. I keep thinking to myself, I don't want to work in this village anymore. What do you want to do then? Asked team leader Tzai. I want to join the army and work with a big knife and a sharp axe. Hsin Fa finally walked out of the meeting in disgust. I have never taken part in such a tiresome, discouraging get-together, he said. I don't know why it is. I guess it's because no one wants to be responsible for any kind of work. No one wants to shoulder the carrying pole. Whoever can avoid responsibility just stands to one side. As for me, when I'm tired I don't want to come to meetings. When I do come, I hope they will be over as soon as possible. Therefore, when we meet I always gripe and these gripes increase all the wrong tendencies in others. At least Hsin Fa was learning to speak his mind. He no longer acted the part of the hail fellow well met for which he had been so severely criticized before the gate. In view of his past, this had to be interpreted as political progress. With this meeting the work of the team reached an impasse. No amount of exhortation, discussion, self and mutual criticism, or evaluation of past mistakes seemed capable of changing the mood of the communists. Their mood was, after all, only a concentrated reflection of the mood of the village as a whole. It was, more than anything else, a mood of frustration arising out of the lack of forward motion in village affairs. This in turn could be traced to the postponement of all final decisions concerning distribution, resettlement, and party consolidation until after the establishment of the new village government. In July 1948, the future hung strangely suspended. All the elements that must come together to mold it floated like detached ions in amorphous solution. They awaited the coming of that catalyst which alone could cause everything to crystallize, the elections which would determine the composition of the People's Congress. 60. The Village People's Congress. In the rural areas in the present period, we can and should, in accordance with the demands of the peasants, convene village peasant meetings to elect the village governments, and convene district peasant congresses to elect the district governments. Since the governments at or above the county or municipal level represent not only the peasants in the countryside but also people of all strata and occupations in the towns, county seats, provincial capitals, and big industrial and commercial cities, we should convene people's congresses at county, municipal, or border region levels to elect the governments at corresponding levels. In the future, after the revolution triumphs throughout the whole country, the central government and the local governments at all levels should be elected by the People's Congresses at corresponding levels. Mao Zedong, 1948. What was a Village People's Congress? What was the difference between the People's Congress that the work team proposed for Longbao and the other mass organizations that already existed in the village? These were questions which the people had been asking ever since the idea of a Congress had been suggested. There was no need to speculate about the answers. Village People's Congresses already existed in many communities that had been liberated before 1945. Many full-time district cadres knew about such congresses either from first-hand experience or from study and discussion. When they told the Longbao peasants what such a congress would be like in their village, they described a political institution that already flourished in many parts of North China and had flourished in one form or another in various liberated areas in China since 1927. The Chinese word for these congresses was Zhenmin Taipiao Tahui. This may be literally translated as People's Representative Large Meeting or People's Representative Assembly. I use the word Congress because that is the word that Chi-Yun and Si-Hung used, because it is concise, and because it does, in fact, fit the case. A Congress is a People's Representative Large Meeting. The Village People's Congress, as it developed in China in the 1940s, was a council of delegates periodically elected by all the enfranchised citizens of a given village. Once established, this council or congress assumed full responsibility for local affairs. It was recognized as the supreme organ of government at the village level both by the electorate below and regional administrators above. The Congress had the power to draft all village rules and regulations, to arbitrate all the village disputes, and to appoint all village officers from the village head to captain of the village militia and the village constable. Once appointed, these officers administered the village in the name of the Congress, carried out all Congress decisions, and periodically reported to that body concerning their respective spheres of responsibility. Should they fail to perform their duties satisfactorily, they could be removed at any time by the Congress. In theory, the Village People's Congress was distinguished from all other mass organizations or elected bodies in the village by its all-inclusive character. Membership in the Poor Peasants' League was limited to the landless and land poor, in the Peasants' Association to poor and middle peasants, in the Women's Association to women, in the Communist Party to those approved and accepted into the party on the basis of very strict standards in regard to character, ability, and dedication to the cause of communism. The People's Congress, on the other hand, was a body established to represent all the people included in the United Front nationally. In Chinese rural society of the 1940s there were many classes and groups in addition to the various strata of the peasantry. There were teachers, doctors, midwives, veterinarians, and apothecaries. There were such full-time workers as carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and wheelwrights. There were fine craftsmen such as woodcarvers, straw weavers, tinsmiths, mat makers, and furniture builders. There were businessmen such as peddlers, storekeepers, innkeepers, cotton gin operators, winemakers, and millers. In order to establish stable, representative local governments, it was considered necessary to create a political form in which all these groups could be represented and have a voice. The Village People's Congress was that form. It was the political expression, at the grassroots level, of the new democratic coalition in the nation as a whole, a coalition of all the allied classes, not just the peasants alone, a coalition that excluded only the enemies of the revolution as defined by the Communist Party, the rich peasants, the landlords, and the bureaucratic capitalists of the Changkungsung Chn clique. Because the Congress form of delegated assembly was designed to reflect the new democratic class coalition, its organic structure was necessarily different from that of the various mass organizations, each of which represented only one class or group, or at most an alliance between two related classes, i.e., the Peasants' Association, which represented both poor and middle peasants. Members of these specialized mass organizations elected their representatives on a geographical basis. Peasants living in each sector of the village chose Peasants' Association committeemen from among their neighbors. A Peasants' Association committee was thus composed of representatives from all the neighborhoods that made up a given community. But geography was not the basis of the people's congresses. They drew their delegates not primarily from neighborhoods but from interest groups, social strata, or classes. The merchants, regardless of residence, sent merchant delegates, the handicraft workers sent handicraft delegates, and the peasants sent peasant delegates. Wherever any large number of people in any one of these categories lived together in a homogeneous community, they did indeed choose individual delegates on a geographical basis as well, but the primary function of the Congress was to reflect interest groups, not sectional interests. In such larger centers of population as Changchi and Lekeng, and in the big commercial villages like East Portal where significant numbers of merchants and craftsmen congregated, the need for such all-inclusive delegated assemblies or congresses was clear. Only such an institution could draw into active political life the non-farming families who had been more or less passive observers of the land reform struggle or even victims of its excesses. Only such an institution could give them a voice and a vote. But in villages such as Longbao, where the class structure had never been complex, the need for the Congress form of representative assembly was not so clear. Not one family in Longbao made a living primarily from professional work, trade, or handicraft production. Every carpenter, weaver, innkeeper, and peddler in the community owned land, raised crops, and considered himself to belong to one or another class of agricultural producer or peasant. The electoral basis for any People's Congress in Longbao could not but coincide almost exactly with the membership of the Peasants' Association. Then why set up another organization? Why not just call the elected officers of the Peasants' Association the Longbao People's Congress and turn the responsibility for local government over to the Peasants' Association Committee? This was almost the solution proposed by the work team for Longbao, almost, but not quite. The officers of the Peasants' Association could not call themselves a People's Congress because membership in the Peasants' Association was not universal. The Peasants' Association was a partisan class organization with certain self-determined membership standards. New members had to be approved by old members, and there were still more than a score of families in Longbao who had not won such approval. These included those suspended cotters who had not yet passed the gate and all those individuals who, because of rascal affairs or past crimes, had not yet been accepted as honest and hard-working. All of these excluded persons were, nevertheless, citizens of the border region in good standing. They were neither landlords nor rich peasants, they had not been expropriated, and they had the right to vote. A government, as distinct from a mass organization, had to represent everybody legally entitled to citizenship rights. Hence, even in Longbao, where the peasants made up the whole population, the Peasants' Association could not, chameleon-like, convert itself into a People's Congress. To many Longbao residents this seemed a rather fine point. But the all-inclusive character of the Village People's Congress was not, in the last analysis, determined by the needs of any given community but by the fact that these congresses were part of a much wider scheme of government proposed by the Communist Party and accepted by the regional administrations as the goal of the future. The Village People's Congresses were conceived as part of a comprehensive system, as the base of a pyramid of representative congresses which would eventually find its apex in a national congress. County and regional congresses would make up the in-between layers. In 1948, this pyramid was only an edifice under construction. It had no apex because the Civil War still raged, the revolution had not yet unified the country, and no national revolutionary government existed. Many sections of the pyramid's base were also blank because many villages had not completed land reform and had not had time to establish village congresses. As late as July 1948, Longbao was still one of these blanks. County and regional congresses, the second and third levels of the pyramid, existed in most counties and in most regions of the liberated areas, but since these areas were expanding all the time, there were counties from which the nationalist armed forces had only been expelled a few months or a few weeks. In such counties only temporary military governments or provisional councils appointed by the military or Communist Party leaders held power. In order to imagine this situation, the reader must imagine a countryside in flux with a vast variety of political situations existing side by side. In 1948, the subcontinent of China was divided roughly into two main parts, the communist-led liberated areas of the north and the Kuomintang-administered areas of the south. But these major parts were not solid blocks of unbroken rule for either side. In South and Central China there were areas of liberated territory. In North, Northeast, and Northwest China there were connecting corridors under nationalist control and also isolated islands where the nationalist forces, though besieged, still held out. For the most part the liberated areas were expanding, while the nationalist-held corridors and islands were contracting or even disappearing. But within this general trend the opposite was also taking place. Areas once liberated by the People's Liberation Army were sometimes recaptured by the Nationalist Army. When this happened, the social revolution taking place there was crushed and all forms of popular rule were destroyed or driven underground. In this maelstrom of war and revolution there was, perhaps, no typical political situation but only a variety of disconnected political processes developing in time toward the same goal, a universal new political system centering around people's congresses. When completed, the pyramid would cover the nation with congresses at 4 different levels. Since the delegates to each higher level would be chosen by the one below, this system would in form completely reverse China's traditional hierarchical rule. Under the traditional system all power centered formally in the emperor, later in the dictator Chiang Kai-shek. This exalted personage appointed provincial governors who in turn appointed county magistrates, who in turn appointed village leaders, who in turn exercised powers of life and death over the independent proprietors, tenants, and landless laborers under their jurisdiction. The new system that was coming into being on the heels of land reform was just the opposite. In the new system all power formally resided in the people. They had the right to elect the governing bodies of their villages, the village people's congresses, which in turn had the right to elect delegates to the regional, later provincial, congresses. Once the entire nation attained liberation, these latter congresses would join with the congresses of the larger cities in electing delegates to a national congress representing the people of all democratic classes, all regions, and all municipalities. Viewed from this perspective, the establishment of a People's Congress in Longbao had double significance. On the one hand it would provide the village with a permanent structure capable of dealing with most problems, and on the other it would fill a gap in the political system of the liberated areas as a whole and constitute one more building block in the national political system of the future. In Longbao the birth of the Village People's Congress was eagerly awaited. Under the regulations of the draft agrarian law and the directives issued by the border region government, only the Longbao People's Congress could 1. Carry out the third and final classification of the village population. 2. take over whatever property the landlords and rich peasants still possessed, receive whatever property was to be returned by cottars who had taken an unfair share, and administer whatever property already belonged to the village as a whole. 3. Make a final distribution of all such property, give out surplus lands, houses, equipment, furnishings, and livestock, and issue deeds for lands and houses. 4. Set up a third and final gate for the approval or disapproval of all old cottars and party members. 5. Determine the allocation of taxes on the summer crop. 6. Appoint permanent village officers and supervise their work. 7. Elect delegates to the Congress of the county. Since all these problems were ripe for solution, the people were impatient to get on with the elections. But in this, as in so many other matters, the work team decided on a policy of patient education. Comrade Tzai wanted to prepare the ground well. He wanted to be sure that everyone understood the reasons for setting up a Congress, the basic principles of such a democratic government, the powers and responsibilities of its delegates and the officers appointed by them, and the powers and responsibilities of the electorate. He therefore delayed the elections for several days while the majority of the population discussed these questions. All those who were members of the Peasants' Association discussed them in their sectional groups. Those who were not members formed a special group of their own. I attended the discussions in the southwest corner of the village. There Chiyun guided the deliberations. She explained the powers and functions of the People's Congress by comparing it to the board of a consumer cooperative society. The consumer cooperative societies that existed in so many villages were organized with a board of directors elected by the shareholders and a manager chosen by the board of directors. Every once in a while the directors met to examine how the manager was doing. This board looked into the balance sheet, examined the volume of business, totaled up the profits and the losses, and then gave instructions to the manager about taking better care of the business. Under the overall supervision of this board, the manager and his staff did the day-to-day work of the cooperative, kept the accounts, ordered new goods, and cleaned up the building. When the Congress idea was explained in this way, most of the peasants understood it quite well. Even though they had had little experience with democratic forms of government, they had all either participated in the organization of cooperatives or observed how they worked. The first question which the peasants asked, once they grasped the essence of the idea, was, what about the Communist Party in the village? Isn't the Communist Party the leader of the whole revolution? If all village affairs are to be handled by a Congress, what is there for the party to do? At a mass meeting of the full membership of the Peasants' Association, team leader Tzai explained the role of the Communist Party in the reorganized village as follows. The Longbao People's Congress will be the highest authority in our community. The Communist Party members must obey the decisions of the Congress and carry them out. But at the same time the Communist Party branch must discuss and make up its own mind on all important issues before the Congress, bring its conclusions before the Congress and put them before the other delegates for approval. If the other delegates support these opinions, they will be carried out. If they oppose them, then the branch must reconsider and discuss the whole thing once more. If the branch still considers its judgments correct and the Congress delegates still disagree, then the branch can take the question to higher party bodies. But even if the latter agree with the branch, they cannot recommend that the Congress be overridden. They can only advise the local party branch to persist, make further explanations, carry on education on the issue, and wait for agreement in the future. As for the Congress, it has its own higher body, the People's Congress of Lekeng County. This is made up of delegates from similar village congresses all over the county. In case there are serious disagreements, which, in spite of the procedures outlined, cannot be settled in the village, they can be carried to higher bodies for final disposition by both sides. Thus, as Comrade Tzai explained it, the Communist Party, in contrast to the People's Congress, was not in a position to exercise state power in any form. It could only persuade and set an example. There was nothing to prevent people from electing communists as delegates to the Longbao Congress, but no communist could have more power there than any other delegate. Communists could exert leadership only through their own unity and their ability to come up with solutions to difficult problems that won majority support. The leading role of the communists, in other words, depended not on coercion, not on special powers, but on education, persuasion, and the active participation of all its members in the daily affairs of the village. In the long run, the ability of local communists to lead depended first on demonstrably correct policies and second on the prestige based on merit and performance of its individual members, on the extent to which they took an active part in all mass organizations and led by example, educated others day by day and hour by hour, and proved themselves to be more selfless, more devoted, and more principled than ordinary people. This question of prestige was a complicated one because, although the party tried to recruit into its ranks only the most active, the most resourceful, and the most devoted peasants, there was always the possibility that the overall prestige of the party might rub off on members who did not in fact deserve it and give to their words and their opinions a weight that their personal qualities did not justify. In fact, of course, this did occur. Whether a local party branch was good or bad, the national prestige of the party made its opinions important to all non-party cadres, the elected delegates of the people, and the people as a whole. Whenever a new problem arose, the first thing the peasants wanted to know was, what does the party have to say? For many, the fact that the party spoke was enough to win their support. And because this was so, all party members bore a heavy responsibility. They did in fact carry more weight than they would have as unconnected individuals, and the necessity for thinking things through and being right was therefore all the more urgent. As the peasants in their neighborhood groups of the association discussed the role of the party in the village as a whole and its relationship to the coming Congress, they also discussed the question of democracy. What did the word mean? Was democracy the same thing as license? Some said, I have democracy now so I don't have to go to any meetings, I can do just as I please. But others criticized them sharply. Such an attitude was wrong, they said. In order to carry out democracy one must have meetings, consult together, and make good plans to protect and promote the interests of the people. It was not democracy to refuse to do what the majority had decided. It was just using the word as an excuse for wrongdoing. Democracy meant to carry out what was of benefit to the majority, not to act in the interest of any single person. Perhaps the good results of democratic decisions could not be seen in a few days, but after several months or several years the benefits would certainly become clear. In order to guarantee the effectiveness of majority decisions, some peasants wanted to set up a system that is, a set of rules. They wanted to criticize and, if need be, punish those who did not come to meetings in the future. Others said no. They held that this was a matter of conscience and maintained that it was no use punishing people for political apathy. Everyone must be convinced from within. Unless discipline was self-imposed, there could be no democracy at all. Neither of these views was accepted as the final answer to the question of freedom versus control. While agreeing that on the whole people must act from conscious positive motives, the majority insisted that those few who did not cooperate and refused to carry their share of such common burdens as taxes, rear service, and attendance at meetings, should be criticized. We should ask them to speak out their thoughts in public and help them to think it through. If they don't want any of the responsibilities, then they shouldn't get any of the benefits. Ask them to go and live by themselves. Let them plant their own corn alone, and if they have problems let them solve them themselves. Don't let them come to us for help, for in their own minds they are not members of this village. So spoke old Tui Chin, the bachelor who was the recognized spokesman for the northern group. After all, added Cha Chung Lai's wife, in behalf of the eastern group, no one can live in isolation. Everyone lives by cooperation and mutual aid. Husband and wife have to consult together and no one can till the land completely alone. On July 21, elections to the Village People's Congress finally took place. 35 people were elected, 16 women and 19 men. Among them were 9 old middle peasants, 25 newly FANSHEN poor peasants, now called new middle peasants, and 1 poor peasant. Of the 35 delegates, 8, or less than 25%, were Communist Party members. These included 4 men: former Peasants Association Chairman Chang Kayuan, Branch Secretary Hsin Fa, militiaman Ta Hung, and the 39-year-old middle peasant, Meng Fu Lu. The other 4 communists were women: Chairman of the Women's Association, Hu Shuai-chen, Vice Chairman Wang Anfeng, and 2 housewives, Shi Xiumei and Zhen Hochueh, the latter the wife of the communist Xiao Wen Hsu. Another 4 delegates were wives, mothers, or brothers of party members. These were Ta Hung's wife, Zhou Chengluo's mother, Ki Tzai's mother, and Tzai's youngest brother, Puyun. The other 23 delegates to the People's Congress were rank-and-file peasants with no direct or indirect ties to the Communist Party. They were chosen by their neighbors because of the role they had played in village affairs since the work team arrived in March. Outstanding among them were old Tui Chin, a bachelor and a worker in the wine plant who was still classed as a poor peasant, the ex-hired laborer Shen Faoliang, and the ex-beggar, Xie Chunglai's wife, both new middle peasants whose life stories have been related in Chapter 3. Wu Kui's wife, a woman sold 3 times under the old regime, Old Lady Wang, the peppery weaver, Li Laosu, the doleful wasteland pioneer, Kuo Yuen Lung, a young activist and former Catholic from the southwest section, and the widow, Tai Shan's mother, the hardest working woman in the whole village, also won places on the list of outstanding people elected to the Congress. Old Shen's Catholic clique won no recognition at all. That garrulous old schemer's following collapsed completely soon after the ex-bandit Yulai and his son Wen Te bowed their heads before the gate. Viewed from any perspective, this was a very strong Congress. It was not exactly a cross-section of the village, but rather a selection of the best the village had produced. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that the most active, the most trusted, the most brilliant and hard-working individuals in the community had been chosen as its leaders. When the results of the election were announced and the list of names posted, the population greeted the news with smiles and enthusiastic comment. A fresh breath of optimism seemed to sweep through the muddy lanes and back alleys of Longbao. The delegates were congratulated at every turn as they went about their business. The cadres of the work group were as pleased as the villagers. They made a special point of visiting all the delegates in their homes in order to welcome them to the Congress. When the 35 delegates met for the first time, they elected a standing committee of 5 that was outstanding in character and ability. It was composed of 4 party members, Chang Kayuan and Hsin Fa, male, and Hu Shuai-chen and Anfeng, female, and 1 non-party delegate, Old Tui Chin. Chang Kayuan was elected chairman and Tui Chin vice chairman. The next order of business was the selection of the village administration. Chun Shi, the incumbent, who had held the post temporarily ever since passing the gate in April, was unanimously chosen to continue as village head. A second party member, Shi Suhar, was appointed captain of the militia to succeed the discredited Hung Er. The other 5 positions, assistant village head, education director, treasurer, production officer, and rear service officer, were filled by the appointment of non-party people, 2 of whom were Congress delegates. The bull-headed middle peasant, Chang Chin-hung, treasurer of the village since its liberation in 1945, was again chosen for this task. Everyone admired his facility with figures and his hard business sense. Once the delegates agreed on who should fill these posts, they called in those new appointees not already present, informed each about his or her new job, and then asked each to make a statement of attitude. All vowed to work hard and do their best to represent the interests of the village as a whole. The atmosphere of this Congress meeting was relaxed and friendly. Everyone seemed relieved to have a democratically chosen village administration at last, and they talked over the problems that confronted them as old friends. Tension and antagonism seemed to have vanished, at least for the time being. On the following day, July 23, a mass meeting of the whole village was held in the wine plant. There, save from summer showers, the new administration was formally inaugurated with appropriate banners, slogans, and speeches. This time the celebration, because it was no empty formality but a genuine turning point in the people's lives, engendered real enthusiasm. Longbao village had entered a new era in its turbulent life. Perhaps the most notable action taken by the village as it created the People's Congress was the vote that plucked old Tui Chin from the obscurity which had enveloped him for more than 50 years and placed him in the post of vice chairman, second most important position in the whole village. Submerged, oppressed, and disregarded throughout most of his life, Tui Chin never had a chance to demonstrate anything but a capacity for hard labor until the land division laid the foundation for equality of opportunity. Once this took place, he moved to the fore in village life. In this respect, he was typical of the kind of indigenous leaders that the Chinese peasantry constantly thrust onto the stage in those years. As one mass movement followed another, wider and wider circles of formerly voiceless and passive victims of the system were drawn into active political life and demonstrated talents the existence of which they had never suspected. Old Tui Chin had an open round face, well tanned by the sun and ever ready to break into a cheerful smile. Wrinkles spread from the corners of his eyes and furrowed his broad forehead. A scraggly beard, never more than a finger's width in length, adorned his jaw and chin. It constituted the only disorderly thing about the man. Everything else, from the towel on his shaven head to the cloth straps that bound his trouser cuffs to his ankles, was meticulously arranged. His clothing, even though faded, patched again, was always clean. When the work team arrived in March, few people knew much more about the old man than his name. Within a few weeks he had been elected vice leader of the northern group of the Poor Peasants' League. With each mass meeting and each crisis, his prestige grew in his own section of the village, but it was not until the policy change initiated by the county conference that he became well known to the community as a whole. The policy change made Tui Chin a village figure because he, and he alone among the poor peasants, had all along maintained that most of the village cotters were good leaders, that there was very little property still to be distributed, and that political FANSHEN, elections, meetings, and the establishment of the People's Congress were just as important as millet. He took it for granted that Longbao's people should solve their problems themselves and that they should do it democratically through mass participation in village affairs. Old Tui Chin was able to see what others missed because he looked at the world with relative objectivity. Not consumed by self-interest, he was apparently content to go on living just as he had, with a simple clay roof over his head and an acre of land under his feet. He had no personal ambitions, burdens, or problems that he could not solve. He was, therefore, calm, seasoned, and reflective, a person of great equanimity to whom others quite naturally brought their quarrels and difficulties. Circumstances no doubt helped Tui Chin maintain this objectivity. He had no wife and no children of his own. Although he was responsible for the upbringing of his nephew's daughter, the little 6-year-old was not a serious drain on his resources. Her company enlivened his life. Already past 50, a venerable age in rural China, he was not torn by passion for some woman not his wife and hence was free of the scandal and gossip that dogged the steps of many a younger man. Old Tui Chin's admirable objectivity had survived some rather severe tests in the past. The liberation had not been an unmixed blessing to him, and if he had wished to make an issue out of personal injury as so many other villagers had done, he had the grounds to do so. In the days when the 8th Route Army and the Lukang County Militia overwhelmed the Japanese and puppet garrisons of the 5th District, Old Tui Chin was living several miles from Longbao in a village called Changkechuang. Here he shared a house with his nephew, the puppet village leader. When the militia entered the village, they arrested the puppet leader and confiscated all his personal property. Included in the confiscated property were Tui Chin's entire possessions. When the nephew was later released, he ran away, leaving his 3-year-old daughter and old Tui Chin behind. He never came back. He never even sent word as to his whereabouts. Old Tui Chin returned to Longbao with absolutely nothing he could call his own except the clothes on his back. In Longbao he still owned an acre of land, the remainder of his father's holdings after the Japanese built their blockhouse on the property. In the distribution he received 3 sections of a tumble-down house, a few clothes, and a bag or two of grain. This accounted for the fact that he was the only delegate to the Congress still classed as a poor peasant. Yet he nursed no rancor toward anyone. When asked about his attitude, he told Chyun, "As for me, I received housing, clothes, and grain. No one dares to treat me ill or oppress me as the puppet troops did. My life is much better than before. As for the rest of the peasants, they are all better off. If they lacked land, they got it. If they lacked housing, they got it, and the same went for animals, carts, and tools. But still some cranks are dissatisfied with their condition. What they want is just to sit home and eat. But how can the food go trotting into one's mouth? Everyone must labor. That is our duty." Perhaps the fact that old Tuichin had been a wage laborer most of his life had something to do with his advanced outlook. When he was 16 he began a 9-year job as a year-round hired man for a landlord. Then, after 3 years selling wine on the road as a peddler, he went to work in the local distillery owned by Fan Pyudza. For 23 years he labored as a distillery hand, rising before dawn to stoke the fires and quitting only after dark when the plant shut down for the night. This was a kind of life and a kind of discipline that few peasants knew. Perhaps it had instilled in old Tuichin some of the steadfastness, some of the toughness, and some of the selfless objectivity of the true proletarian. 61. A final determination. The land problem should be considered solved, and the question of land reform should not be raised again in areas where the feudal system has been fundamentally abolished, where the poor peasants and farm laborers have all acquired roughly the average amount of land, and where there is still a difference, which is permissible, between their holdings and those of the middle peasants, but where the difference is not great. Mao Zedong, 1948. On July 23, 1948, the newly elected People's Congress met to make a final determination of the class status of every family in the community. The new appraisal of the FANSHEN situation, which the work team brought back from the Second County Conference, had a very definite influence on the proceedings. The Congress delegates accepted the view that feudal property had, in the main, been expropriated, and that the poor peasants had, in the main, FANSHEN. They were therefore very strict in once again judging every family previously classed as poor. This trend, which first developed during the second classification in June, became the dominant feature of the final classification in July. Any family that possessed an average amount of land to till and a roof over its head was considered to have FANSHEN and was accordingly classed as a family that had achieved new middle peasant status. A summary of the 3 bangs, or stages of classification, clearly showed the trend. See opposite page. The table shows little if any change in the classification of families in the higher brackets, but a marked change in the classification of families in the lower brackets. Whereas 95 families were still considered poor in May, only 28 were so regarded in July. Whereas only 68 poor peasants were thought to have FANSHEN in May, 136, or exactly twice the number, were considered to have done so in July. When the list was posted, a number of poor peasants who had been upgraded to the status of new middle peasants protested, but on the whole the people were well satisfied. The final classification reflected reality. It provided a basis for settling, once and for all, the land question. It enabled everyone to get on with production. With the final classification, the Longbao Congress not only solved this major FANSHEN problem, but it also solved many minor problems concerning the class status of households with mixed incomes. The most difficult case left over from the past was that of Wang Changyi, the professional castrator. Although he had already been dead 6 months, it was still necessary to classify his household on the basis of its economic status during the base period years 1942 to 1945. While he lived, Wang Changyi went out every day with his veterinary kit and earned money cutting pigs. At the same time, his family at home hired labor to till land holdings that were twice as large as the average in Longbao. Was Wang Changyi an exploiter, a craftsman, or a free professional? Was he a landlord, a rich peasant, or a middle peasant? What proportion of his income did he earn? How much of it came from exploitation? The Congress finally solved this problem by dividing the Wang family income into two parts. On one side they placed Wang Chengyi, the veterinarian, and his personal earnings. On the other side they placed Wang Chengyi's family, the landowners, and their earnings from exploitation. Wang was given a personal class as a craftsman, and everything relating to his craft, from the instruments to the income, was considered to be legitimate property not subject to confiscation. The family as a whole, however, was classed with the rich peasants. Its surplus land, tools, housing, etc., were made subject to confiscation. Thus a fine line was drawn between the gentry as exploiters and the gentry as professionals. The same line was applicable to all rich peasants or landlords who taught school, practiced medicine, or performed any other kind of service for pay. This concept of personal classification being distinct from that of the family as a whole helped to solve other vexing problems. Huan Chao, the blacksmith, for instance, was called a handicraft laborer, but his family was put in the new middle peasant category on the strength of its land holdings, housing, and implements. The same occurred in the case of the carpenter Li Hojian, the weaver Wan Ki Pao, and several others. Once the class status of every family in the village had been determined, it was possible to look back on the whole process of land reform since 1945, and on its various stages. The table on page 592 may serve as a summary of this process. What was finally revealed with striking clarity by these figures was the extent of the damage done to middle peasants by the leftism of the first post-war years. In the winter of 1946, middle peasants as a class lost 66 acres of land, 12 draft animals, and considerable quantities of grain. By the time the May 4 directive had been fully implemented, they had lost another 10 acres of land and several head of livestock. Actual losses were more serious than these figures revealed, because in these overall totals the land and livestock gained by certain middle peasant families cancelled out the losses sustained by other less fortunate families. A breakdown showed that 21 out of 64 middle peasant families lost almost 100 acres of land, even though 16 others gained 23 acres. It was the losses of the 21 that explained the prevalence of chive cutting thought in 1946 to 1947 and the reluctance of so many middle peasants to meet or to become active. All these difficulties arose because the expropriation movement had gone too far, broadened its target too much, called middle peasants rich peasants and rich peasants landlords, and had stripped them all of their property. Once this situation was revealed by the final classification, the next step was to correct the errors. Those who had been stripped had to be resettled, those who should never have been attacked had to be repaid. But first, all the property available for resettlement and repayment had to be assembled and put at the disposal of the Congress. 62. The Midnight Raid. The main factor in eliminating the landlord class and in wiping out the feudal system is the confiscation for distribution to the peasantry of the lands, grains, plough animals, agricultural implements, and such properties owned by the landlord class, together with the rich peasants' surplus possessions. The most basic of all is land distribution. We should not consume much time seeking out hidden wealth and should not keep the movable possessions that have been confiscated for long without distributing them. Zhenpai Shi, 1948. In rural China, night possesses an absolute quality long absent in the industrialized West. This, as least, was the case before the transformation of the Chinese countryside by cooperatives and communes. At night everyone went early indoors. If they lit any lamp at all, it was but a twist of cotton in a cup of vegetable oil. The wavering flame thus created pushed back the darkness only a few feet. The glow could hardly be detected beyond the paper windows, and since all windows opened on courtyards that were in turn surrounded by walls, no light at all was visible from the far side of these walls. This meant that as night fell, complete and utter darkness descended upon the land. All human activity out of doors ceased. To wander in the countryside after dark was to wander in the atmosphere of an enormous universal graveyard in which there was no light at all except that which came from the sky. When clouds covered the sky, The darkness could be overwhelming, frightening, primitive in its totality, like a return to the primeval fen before men discovered fire. Little wonder that people feared the dark, believed in ghosts and conjured up all manner of awesome spirits to rule the earth and air. The ever-recurring contrast between darkness and light, light and darkness as the world revolved made real and palpable the ancient, cosmic struggle between the yin and the yang, the black and the white, the female and the male, the evil and the good. At the nadir of one of the blackest of all nights, I found myself groping my way through the soft mud that the June flood had deposited in the courtyard of Widow Upu Ho's house. All around me other figures advanced toward the widow's door. Scarcely visible though they were in the gloom, they nevertheless made their presence known by muttered curses. Each time a cloth shoe sank in the ooze or a shin knocked against one of the scattered obstacles on the ground, its owner involuntarily swore under his breath. A long shed that had once flanked the west side of the yard had collapsed during the flood. Timbers and piles of straw-matted adobe lay in scattered heaps on the ground. The whole area smelled of dampness and mold, a background odor that seemed to sharpen rather than deaden the occasional whiff of truly rotten matter from an overflown cistern that assailed the nostrils of our nocturnal raiding party. The group around me was made up of members of the Standing Committee of the Longbow People's Congress, several newly appointed village officials, the cotters of the work team, and several armed militiamen. They were advancing across that courtyard in the middle of the night in order to take Upu Ho by surprise. In the final bang the lusty widow had been classed as a rich peasant. The list was to be posted the next morning. By that time it would certainly be too late to seize the wealth of the only gentry family in the village that had never been touched. Even a raid such as this, carried out the night before, might well prove useless, for neighbors had reported strange doings in the flood-damaged courtyard. Relatives of the widow and her daughter, Puchao, had been coming and going at odd hours for weeks. Boxes had been carted away in the night. Perhaps the bulk of the family's possessions had already been dispersed. To wait until the lists were posted would only ensure that the dispersal was complete. The Congress, after making a final differentiation of the widow's class, had voted to register everything she owned before she had a chance to learn her fate. No one doubted that Upu Ho, despite her modest dwelling place, had wealth. The peasants recalled the elaborate wedding she had arranged for her daughter and the lavish funeral she had given her departed husband. On the latter occasion, the coffin had been transported inside a glass case that was supported by 16 people instead of the usual 8. All the members of the family had worn fine things, gowns of silk and coats of fur. Where were these costly garments now? And where was the gold that represented the savings of several generations of exploiters and the accumulated labor of several generations of the exploited? People asked each other such questions because they feared the worst. The old widow was cunning, no doubt about that, and the most cunning trick of all had been to marry off her daughter to a poor peasant, a soldier in the People's Liberation Army. Since Puchao had already been wed 3 years, she was classed as poor and a soldier's dependent to boot, even though she lived in her mother's house and ate and dressed like one of the gentry. As a poor peasant she was entitled to attend all village meetings, study classification procedures, and carry back to her mother all the knowledge she picked up. Forewarned was forearmed. Only a fool would sit there month after month waiting for the axe to fall. But until the widow's class was settled, the government and the Communist Party forbade any move against her. The frustrated cotters had no choice but to carry on the step-by-step program called for in the border region directives, even though they knew full well that Upu Ho could easily outwit them before her fate was finally decided. No doubt her daughter had told her that beatings were no longer allowed, that force was taboo, and that no time would be wasted looking for buried treasure. Goods once hidden need never be revealed. All this explained why, once Upu Ho was declared to be a rich peasant, the Congress decided on immediate action. The delegation that moved out in the middle of the night to register and seal the widow's property was divided into 3 groups. One, made up entirely of women, was designated to find and interrogate Upu Ho's much abused daughter-in-law, the bride of her soldier son, Eugen Ho. The women thought that the girl, a poor peasant by origin, might well reveal the family secrets without any urging. A second group, led by Chen Kayuan, the Congress chairman, was dispatched to the home of Yu Ho's poor peasant lover, Wang Er. It was only logical to suppose that he had already hidden valuable things for his beloved mistress. A third group under the leadership of Hsin Fa, secretary of the village party branch, undertook to handle the widow herself. Hsi and I joined the latter. The tall Hsin Fa reached the widow's door first. He pounded on it with his fist, raising enough thunder to awaken the dead. "Come in, please come in," said Yu Ho in a loud voice. As she spoke, she pulled back the wooden bolt and flung the door wide open. Obviously the visit came as no surprise. Behind the widow a light was burning. It silhouetted a figure made comically bulky by layer after layer of padded clothing. This was topped off by a patched black smock. Strange outfit for so warm a night. The widow's round, usually smooth face was furrowed with anxiety, but she pretended a hearty welcome as she talked without pause in a tone sweet with assumed geniality. "Here, sit on the kayang. It's muddy out there, I know," she volunteered as we filed silently past her into the cavernous dark dwelling. "A terrible thing the waters did. Knocked my shed down. I have nothing to rebuild with." "That's right. Make yourselves comfortable. Puchao, go fetch some bricks so that they can all sit down. We don't have much furniture. Our home has no luxuries, as you can see." No luxuries. I found myself wishing that she would stop talking. What did she expect to gain by it, the crafty old schemer? She only revealed her nervousness. Puchao, by contrast, was as calm and cool as a river reed growing by the banks of the Ssa. She stood in the shadow by the door and did not say a word. The widow half leaned, half sat on the edge of the kayang. Her hands, fumbling with the hem of her black smock, twitched. Suddenly she stood up, walked a few steps on her disfigured bound feet, and sat down again. The great size of the widow's house only emphasized its drab emptiness. From its gloomy depths came the same moldy smell that rose from the courtyard outside. The single oil lamp, set on a wooden chest beside the north wall of the room, cast a flickering glow that showed up by turns the smoke-blackened ceiling overhead, the battered kayang along the east wall, and the spacious chamber to the west. Only a thin reed mat and two faded cotton quilts covered the kayang. In the whole west wing the alert and roving eyes of the widow's many visitors could detect only a large wooden box, some rolls of reed matting, an earthen jar, a few bowls, a mirror, and a brush. In the middle of the floor, in forlorn isolation, stood an old wooden armchair. Its black stain had been polished until it glistened by generations of use. Hsin Fa's newly shaven head reflected the light from the lamp almost as brightly as did the arm of the chair. "Yu Ho," he announced in as stern a voice as he could muster, "you have been classed as a rich peasant. You have the right to appeal. If you lose the appeal, your things must be given up. We have come to register them. If you speak honestly, all will go well with you." He took a brush, an ink plate, and a long piece of paper out of his pocket. As the party secretary rubbed the black ink stick over the plate, Yu Ho said, "I won't appeal. I know I am a rich peasant." "Very well," said Hsin Fa. "We'll start with the grain. There's no corn left." "I have 1 bag of millet and 3 bags of wheat," said the widow in a tone of finality as if she were bargaining at the marketplace. "Only 3 bags. That's all. I used the corn to pay the hired laborer. As for the wheat, we've eaten 1.5 bags already. We have only 3 bags left." Hsin Fa recorded this, then spoke to militiaman Ta Hung, "Now for the furniture and the clothes." Ta Hung rummaged through the west wing. The butt of his rifle thumped on the brick floor as he called out the various articles that he saw. From a box in the corner he took out a bundle of clothes and untied it. A pair of silk pants, a padded coat, several dirty tunics. He threw them down on top of the chest with a gesture of disgust. Everyone knew the widow owned better things than these. Hinfa wrote each item in large clumsy characters. "Those clothes belong to Puchao," said the widow. "How about the pants?" "They belong to Puchao also." "Now see here," said Hinfa, putting down his brush and looking straight into the widow's face. "You are a rich peasant. You have lived off the blood and sweat of the people long enough. We know you have a great many things. Where are they? If you are not honest with us, you can imagine what will happen to you." The widow laughed a nervous little laugh but still maintained her cordial manner. Even at 40 she had an attractive face. It was not wrinkled and worn like the faces of most peasant women once they passed their third decade. Her plump hands spread out in a gesture of helplessness as she explained in a torrent of words how the Japanese had ruined her. They took everything. That's how the devils were. When they saw something they liked, it went. "I know I must pay my debt to the masses," she continued after a slight pause for breath. "I should have paid it long ago. Today is my day to ask pardon. But really I have nothing. I would like to give up everything, but since I have nothing I can't help you. You'd better be honest." "I am honest. What I have I have. What I haven't got I haven't got." "How many things have you hidden away? How many things have you stored in other people's homes? You'd better remember and tell us." "There's nothing. How could I overlook a thing like that?" Tears of sincerity came to her eyes as she said it. "How many jars have you?" "Only one. The other broke when the shed fell down." At this everyone laughed. "How can that be?" asked Hinfa, cutting short his own involuntary guffaw. "No matter how poor, every family has jars for its grain. We keep ours in a tun, a container made of fiber that wealthy families sometimes used." Hinfa, having lost a round, said no more. He proceeded with his list. The door swung open. Hu Shuechen and her group filed in silence. The daughter-in-law, pale and frightened, followed. She had not been able to tell them anything. She did not know whether or not property had been hidden. She rarely stayed with the widow if she could help it, for she was treated worse than a servant in her husband's house. Chen Kayuan's group stomped in next. By the time they had all crowded into the house there was hardly room enough inside for anyone to move around. The new arrivals were angry and showed it. They had searched Wang Er's house and yard in vain. Man Shi, the man of action, his gun slung rakishly over one shoulder, his great muscles bulging under his coat, strode up and down the floor like a caged tiger. As he walked he muttered to himself, "The bastards! They have hidden everything. They ought to be whipped. The bastards!" Man Shi's face was contorted into a black scowl and it was only by an extreme effort that he kept his hands at his sides instead of using them to rough up the widow. When Yuho stood up to uncover a box that Ta Hung had overlooked, Man Shi's hands betrayed him. He ordered the widow to stand back. When she didn't move quickly enough to suit him he gave her a push that sent her reeling against the Kayang. Chi-Yun looked at him in astonishment. Man Shi reddened and pulled back. Then, overcome with frustration and unwilling to listen further to the stream of words that poured from the widow's mouth, he suddenly disappeared into the night. He returned a few minutes later with a rope which he waved in front of the plump rich peasant's face. "Tell the truth now, where is the grain? Don't tell me you have only 3 bags left." "That's all," she said, ignoring the rope. "There isn't anything else." With a shrug, Man Shi dropped the rope. Chen Kayuan, accepting the inevitable, took the writing brush from Hinfa and started listing the farm tools that his crew reported from the fallen shed in the yard: a plow, 2 hoes, a rake, a broken sifter screen. Really, there was nothing worthwhile in the whole establishment. Hinfa, temporarily relieved of his duties as clerk, led Puchao, the daughter, outside. He wanted to question her in private. He had once carried on an affair with this girl. He more than anyone else was responsible for the fact that accounts had never been settled with her mother. Perhaps she would tell him things she would not reveal to others. The attempt was vain. Puchao backed up her mother's every word. Neither of them, she said, had hidden anything that the village could claim. As Puchao reassured Hinfa, militiaman Tien Shi strode past them with a bundle of clothes under his arm. Old Wang finally broke down. He gave me this. They belong to the old bitch, he said, triumphant. He kicked the front door open with his foot. It flew back with a loud crash. Hinfa and Puchao followed him into the house. The bundle found by Tien Shi contained a few fine silk garments and a lot of worn cottons. Not in the least embarrassed by the appearance of articles which she had just sworn did not exist, Puchao spoke up. Defiant in the dim light, she looked more attractive than I had ever seen her. She stood like some mystic creation from a cave painting, but her eyes blazed with hatred and her mouth was tight, like the mouth of a fox spirit in a legend of old. The clothes are mine, she said. If you don't believe me, see if they fit me or not. This then was the trick. Mother and daughter had altered all the fine clothes so that Puchao alone could claim them. Even the work team cotters were angered. They began to wish, along with Man Shi and Tien Shi, that the no-beating policy could be suspended for at least this one night. Then Puchao would never dare to challenge them as she was doing. Don't think that because you are classed a poor peasant that you can commit a crime and oppose the agrarian law, warned Chi-Yun. I think you can well remember what happened to air raid shelters who protected landlords in the past. If the masses get angry with you, no one can guarantee your safety. But Puchao was as impervious to threats as to earnest persuasion. She continued to lie, complain, and remonstrate just as her mother had taught her. One by one the cotters and the members of the Congress Committee drifted out the widow's door. They left behind only one armed man to watch the struggle objects. The rest of the raiding party gathered by the edge of the village pond. There they consulted, broke up, and consulted once again. Now this one left to investigate some hitherto forgotten cranny, now that one went to rouse a neighbor and seek an answer to some hitherto unthought of query. But always the group reconvened. The frustration that oppressed all spirits was as thick as the damp black night itself. They won't talk, that's plain, said Hinfa. And we can't beat them. They know that. That's why they talk back so sharply. It's no use trying to bluff them either. That's right, said Kun Hsin, a militiaman almost as well known for physical prowess as Man Shi. But if we hung them both up and gave them a good thrashing we'd find plenty of wealth soon enough. It was because we fought so fiercely that we got our nicknames in the past, said Man Shi. But if we hadn't been tough, we never would have won. That's true, said Hinfa. And the people still expect us to bring out the goods. Where property is at stake, Man Shi suddenly becomes a hero again. But we're not allowed to beat people, so what's the use of talking about it, said Chi-Yun. We aren't allowed to beat her, very well then, tie her up and throw her in the pond, said Man Shi. Let her drink some good ditch water. Then everything will spill out. We are just wasting our time this way. If this were the year of liberation, 10 rich peasant bastards would have been beaten to death by this time. Hu Shuechen backed Man Shi up. So did Feng. Neither of these two rough-hewn women could stand the sight of the widow or her daughter. Thus encouraged, Man Shi started for the house. 2 or 3 militiamen made ready to follow. Just in time, Hinfa took the men aside and told them bluntly that under the new code drowning was no more acceptable than beating. Then we're beaten, said Hu Shuechen, and as she said it she choked back tears. The group leaders finally decided that the widow, her lover, and her daughter must find guarantors to vouch for their behavior until the investigation into the extent of their property had been completed. In spite of the lateness of the hour, neighbors were roused and individuals found who agreed to keep an eye on all three. The women's reluctant guarantor undertook to keep the daughter in the house if the mother went out and vice versa. He also undertook to see that neither of them left the village. With this matter settled, Hinton and Chen Kayuan returned to the widow's cavernous home. They sealed everything that had been registered. They pasted strips of paper across every box and jar and wrote in black ink down the middle of the strips, "Sealed, by order of the People's Congress, July 25, 1948. They left open only one bag of millet. "That ought to keep the family until we decide what else is due them," said Hinton. The placing of the seals completed the night's work. The raiders slipped quietly off to bed, very much aware that they had met with a resounding defeat. Only Chi-Yun seemed happy. As we made our way back to the district compound in the semi-darkness before dawn, she said to Hsi and me, "That was a good night's work." "How come?" I asked. "I thought everybody felt cheated." "They did, but they stuck to the policy." "What do you mean?" "Didn't you notice Manshi? He was aching to beat them both." "That's true. But he didn't beat anyone, did he?" "No," I said. "He didn't." "So," said Chi, triumphantly, "our work hasn't been in vain." 63. Xuanchen dissents. A communist best expresses his spirit of discipline precisely when he is in danger or when there are serious differences between him and the party over matters of principle or personal matters. It is only when he unconditionally carries out organizational principles even when he is in a minority that he can be considered a highly disciplined and principled party member who is mindful of the whole situation and understands subordination of partial interests to those of the whole, subordination of a small truth to a big truth, and the need to submit differences over secondary principles and personal matters to the principle of party unity and party discipline. Liu Xiao Chi, 1945. That the first decisive act of the new Congress should have been the expropriation of a rich peasant may seem to be an extraordinary perversion of policy. Had not the county conference and the final classification made clear that all of Longbao's most serious current problems stemmed from the excessive attacks and confiscations of the past? Was not the crucial question of 1948 the repayment and resettlement of families who had been wronged? Yes. All this was certainly true, but just because it was so true, the campaign against UPU-ho took on extra significance, both subjectively and objectively. Subjectively, the discovery of one piece of unfinished business, one genuine rich peasant still in possession of surplus wealth, lent added meaning to the whole classification process and justified, at least to some extent, the travail that they had all been through. Objectively, there were also compelling reasons for settling with Longbao's untouched rich peasant. Considering all the holes that needed filling, it was clear that the Congress would need all the property that it could legitimately get together. Now every bowl, every basket counted. The surplus goods found in the widow's house and yard, when added to the land and housing that could rightly be taken from her, were enough to set several poor families on their feet, and this in spite of the fact that the canny woman had hidden the greater part of her possessions and altered her garments to fit her daughter. Necessary as the struggle was both psychologically and economically, the expropriation of UPU-ho inevitably developed into a headache for the Congress and caused its standing committee no end of trouble. On the morning after the raid, proof that UPU-ho had indeed tried to cheat the people came to light from several sources. Tzayun, the storekeeper, first came to the office to report that through intermediaries more than 100 weight of grain had been placed in his granary for safekeeping. The widow and her daughter had not eaten all their wheat after all. Next, Xuanchen and Anfeng found a sack filled with clothes, cotton cloth, and rags. It had been hidden under an old chest in Wang Er's back shed. While they were displaying the contents of the sack to Hsin, word came that Puchao had violated her guarantee and slipped out of the village. When she finally showed up at supper time, she admitted she had been to her sister's home in Yellow Mill to check some clothes she kept there in a box. Everyone suspected she had done more than that. That night the Congress delegates, in formal meeting assembled, confronted Puchao with the evidence and demanded that she choose, once and for all, whether she wanted to stay with her mother and be treated as a rich peasant struggle object, or divide the family, set up housekeeping on her own, and be treated as a poor peasant, a class status to which she was entitled by marriage. It was a strange confrontation. Hsin Fa, with loud ho-hos and ayayas, questioned Puchao like a father interrogating a wayward daughter. Puchao herself, having been exposed as a liar, stood meek and diffident before her former lover. It was an attitude that enhanced her beauty more than the defiance of the previous evening. But now all beauty seemed lost on Hsin Fa. He was hard as a cloisonné bowl. As Hsin Fa talked, Kuyuan Hsin and Tien Shi sat on the rectory steps, dismantling their rifles piece by piece and cleaning them. In this they were aided by the light of a full, round moon. Old Lady Wang and Xie Chunglai's wife half stood, half leaned on the stout staves they had brought with them to fend off wolves. The news that day was that a wolf had attacked and killed a 12-year-old girl in Li Village Gulch. Hence no one dared leave home unarmed. In the end the young woman chose to set up a home of her own. The Congress then allocated to her 2 sections of housing, an acre and 3/4 of land and an acre of her mother's corn crop. It also undertook to provide her with all the household necessities possessed by the average middle peasant. Thereafter Puchao came several times every day to village head Chunshi and asked for the cooking pots, fuel, grain, implements, and everything else she needed to live an independent life. Chunshi spent hours rummaging through the village stores to find the jars required for storing Puchao's grain. He no sooner delivered them to her door than she demanded covers for the jars. Soon other peasants began to complain. Why should the village head take such good care of a rich peasant's daughter? Let her fend for herself like everyone else. If Puchao gave Chunshi little peace, the widow, her mother, gave him even less. Puho quarreled bitterly with her son's wife, locked up all her remaining millet, and systematically set out to starve the girl. When the young woman tried to return to her mother's home, Puho attacked her at the courtyard gate, tore her jacket from her hands, and threw it onto the roof of the house. To Chunshi fell the task of climbing onto the roof to get the jacket down. And to Chunshi also fell the task of admonishing Puho to behave herself or face arrest. To settle the affairs of widow Puho, it became necessary for the Congress to meet and make final disposition of her property, even though much of it was still missing. On August 1 the following list was officially drawn up and declared confiscated. The list of goods confiscated from the rich peasant widow omitted any mention of the garments altered to fit Puchao. This so upset Hu Shuechen, the dogged, hard-working leader of the Women's Association, that she protested vehemently to the Congress when it next met. But Hsin Fa, backed by a solid majority, insisted on giving Puchao everything that fitted her. According to the regulations, he saw no other way to handle the matter. As long as they agree to divide the family, Puchao must have what is hers, he said. All we have to do is to call her in, find out what things are hers, and give them to her. But almost everything is hers now, said Hu Shuechen, holding back tears with difficulty. She remade her mother's clothes to fit herself long ago and her sister's clothes as well. She is so smart. She made fools of us, and you are going to let her get away with it. When the rest of the Congress backed Hsin Fa's view, Hu Shuechen lost her temper. What's the use of the struggle then? Everything will be Puchao's. People like me can't get a thing. As she said this, she looked down at her own frayed, 3-year-old tunic, and passed her hands across it with a gesture of disgust. Then, realizing how selfish her words sounded, she hastened to add, "Don't think I'm thinking only of myself. I only want to solve this with reason. As far as the masses are concerned, no matter how much they get they'll want more, so there is nothing to be gained by fighting for them. The real thing is the trickery, it's not right." Since she never did divide with her mother before, It's PUCHAO's fault, not ours, that her clothes are involved. I say they belong to all of us. Well, then, are we to divide her dowry too? Asked HSIN. When we call her in, we must adopt a severe attitude and warn her that she will be punished for telling any lies, but still she must be allowed to say what things are hers. As long as she describes the articles correctly and they fit her, they must be given to her, and the same goes for the daughter-in-law. As he spoke, Xue Chen shook her head. Team leader Tzai suggested that the matter be immediately brought to a vote, but HSIN opposed this. If we vote on it now and Xue Chen is voted down, she will carry a burden and maybe she will never raise another opinion again. Better discuss it further. Let everyone speak what is on their minds. Every other member of the Congress Standing Committee, including all 15 of the remaining women, supported HSIN. But Xue Chen still objected. Do you think we want to give things to PUCHAO because we like her? Asked HSIN, still sensitive about the past. Who says you like her? Now look here, exclaimed Ta Hung, the militiaman. If you two are going to quarrel, the rest of us will go to sleep. But quarrel they did until team leader Tzai Chin intervened for the second time. Xue Chen's attitude is not reasonable, he said. We must abide by democratic methods and obey the majority. There must be some reason why, after you have voiced your opinion several times, the others don't want to follow you. And if you are upset because your idea has gone awry, that is still more serious. Xue Chen fell silent then. A decision was made without her participation. Though she did not oppose it, she was obviously very angry. She remained sullen for a week and hardly contributed at all to the many important discussions that took place in the Congress during the critical period that followed. All the work team cadres and the comrades of the party branch were dismayed to see the woman who had always been the most forward-looking and progressive in the whole village, suddenly draw into herself, relapse into apathy, and nurse a grievance because she had been outvoted in a small matter very close to her heart. It was an individual reaction that might have been anticipated, however. The village had already witnessed a similar phenomenon in the case of KITSAI. It was not easy for any peasant, even the most advanced among them, to understand and support a policy based on overall considerations when it conflicted with a strong personal demand. Here the outlook of the petty producer, ingrained from birth, acted as a screen that blotted out the larger long-term interest in favor of the lesser immediate one. In Xue Chen's case, the very bitterness of her poverty was the genesis of her narrow attitude. She envied PUCHAO her fine clothes, her spoiled life, her beauty and success with men. When Xue Chen contemplated her own plain face, her big-boned frame, her lonely state, the lean years of her childhood, the way in which her first husband had beaten and starved her, the straw she had slept on for lack of a quilt, the rags she had worn and the frayed garments that were still her lot, and when she thought of all the hard work she had done to lead the women in the FANSHEN movement, and contrasted this with the way in which many had turned on her, called her selfish, criticized her leadership, told her she must give up paltry things like one lady's collar and one small strip of cloth, while at the same time they leaned over backward to see that PUCHAO got her silk tunics, her embroidered shoes, her velveteen jacket. The enormity of the injustice overwhelmed her. As far as she was concerned, a policy that brought such results was no policy at all. She could not think it through. Xue Chen's reaction to the settlement made with PUCHAO was an extreme one. In kind, however, it was no different from the negative response of almost all the members of the Communist Party branch when the Congress finally got around to that important matter, the return of illegal fruits, which was the next item on the agenda. 64. Illegal fruits returned. So it occurred inside the party that in the course of struggle certain comrades admitted more mistakes than they had committed. In order to avoid attacks, they thought that they had better accept all accusations. But although they admitted all the mistakes, as a matter of fact they still didn't know what it was all about. Here is proof that such methods of struggle cannot cultivate the firmness of a communist in sticking to the truth. Lu Xiao Chi. The only other surplus property still left in the village consisted of those items which the village communists and cotters, when questioned at the gate, had promised to give up. Since the Congress was empowered to receive these goods, promises had now to be transformed into deeds. This process proved almost as difficult as the expropriation of Upu. The nub of the problem lay in the fact that most of the communists and cotters felt that they had been treated unfairly. Under the influence of an erroneous line that had first characterized the FANSHEN in Longbao as incomplete and then blamed the local leaders for it, most of them had promised to return things which had in fact been quite openly distributed to them with the approval of the distribution committee and paid for with millet. Paid for must be understood to mean that the price of these things was subtracted from the total amount of millet allocated to them. In other words, the goods and chattels they received were a part of their just share, insofar as that had been determined by the committee. No one objected to returning illegally seized property. What they could not agree upon, however, was a definition of illegal seizure. After one distribution session, Hu Shuechen had taken home a small box. There was no record of this box in the lists, and no millet had been deducted for it. On the surface this was a case of illegal seizure. But the other communists all backed Shuechen up when she said that every single person at that meeting had taken something home. It was the result of a common decision. If Hu had seized her box, then dozens of people, cotters and common folk alike, had been guilty of seizure that day. If Hu was to be asked to give up her box, then everyone else ought to give up what they had received. Another case in point was Enfeng's shawl. Enfeng's husband had been an active militiaman before he joined the People's Liberation Army late in 1946. Day after day the militiaman had been called upon to do guard duty in bitterly cold weather. At a mass meeting the people had voted to give each militaman a shawl. This was done as a favor to the men and as a token of thanks. But before the gate the shawls had been labeled seized fruits and Enfeng had been asked to return the one given to her husband. Now this request did not seem fair. As soon as these cases came up, all the party members began to grumble. They made quick comparisons between the total amount they had received and the amount received by other peasants and concluded that for the most part they had received less. How could it be said that they had FANSHEN K2E, in excess? And if by chance they had received something especially valuable or especially useful, was it not because at the time no one else dared to take it? They recalled how Chen Kayuan and Hsin Fa, at the time of the struggle against Wang Lisun, had led a donkey around the village for a whole day and not found anyone courageous enough to claim it. It was not that people did not want the donkey, but that their eagerness was stayed by fear. They were afraid that Jiang's troops would soon return. Then anyone who had accepted anything would pay for it with his life. Under the circumstances those who finally were persuaded to take things were the bravest and most active people in the village. Should they now be punished for that? Many party members also recalled that when other peasants hesitated to voice their grievances at the meetings, it was the communists who brought up the charges in their name, and that when such grievances won property or millet, it was the communists who carried the articles or the grain to the beneficiaries' homes. At that time, in the heat of the battle, they had not asked who was getting more and who less, they had simply worked night and day to carry through the people's demands. But what thanks did they get for it? No thanks at all, but only accusations that they had themselves seized all the fruits and had FANSHEN in excess. Discussion revealed that all the vindictive statements and unfair opinions voiced by the delegates before the gate had burned themselves into the consciousness of the party members. They tended to forget about those who had been impartial, delegates like Xie Chunglai's wife and old Tui Chin, who from the very beginning had stood for an equitable solution and had always spoken out against vindictiveness. The communists remembered unfairness and forgot fairness because the atmosphere at the gate had been extreme. In the first place, the self and mutual criticism practiced there had been something new to both cotters and delegates. They had little or no experience with the kind of limited struggle necessary for solving problems that arose among the people. Uncompromising struggle against class and national enemies they knew well. Close unity with friends and relatives they also knew. But how to struggle and unite simultaneously, how to deepen unity through struggle, how to conquer weaknesses with criticism, how to exorcise the bad in friends and allies while developing the good, all this had to be learned. In the second place, there was the influence of a wrong line. Proper use of self and mutual criticism depended on the full realization that one was in fact dealing with contradictions between friends and allies, not contradictions between oneself and the enemy. Under the impact of the idea that poor peasants should conquer and rule the countryside, however, it was just this concept that had been upset. The FANSHEN of the poor had been called incomplete. Not only had the cottars been blamed for it, but suspicion had spread far and wide that many of them were in fact class enemies, landlords, and rich peasants in disguise. At the first gate, inexperience in this form of struggle, combined with a wrong line that distorted the very basis of the struggle, had produced an atmosphere which all but precluded the possibility of reconciliation. The heavy pressure which was consequently brought to bear on the cottars caused some of them to accept blame outwardly while rejecting it, or most of it, inwardly. Now that the time had come to settle accounts with concrete goods, the bitterness engendered by that acceptance bore prickly fruit in the form of an exaggerated rejection. The fruit had to be harvested and digested before the problem could be solved. Tzin, for instance, could not forget old Lady Wang's question, "What did you do during those 8 years in the army?" "Eat the people's millet." It was as if all he had experienced throughout the anti-Japanese war, the battles he had fought, the wounds he had received, the times he had risked his life, as if all this was nothing and the bringing home of a few paltry bullets had cancelled everything out. It was so unfair that his heart beat faster and his skin flushed whenever he thought of it. All the big equipment he had helped to capture, the trucks, the machine guns, the uniforms he had of course turned over to division headquarters, but these few bullets that he had personally taken from a puppet prisoner were but a souvenir of his army life that he felt he had well earned. When the village militia found themselves short of ammunition, he had sold the bullets for enough cash to buy a quilt and several suits of clothes. Now that he was asked to give up the quilt and the clothes, it seemed to him that his whole army career was called into question. Or take the question of proven thefts. Did the fact that Manshi had taken ripe fruit from certain peasants' trees, or the fact that Hung Er had stolen some salt, make the whole branch a group of thieves? Who else had stolen anything at all? Some of the comrades, women who themselves had never been in a position to graft or steal anything in any case and so had never been tested, even took the position that there had been no illegal seizures in the village whatsoever. They urged that the matter be dropped. But to this the work team could not agree. The communists were asked to review their past once again and themselves speak out what they thought should still be given up. Their response was sarcastic. "I'll hand out 3 acres, said Ta Hung. "Why so much?" "What's the reason for that?" asked Si Hung. "Since I am a communist, I should be highly conscious and help all those who have not FANSHEN." This set Tien Shi off. "Really, it's true," he said. "Communists must sacrifice. Whatever the communists do, even though the masses do the same thing, the communists must be criticized." He spoke in a tone of indignant injury. When the masses do something it is right, but if the communists do the same thing, it is wrong, said Tzin, echoing the others. "Really, communists should not eat or drink," added Ta Hung in disgust. This last remark was too much for team leader Tzin. Brusquely he brushed the hair from his forehead and took the men to task. "If the masses take things without paying, of course it is wrong. But it is because we are party members and highly conscious, just as you say, that we should take a leading part and return the fruits or pay back with millet. Then the masses may well follow us. Otherwise, if we just sit and wait for people to hand over and pay out, what is there to show that the communists are highly conscious? What difference would there be between us and the masses?" Unable to reply to this, Ta Hung went off into a corner and sat down in silence. He didn't stir for many minutes. The two militiamen, Ta Hung and Tien Shi, were most upset by the idea of surrendering fruits. This could well have been because they had received very little to start with. This was especially true of Tien Shi, who, because he was a middle peasant, never needed very much in order to FANSHEN. Certain other party members accepted the idea more willingly. With their help a list that seemed fair was finally drawn up. It was not very imposing. Hsin Fa promised a basket, a piece of wood, a stump, and one of the 3 jars which he had been legally allocated but felt guilty about possessing. Tien Shi promised an acre of land, 1 burlap bag, and a jar. When his comrades reminded him of the chicken he had seized, he got angry. The chicken, he said, had died long ago, and the chicks that hatched from the eggs she laid had also long since died. He saw no reason to replace the bird or her ill-starred brood. His argument did not seem very reasonable to me, but his colleagues did not press him further. Cheng Kayuan promised a well basket, 10 pounds of iron, 4 bags of wheat, 1 waistband, and 2 silver dollars. Hu Shuechen agreed to give up a piece of cloth an inch wide and 1 foot long, 2 small kit bags, a lamp, and 2 balls of yarn. As for the box, which had never been listed, she offered to pay for it with millet. Alien promised an iron basin and 2 ladies' collars. And Feng promised 2 balls of wool, 2 collars, a leather belt, and a manure fork. And so it went. With the exception of the acre of land promised by Tien Shi and the half-cart promised by Gen Ki, these offerings represented no great wealth. Their return to the Congress for distribution had significance far beyond the value of the articles, however. This was the first time anyone could remember that any of the spoils of power and privilege had ever been tracked down and returned. In truth, the strip of cloth promised by Hu Shuechen was nothing but a worthless rag, and the 8 rounds of ammunition brought home by Tzayun were hardly more than a souvenir of his 8 years under fire. Could one not, perhaps, afford to be indulgent? The answer was no. The articles were nothing in themselves, but the principle they represented was as wide as the world. 20 years earlier the old workers' and peasants' Red Army had started out with a few rifles, a few lances, and 3 rules: 1. Obey orders in all your actions, 2. Don't take a single needle or piece of thread from the people, 3. Turn in everything captured. These rules meant what they said. The Communist Party, the People's Liberation Army, and the new democratic government of the border region took them seriously. Public servants were expected to serve, not to graft. To overlook the misappropriation of 1 small rag or a single bullet was incompatible with a sincere revolutionary stand. When the party members finally completed the list of fruits to be returned, the non-party cadres were called before the Congress Standing Committee to add their bit. From the attitude of such men as San Ching, Yulai, and Chite, one could see, by contrast, how far the party members had progressed. These 3 men had not had the advantage of the education and discussion inside the branch. They were loath to speak their minds. On trial, as it were, before the representatives of the village, they were anxious to please, worried lest they forget some item, and eager to accept without question what others proposed. This was an attitude which most of the communists had long since abandoned. Only one non-party cadre spoke out what he really thought. This was Chang Soon, former secretary of the village government. He offered to give back a padded coat, a mat for a kayang, a few caddies of iron, 4 pecks of wheat, and 4 bolts, but when it came to his cart, a vehicle that had once belonged to the landlord Wang Lisun and was without question the best cart in the whole village, he declared that he had paid 100 weight of grain for it and meant to keep it. The matter of the cart provoked long discussion. Everyone thought that Chang Soon had taken advantage of his position in the village administration when he bought the vehicle. The fact of the matter was that he already had a cart of his own, sold that one for 250 weight of grain, and then turned around and bought the superior cart from the struggle fruits for 100 weight. This might have been overlooked by the villagers if carts had been plentiful, but because there was no single item in all the inventory of the village in such short supply and in such great demand, everyone looked at this transaction with suspicion. How was it that family after family had no cart, yet Chang Soon, who already had one, was able to obtain the best in the village? By selling his old cart for 2.5 hundredweight and buying another for 100 weight, he had not only ended up with a much better cart, but had made a profit of 1.5 hundredweight besides. Chang Soon was notorious for just such shrewd deals. He was miserly and tight-fisted and had made himself unpopular over the years by consistently getting the better of his neighbors when buying or selling. If he had not been such a covetous man, the peasants would not have made such an issue of the transaction, but the combination of the valuable cart and its crafty owner was too much for the committee of the Congress to overlook. Chun Shi suggested that Chang Soon return to the village the profit he had made from selling his old cart and then pay several additional hundredweight for the cart he bought from the fruits. Chang Soon offered to give up the profit, no more and no less. When the committee objected to this, he asked for his old cart back again. Angry with Chang Soon and unable to agree among themselves, the committee members decided to hold the matter over for presentation to the whole Congress. On the last day of July, the whole list of things to be given up by the cottars was finally brought before the Congress for approval. Introducing the subject to the delegates as they sat in the tree-shaded backyard of the mission compound, team leader Tzai Chin explained the principles under which the property was being returned. 1. Only grafted or seized property was to be handed over. All things for which millet had been paid or deducted, even if the purchaser had bought more than other people, were to be kept. 2. No one, after handing out fruits, should be brought below the level of the average new middle peasant, regardless of whether or not he had seized many things. 3. If repayment in a lump sum threatened hardship to any family, the Congress should not demand immediate payment in full but should arrange for installments and a gradual liquidation of the debt. According to my understanding, Tzai said, the corruption in this village is not serious. I personally know of a cotter in another community who had to return BRC 700,000 about $700 US currency. In Longbao all the goods misappropriated by all the cottars put together will not come to BRC 700,000. The main thing is not the value of the goods but the truth, the attitude of the cottars and the communists involved. By handing out these things they demonstrate that they recognize their mistakes and prove that they keep their word. You Congress delegates are the representatives of the masses, so you must speak the truth and find a proper solution. Do not try to save face for others. Do not give the people cause to say that the new cottars protect the old. At the same time keep the two principles in mind, only illegal possessions are to be handed back, and no one shall be reduced below the level of a new middle peasant by this procedure. The Congress then moved on to check the whole list. Its 35 members were quite lenient. Even old Lady Wang tried to save face for everyone. She was in an unusually mellow mood. When the question of Tzai's bullets came up, she said, he worked hard at the front, and the bullets should belong to him. When others argued that he should pay for the mirror which he smashed, she said, he got angry. Young people get angry easily. When Suhar argued that a quilt which he had taken without permission was already worn out, she said, why not let him have the quilt? It looked as if she understood that the new pattern of power and leadership in the village had been settled and had decided to make amends all around. It behooved her, therefore, to try and undo the effect of all the harsh words she had spoken in the past. This unusual attitude on her part was too much for her colleagues. They were all much stricter than she. We have no mandate to go easy on Suhar, they said, and they asked him to pay in full for the quilt he had already worn through. They also demanded that Tzaiun pay for the mirror he had broken and for the bullets that were sold. They were not vindictive, however. They did not demand the last pound of flesh and the last drop of blood. Chun Shi, for instance, had run through a whole bag of millet while on a trip to the city for the purpose of delivering tax grains. His expenses were high because he was delayed by rain 20 days of rain on end. It was no fault of his end, since he had gone to the city on public business, the Congress decided that the village should bear the expense. When Hu Shuai-chen enumerated the pitiful list of things she proposed to give back, all said, "These are but trifles, hardly worth a peck of millet." They told her to keep them all and pay the Congress 2 quarts of grain. Hu was much relieved. Shen Yuxing had misappropriated 20 feet of cloth, 1 pair of shoes, a sweater, and half an acre of land. The sweater came from the body of Shen Qimei, the traitor who was shot at the meeting that followed the liberation of Longbao. Old Lady Wang said that Yuxing ought to keep the sweater, for it would have been buried with the body if he had not had the gall to remove it. Others disagreed. That was also public property, they said. He had no right to take it. And they asked him to hand it over. The shoes were a different matter. They had been given to him by the village when he was called out for rear service. He had no shoes of his own at the time and could not go to the front barefooted. They told him to keep them. To ask them back would be to box our own ears, they said. He wore the shoes on a public mission, nor for his private gain. Thus a line was drawn between what was fair and reasonable and what was unfair. The line was drawn so responsibly and with such precision that everyone appeared satisfied. Chang Sun's cart alone aroused prolonged controversy. After 2 hours of discussion, the Congress finally decided that he should pay 3 more hundredweight of wheat and keep the cart. The final list, as approved by the 35 delegates to the Congress, was then taken back to the sectional groups of the Peasants' Association and read off item by item. In the Southwest section, all the small items, especially those on the women's list, only bored the peasants. Each time it was announced that millet would be paid in settlement, but only after the fall harvest, snickers could be heard from those who were skeptical that any grain would ever be paid. When the list of goods offered by San Xiaching was read out with an explanation that he had confessed it all himself, someone said, "Who knows, perhaps he stole more things. How do we know that he spoke out everything on his conscience?" "That's right," said another. "Plenty of things were grafted." "Can you prove that?" demanded Yuan Lung, a Congress member. "No, I have no proof." "Then you can't just make it up out of your imagination," said Yuan Lung. Tai Shan's mother backed him up. The meeting in the southwest corner of the village was a poor one. The people were still excessively concerned with the amount of millet they stood to gain, and when they saw that there was very little forthcoming, they fell silent, urged Chi-Yun to read faster, and began to drift away. In the north and east sections the attitude of the peasants was much better. The list engendered a lively discussion, name by name, and on the whole the decisions of the Congress were supported. Criticism centered around one thing only: the disposition of Chang Sun's cart. From all 3 sections of the village came the opinion that 300 weight was too little for Chang Sun to pay. They demanded that he pay 400 weight and give up half the cart. Comrade Tzai Chin was disturbed by the lack of unanimity. He decided that this matter of the cart, though a nuisance, was important enough to get to the bottom of, even if it took a week. He singled it out as an issue that could serve as an education for everyone. It turned out that many delegates to the Congress had not supported the decision of the Congress when they sat with their Peasants' Association groups. Back among the people they opposed a plan which they themselves had made in the higher body. They not only opposed it, but they led the people to reject it. Tzai felt that there was something radically wrong about this. If any delegate disagreed with the decision of the Congress, he should have had the courage to speak out, argue then and there, and settle the matter instead of keeping silent, only to rise and oppose the decision he himself had voted for when the issue came before the whole people. What was the use of bringing to the people for approval a decision they could not possibly accept? If it were a reasonable decision, all likely objections to it could have been anticipated and considered, and the delegates armed with strong arguments for an overwhelming yes vote. Democracy, said Tzai Chin, could only work if people were frank with one another. The matter of the cart was therefore taken up as a main topic by the whole village, and first and foremost by the party members in their branch meeting. In the branch, because the communists had already acquired the habit of speaking out, the question of the cart could most easily be examined in its many-sidedness. One by one, the issues involved in the dispute were brought out and settled by unanimous agreement. Below are listed the questions posed by TZI and the answers given by the party. Question: was 300 weight a cheap price to pay for a cart that was worth 10? Answer: at the time of the distribution in 1947, all prices were low. They were not a real reflection of market value. The distribution prices were never meant to be market value prices. They were set up simply as a means for comparing one article with another so as to facilitate equitable division, and no attempt had ever been made to equate the longbow fruits with the prices commanded by similar items elsewhere. Therefore, it was not fair to say that 300 weight was too low a price. Question: why was Chang Soon, who already had a cart, able to buy another? Answer: at the time, many people were afraid. They feared change of sky, and although they were willing to take millet, which was almost as anonymous as money, something big and conspicuous like a cart was too obvious. Should Jiang's troops ever return, they would be marked. At that time Chang Soon was the only peasant in the whole village who had the courage to buy the cart. As soon as he bought it, others became jealous and began to criticize him. He went to the district magistrate and asked if he should give it back. The magistrate said no, to give it back would make it appear that he also was afraid. In order to encourage others to join in the struggle for FANSHEN, he should keep it. So keep it he did. Everyone knew that even Chang Soon was frightened when he took possession of the cart, but he was so greedy that he could not resist the bargain. His avarice overcame his prudence, and almost against his will he took the lead where others feared to tread. Since that was so, how could Chang Soon be blamed for having bought the cart? Question: why were the people so vindictive when it came to this cart? Answer: everyone disliked Chang Soon's miserly nature and his sharp manner. Since he was no longer a cotter, they thought they could squeeze something out of him. That's all very easy now, said Tianshi. I know how the people are thinking. They want to compel him to give up the whole cart. Now everyone wants more things: carts, animals, two-story houses, everything. For they all know that the 8th Root Army will stay forever. Suddenly the cart is worth 20 hundredweight. Question: should Chang Soon pay anything more at all? Answer: yes. For even in 1946 other good carts went for 300 weight, and he paid only 1. And besides, he made a very good profit by selling his old cart. He certainly owed the village something. Question: why shouldn't Chang Soon be asked to give up at least half of his fine cart, since carts were so scarce in the village? Answer: no one wanted to share a cart with him. He was too hard to get along with. Who wanted to buy quarrels? Who wanted to pay good millet for the privilege of fighting with Chang Soon over the use of this cart? Besides, the principle of sharing carts hadn't worked out very well in the past. When several people owned one cart, no one took full responsibility for it, and it was apt to be left out in the hot sun after a rain to dry, shrink, and crack. Under such treatment even the best cart in the world would not last long. Having settled all this in detail, the party members tried to arrive at what they considered to be a fair value for the cart. Hsin Fa again said he thought 300 weight was right. No one disagreed. Team leader Tzai Chin immediately remarked that this was strange. He knew that there were at least 3 opinions on this matter. Why didn't someone else speak up? Under such prodding, Zhou Chenglo suddenly began to talk. He said he supported the opinion of many people in his part of the village, which was that Chang Soon should pay the Congress 4.5 hundredweight. This brought the disagreement into the open, and the merits of the 2 positions were then thoroughly reviewed. The issue was finally resolved, inside the party branch, at least, with the recommendation that village head Chun Shi had originally made, that is, that Chang Soon should pay back the 100.5 profit he had made on the deal, plus 2 more hundredweight for the cart itself. When this suggestion was again brought before the people, it was accepted. When the branch met later, Tzai Chin, on behalf of the work team, went out of his way to congratulate Zhou Chenlo for having had the courage to start the argument. "The point is," said Tzai, "that only through hot argument can we get at the truth. Real democracy means speaking out one's own opinion. Only when we ourselves understand this can we lead others to understand and use democracy." From millions of just such small incidents the fabric of political life in revolutionary China was being woven. 65. Arrests and restitutions. Extreme democracy is almost universal in this county. As for the people, since they have suffered dictatorship without democracy for thousands of years, surely they find it difficult to accustom themselves to democracy. They go to extremes. That is to be expected. We can divide those who go to extremes into two kinds: those who do not understand democratic centralism, those who do not know that the minority must bow to the majority, and those who take advantage of the new situation and defy the majority because they think nobody can do anything about it. Secretary Wang. 3rd Administrative District. Taihang. One day, just as the Congress assembled in the mission yard, an old man ran in. He was smeared with mud from head to foot. The right side of his face was so swollen that he could not open his eye. Panting and weeping simultaneously, he described the terrible beating he had received from his son Po Tai. He even got down on his knees, laid his head on the ground, knocked his forehead against the bricks of the court and beat and kicked himself to show that he had been attacked while he lay prostrate and helpless. The Congress committee sent for Po Tai, locked him up overnight, and asked him to atone for the beating by doing 10 days extra labor on the land of a soldier's family. Family quarrels such as this were common enough. What made the incident significant was the fact that Po Tai's father came to the Congress with his complaint. A few weeks earlier he would have come crying for team leader Ho. Now he sought out the Congress and by his action indicated that the people were beginning to recognize the existence of the new government. This was an important step forward. The position of the new Congress as the supreme ruling body in the village was further consolidated when, a few days later, the district office turned over to it a serious criminal case. The crime occurred in broad daylight halfway through a hot, humid August afternoon. Behind the district office, village head Chun Shi was ladling manure out of a privy. The night soil in this privy had been allocated to a plot of land that still belonged to the village school. Since nobody would volunteer to transport the stinking liquid, the village head had to do it himself. Suddenly he heard an angry voice on the other side of the walled enclosure. "We struggled against the landlords," said the voice, "but the district cotters live in the church and oppress the people. Every day they eat wheat while we eat millet. Who built the church for them anyway? Who told them to occupy the people's fruits?" Unwilling to believe his ears, Chun Shi went on loading manure. The tirade continued. "Really, the church belongs to us Catholics. We built it, but they deny it to us. The sons of bitches. I'm not afraid of them. They struggled against Wang Kaiching and Shi Laming, Catholic landlords. That was a mistake. If they get in my way again, someone is going to get killed." This was too much for Chun Shi. He put down his long-handled ladle and stepped to the gate. There, all alone, stood the peasant Kenpao, a striking figure at any time of day. Kenpao had a rugged frame, stocky and squat like a judo wrestler, calloused hands, a weather-beaten face, eyes that were fixed in a perpetual squint from working under the sun, and the walk of a man who knows hard labor. All this was typical of many Longbao peasants, but what made Kenpao unusual was the wild look in his eyes, the fact that the towel on his head was always a bit askew, and a disorder about his dress that indicated a total disregard for convention. It was as if he pulled his clothes off and on while still asleep. These external signs of eccentricity were reinforced by the strange behavior of the man. He habitually talked to himself, broke into violent rages, and beat his wife with a single-mindedness that bordered on madness. Little wonder that the villagers regarded him as slightly queer, if not hopelessly deranged. "What was that you said?" She asked. Ken Pao, taken by surprise, refused to reply. Well, you needn't repeat it, I heard it anyway, said She. What did you mean by those words? Never mind what words I said. I'll swap my life any day for the lives of several cotters. With that Ken Pao leaped at She, grabbed his thumb and tried to break it with one swift, backward jerk. Tien Shi and Man Shi, working the village-owned vegetable garden nearby, were startled by Shi's scream of pain. They came running, threw Ken Pao down, tied him up and took him to the district office. Magistrate Li thought it very unlikely that Ken Pao's strange soliloquy was entirely self-generated. Though the man had actively attacked the landlords in 1946 and had received a fair share of the fruits, as soon as the draft agrarian law was announced he began to curse the cotters and loudly proclaim that the poor had not FANSHEN. We fought to build this kingdom, he said, but only the cotters got the benefit. After the Second County Conference in July, 1948, his line of attack suddenly shifted. He openly questioned the expropriation of the landlords, particularly the Catholic landlords, and denounced the settling accounts movement of the past as a bad and cruel thing. Every day he quarreled with his wife. Their pot was empty, but instead of working to fill it, he stole. Only that week he had been released from the district lockup for selling shovel blades that did not belong to him. Did such a man have the wit to respond to policy changes as quickly as he had lately been doing? The magistrate thought not. It was much more likely that someone had put him up to it. 2 hours of questioning failed to pry anything out of Ken Pao, however. He belied all preconceptions concerning his native wit by answering every question with cunning evasion. When Magistrate Li asked if he had ever threatened to kill anyone, he said, "If you send me to jail, I will have to risk my life and kill someone. Who then will you kill? I can only kill myself. I have lived in Longbao all my life. How could I kill anyone here?" When Magistrate Li repeated this question, Ken Pao finally admitted that he had made threats, but he blamed it all on his wife. "I threatened to kill the village leader and 4 or 5 others, but I only said such words because I am crazy. It is my wife that drives me crazy. I can't even stretch out a leg in the house without her permission. Now she wants all my wages from the harvest season, and she threatened to go to the village office for help. That's why I cursed the village head." Magistrate Li took the problem to the party branch. The branch, in turn, recommended that the Standing Committee of the Congress call Ken Pao before a mass meeting. With the whole village assembled, it might be possible to tell who supported him and who opposed him and thus expose those who had added fuel to his hatred. When Magistrate Li took this suggestion to the Congress Committee it was accepted, but the mass meeting which followed proved nothing. Nobody came to Ken Pao's defense. His wife, amid uncontrollable sobs, told of the terrible life she led with him ever since his return from the army. She revealed that he wanted to get a divorce by going, not to the civil authorities of the border region, but to the Catholic bishop in the cathedral at Taiyuan. Since the Catholic Church was unalterably opposed to divorce and since Taiyuan was in traitor domain, the people all cursed Ken Pao and sided with his wife. Ken Pao begged their pardon and asked for a chance to reform, but the decision of the meeting was to send him to the village lockup, at least until the motives behind his behavior became clearer. Ken Pao, rooting like a mole in the dirt, twice escaped from the earthen-walled lockup and was twice recaptured. When the militia got their hands on him for the second time, they tied him up very tightly with rope and wire and put him in the home of their captain, Suhar. The next day the committee of the Congress met to decide his future. He was released on condition that he do 15 days extra labor for some soldier's family and find 3 guarantors who would see to it that he did not beat his wife or curse or swear at anyone. On the morning of his release I was sitting with the work team cotters beside the village street. We were eating the millet gruel served out at the district office for breakfast. Ken Pao came plodding along with his son at his side and his hoe over his shoulder, all prepared for work on an absent soldier's field. He grinned self-consciously as he passed our group. Chyun called out to him, "Do a good job." Ken Pao nodded and proceeded on his way. Extreme democracy was definitely on the way out in Longbao. Considering the seriousness of the crime, the punishment meted out to Ken Pao was mild indeed. A year earlier he could well have been severely thrashed, driven into exile, even beaten to death. Now his counter-revolutionary talk was treated more as a joke than a problem, and the punishment he received for physically assaulting the village head was no worse than he might have expected for stealing grain. In effect, what the Congress offered him was an opportunity to reform. This magnanimity was a reflection of the confidence which the revolutionary forces felt in their cause and of its support among the people. That a dissident faction still existed seemed obvious. Ken Pao could hardly have acted on his own. Who was it then that egged him on? There seemed to be only one logical answer, that group of disgruntled Catholics who gathered at Carpenter Li Hojian's house and rallied politically behind Shen Chyunte. On them surely the blame must be laid for the assault on Chyunshi and also for that earlier, much more serious assault on Team Cotter Little Chyur. Absence of concrete evidence made it difficult to prove any such allegations, however, and the general upsurge of confidence that followed the election of the Congress made it unnecessary to do so. The injustices on which dissidents fed were fast being done away with. In the place of merciless blows, the Congress had substituted a policy of love, protect, educate, remold, and unite. Behind this policy was the idea, so often stated and restated, that poor and middle peasants, regardless of their views, their past and their present, could be won to the revolution if, and this was the crux of the matter, they were treated as potential allies and given time to change their views. The leniency shown to Ken Pao was a concrete expression of this outlook. Ken Pao's case delayed but did not sidetrack the main business before the Congress. Having disposed of it, the delegates tackled the next big job at hand, the filling of the holes. A rough matching of needs against goods and land available led the delegates to believe that a final settlement would not be too difficult. They tallied up almost enough housing to go around, and although they were short 7 acres of land, they knew that they could count on the return of some fields from middle peasant families who did not have enough labor power to cultivate all they owned. Since top priority in any settlement had to go to wrongly expropriated peasants, a meeting was called on August 2 to which were invited all those middle and poor peasant families who had been victims of attack. The meeting was held in the old clan temple on the village square. This temple boasted a loft from which one could look down on the village pond and the courtyards all around it. The middle peasants and their wives or widows came into the building with some trepidation. The former puppet Tseng Chengshi even hesitated at the door when he saw that all the people present were relatives of struggle objects. The thought apparently flashed through his head that the struggle was to begin all over again. But since there was no way to withdraw at that point, he moved cautiously in. I gained the impression that Chengshi's reservations were shared by others. All the people present were nervous and silent as the meeting began. Village head Chengshi, who had been asked by the Congress to chair the meeting, carefully explained the policy of repayment. His listeners had heard of it before, but it was one thing to know about it in general and quite another to stand there and be told that it was going to be put into effect immediately. Up until that moment few of the people in the temple believed that they would ever be repaid. Chengshi asked each family head in turn to tell how much land and property was needed. The peasants then put forward some very modest requests. Wang Huanan, the middle peasant whose wife and brother had both been killed in the uproar over the discovery of 2,000 silver dollars buried in his back courtyard, said, "I need a few sections of housing, nothing else." But Chengshi was skeptical. "How much land do you have?" he asked. "An acre and a third for 4 people." At this many people laughed out loud. "That's not possibly enough." "But I can work out as a hired laborer and support the family that way," said Huanan. This offer was ignored. "Better speak out what you want, what you need." But Huanan was still reluctant to ask for anything. It almost seemed as if he feared some trap. "If I said everything that I wanted it would be too much." Never mind. Huanan finally screwed up his courage and said, I want another acre and a half, 5 sections of house, and a few things to cook and work with. This demand was modest enough considering the size of his family. The fact of the matter was that ever since the expropriation of the Wang family, Huanan had not even had a pot to cook millet in or a hoe to break ground with. Now he was supposed to be repaid not only enough to make him an average middle peasant but enough to restore his family to its original prosperity. When Huanan realized that his request was not considered excessive, but on the contrary was more meager than the village leaders had expected, he began to smile. Ever since the struggle I have been worried, he said. But after the classification, when I was called a middle peasant and the group leader praised me in the meeting for my hard labor, I felt better. Now if I can get some land and housing, that is fine. I can certainly live a comfortable life, for I am strong and I can work. Shen Nan's widow, son, and mother constituted the other branch of the family. Village head Chun Shi suggested that land as well as housing be given to the son and that his mother and grandmother share the house. As for the land, until he was old enough to work it himself, his uncle Huanan could till it for him. Huanan agreed to this. I was thinking the same thing myself, he said. When they asked the old woman, Shen Nan's mother, if that was all right with her, she could not speak. She broke into tears, tears of relief and tears of sorrow for the tragedy that had occurred. Shen Nan's widow tried to comfort her. She herself was smiling. Really, ever since the struggle I have never dared make a plan for the future, she said. I thought, who can tell? When will they attack us again? So I planned only for the next meal and ate whatever was in the house. Fortunately for the Congress, not every family wanted land. Several even wanted to give some up. Among these was Shen Chuangniu. He had 7 acres for 6 people and worked at the village in full time. He preferred his work at the inn to labor on the land and found 7 acres far too much to handle. The same proved true of Shang Shi Tiou's widow. Her husband had been killed by the 8th Route Army because, as puppet village head, he had refused to cooperate with the guerrilla forces and had instead hunted them down. Without any able-bodied men left in the family, she found the land a burden. Another former puppet leader, Kuo Chao Cheng, had land and housing enough but wanted some grain to tide him over the summer. From a whole acre planted to wheat, he had harvested only a peck and a half and was left with nothing to eat. When I was expropriated, he said, I was very frightened. But later I realized that if I hadn't worked for the enemy I never would have been attacked. It wasn't because of my wealth. Since then I have worked hard. I bear no grudge, for I deserved the treatment I got. Now all that is past, and all I have to do is to work hard for a good life in the future. Nevertheless, in the last few years I have been very upset, and I worried myself sick. The ex-puppets Tseng Chengshi and Li Tiongzhen were dissatisfied with their houses. Each said he lived in a broken-down dwelling. This was certainly true of Tseng's family. I had eaten there with Chiyun and I could not forget the sick girl coughing on that kayang or the odor of decay that hung everywhere in that narrow room. Further questioning brought out the fact that what really bothered these two families was not their houses as such, but their neighbors. Chengshi did not get on well with the widow across the court, and Tiongzhen quarreled incessantly with the notorious Jinchu. Often, said Tiongzhen, I have thought of building a wall between us and of opening another gate into the yard, but there is only one well, and it belongs to me. If I put a wall around it, other people will call me selfish. So I haven't carried out my plan. Chengshi suggested, half in jest, half in earnest, that he and Tiongzhen swap houses, but the latter did not respond. The village head promised to look into other alternatives. The meeting did not last long. It took only a few hours to list all the needs of these people and to listen for a while to their recollections and feelings. Short as it was, however, it had a profound effect. All the statements about uniting with the middle peasants, about coalition of classes, about the need for allies counted for far less than this one meeting where the actual repayment of goods to those families that had been unjustly attacked was begun. People had learned to be skeptical of words, but it was impossible to be skeptical of such deeds. When the time came to hand out property, Wang Huanan was truly given special consideration. The Congress gave him an acre of corn land and an acre of wheat land from the very center of the best land in the village, the rich peasant Upu Ho's holdings. They gave his mother and his nephew together an acre of corn adjacent to his own and thus brought the total land under his care to 6 acres. 2 of these had a full crop of corn on them, the only land under crops that was available in the whole village. Everyone envied Huanan this stroke of fortune. In respect to housing, Huanan received 7 sections of the foreign building, the 2-storied structure once owned by Chief of Staff HSU, for himself and 5 more for his mother and his nephew, making 12 in all. This was the same amount of housing he had originally possessed. In addition to this, the Congress gave him a well-constructed privy at the end of the foreign building. Insofar as restitution could ever make up for the attack he had suffered, it was certainly carried out with these decisions. In the past we said that the Communist Party loves the poor, said team leader Tzai Chin, speaking before a mass meeting of the village. Was this slogan correct? Well, it was both right and wrong. In the past the Communist Party loved the poor because they were oppressed and exploited by the landlords and the feudal system. But now feudalism has been destroyed, and the land is being divided up. Are we still to love the poor? If we leave aside for the moment the sick and the aged who cannot labor, the only poor in the future will be those who do not want to work, who will not lift a finger to help themselves. Are we to love such people? I think not, said Tzai Chin decisively. Suppose there is a small hole in this man's roof. He is too lazy to repair it. Instead he comes running to the village office. He says, "Look here, Chunshi, there is a hole in the roof of my house. Soon the whole building will collapse and bury me alive. What are you going to do about it?" What is Chunshi to answer? He can only answer, "We are very sorry, of course we don't want to see you buried alive, but if you don't do anything about it yourself you have only yourself to blame." No. In the future we shall not love the poor. We want everyone to work hard and to strive to become a new rich peasant. With the land question solved there is nothing to prevent us all from becoming as prosperous as Li Sun Ta. Thus did Tzai Chin introduce the final period of work in Longbao, the general distribution of the land and houses. He made it very clear to his listeners that this was the last time land and houses would be distributed. The decisions made in the next few days had to be final because there was no more property to divide. There were no more landlords, no more rich peasants, and no more cotters with special holdings obtained by special powers. And under no circumstances could middle peasants be asked to give up their holdings against their will. Therefore the land and houses that were to change hands at this time were the last that would ever be redistributed without cost. After this, if you want land you will have to buy it. Don't expect anyone to give you any, Tzai Chin warned. He urged the Congress to take great pains and do everything patiently and well. Only thus can we lay a firm foundation for the future of this village forever. If we are careless and make mistakes we shall plant a seed that can grow and do great harm later on. Once again Zupao Kongyi, self-report, public appraisal, was adopted as the basic method for deciding what conditions were this time, who was in need and how much they should get. The results of these reports in the 3 sections of the village were brought to the Congress by the delegates. A complete list was then drawn up. This list, read off at last to a mass meeting, was still open for adjustment. Families who felt that they had not received fair treatment could demand reconsideration and could even appeal to the county government if necessary. With the needs of the wrongly expropriated taken care of, the next in line were those still classed as poor. Land was allocated to each of these according to need. After 29 poor peasants had divided between them some 15 acres of land and had brought their average holdings up to an acre per capita, other special cases were considered. I found these extremely interesting and report a few of them to show the complexity of the problems which a simple land distribution can produce. There was the case of the soldier, Shikaodza. He had come home on leave in order to marry. He had brought with him from his unit a resettlement paper requesting the village government to give him land, housing, and implements, and help him get started as a new middle peasant in an independent household. This was not an unusual request. In fact, every village had been asked by the county government to set aside some 8 or 10 acres of land for just such contingencies. The trouble was that in this case Shikaodza already owned land and houses and household goods in Longbao. He also owned an acre of land in Horse Square. What he planned to do was to turn all his original holdings over to his brother and ask the village to resettle him completely with more fertile land and better housing. I have been home more than a month. I turned in my resettlement paper weeks ago. But nothing has been done for me. I would have returned to my unit long ago if you hadn't held up this matter, said she, very sharply. He blamed the People's Congress for the fact that he was not already back at the front. But the Congress delegates and village head Chun-shi did not think that he was entitled to any such resettlement. We are only illiterate peasants, they told him. We do not fully understand the settlement policy, but in our opinion any soldier who already has land and housing need not be given more. If, like Old Cow, you come to us bare-handed and want to settle here, then we must give you land and everything else. But that is not the case with you. If you think you have been wronged you can take it up with your superiors, and we will take it up with ours. If they order us to give you land, of course we will give it to you. Otherwise we will handle this the way we have always done in the past, and that is to give people what they lack. Poor peasant Wan Kaipao's problem was entirely different. He was a weaver who owned very little land, less than half an acre per head. Everyone said that he was lazy. Although he was forced to weave to supplement the income from his land, he still didn't work very hard at his craft and his living conditions were very poor. Hsin Fa wanted to give him another acre and a half. Ta Hung wanted to give him another 3 acres. But Kaipao was very distressed when he heard about that. Your mother's cunt, he said. I can't handle that much. Look here, they said to him. This is your last chance. Later on you won't be able to get any land at all. If you should find yourself in difficulty and have nothing to eat, the village won't give you any relief, for you are an able-bodied man and should raise your own food. Kaipao finally agreed to take another acre. The most extraordinary case of all involved the party member Chang Eileen. She wanted her land held in a dead man's name. Chang Eileen was the attractive but rather vain young woman whose husband Man Tsang had been so severely beaten by the members of the Women's Association in 1946. He died later of an illness in no way connected with the beating and left his land and other property to his wife. She then married the landless peasant Chin Sui. Chin Sui volunteered for the army and left for the front. His mother moved into Eileen's quarters. According to the marriage contract, Chin Sui promised to forego all rights to the land and houses. The first son that his wife bore was to be considered the son of her first husband, Man Tsang. This son would inherit all the property. The children that followed were to belong to the living husband, Chin Sui. They would not be entitled to any land or buildings. As the final settlement approached, the mother-in-law, very upset by the arrangement which her son had made, asked for housing and land enough for 2. She found living with Eileen impossible. The young woman was very strong-willed and, as the owner of the property, had completely turned the tables on her new mother-in-law. Now you are living in my house, and eating off my land, she reminded the old lady almost daily. And so you will do things the way I want them done. When this case came before the Congress, the delegates first asked, what if she has no sons at all? Then she will buy one or ask a relative to give her one, said the tearful mother-in-law. Team leader Tzai was consulted as to the law. He pointed out that according to border region custom the land of a dead husband did in fact belong to his wife. As the legal heir, she could do with it as she wanted. But the delegates didn't accept this. Man Tsang is already dead. How can a ghost be the owner of the land and house? If they had a male child, the property would belong to the child, but now there is no lawful owner, said Ta Hung. The Congress delegates all agreed. The root of the case, as they saw it, was the unheard of suppression of the mother-in-law by the daughter-in-law. This arose only because the latter owned the property. Chin Sui is no use at all, said one of the men. How could he ever have made such a bargain, exclaimed another. He was a poor peasant, one of the basic masses, yet he was so worried that he would not find a wife that he gave up his most precious rights. They all considered Chin Sui to be a hopeless case. In order to rescue him from his own mistakes, they declared the property of the dead man, Man Tsang, to be the property of the village. Then they turned it over to the landless peasant, Chin Sui, and by that act gave his mother supremacy over his wife, Chna Eileen. Chna Eileen regarded the decision as a total disaster. The work team did not agree with this decision of the Congress, but there was no way in which to intervene. Only extended education could change the attitude of Longbao's leaders towards women's rights, and this would no doubt be a protracted process. After all decisions had been made, the Congress delegates added up the land and property available and matched them against the promises made and found that they were 1 acre short. Worse than that, they found that they had no reserve left for future adjustments or for demobilized soldiers who might choose to settle in Longbao. The 8 to 10 acres originally set aside for that purpose had already been allocated. The Standing Committee of the Congress decided to find out if there were not a few middle peasants who would be willing to give up land. A list was drawn up of all those families that actually had a surplus of land in terms of the labor power available to them. Some had already indicated in the past that they might give up some land if it were needed. The list included such people as Ming Ian's mother, a widow who could not work in the fields herself and often said, "Just because of the land we are poor. For we have to employ hired labor and pay taxes. Too much land is a burden." And there was Ki Hua, who wanted to give more than 1 acre to Shen Huanan because she thought that he would take good care of the ancestral graves there. Delegates were sent to talk to all the people on the surplus land list. In the evening they returned to report complete success. All the middle peasants who were visited agreed to cooperate. The land thus given up amounted to more than 10 acres. The problem was solved. Not everyone was satisfied in every respect. Nevertheless, the delegates felt that the best and fairest distribution possible had been made. They were all in very high spirits. They made all kinds of jokes as the end of this work approached, and laughed almost as much as they talked. At one point Hu Shuechen, who still had not recovered from her disappointment over Puchao's clothes, asked petulantly what she would do for a privy if she accepted the new home that the Congress had offered her. "Use the one you have always used," said old Tui Chin. But the old privy was 2 courtyards and 3 walls away. "She'll have to buy a ticket and take a bus every time she wants to go," said Yuan Lung. "She could take an airplane," said Tzayuan. They finally decided to give Shuechen housing in a courtyard that already possessed a privy in good condition. At another point in the proceedings, the women, who still sat in a circle by themselves, were bypassed on an important matter. "I have neglected half of China," said village head Chunshi. He was warmly applauded. The only member of the Congress who did not share in all this merriment was old Lady Wang. She was bitterly disappointed by the whole procedure. In anticipation of her son's marriage, she had intrigued and schemed ever since the arrival of the work team for more land and houses. She had fought against being called a new middle peasant and antagonized half the village with her bitter tongue, only to find that in the final settlement they proposed to give her nothing. In despair she asked for at least enough building material to repair her 5 sections of house. She was turned down. "But her son will get married soon, and there is no place for the young couple to live," said Tai Shan's mother, coming to old Lady Wang's aid at the last minute. "How can we help that?" asked the others. Many people are going to be married. Maybe next year she will have a grandson. How can we figure him in? Kuale, Kuale, I'm finished, cried old lady Wang, and she got up ready to leave the meeting. But this time no one seemed to care, so she sat down again. With the problem of land and housing out of the way, the Congress next settled the question of the distribution of movable property and livestock. First, the wrongly expropriated middle peasants were given everything they needed. Wang Huanan, for instance, got a cart, a donkey, and a plow. Then the leftover items were sold to those who wanted them, and the millet was distributed to the poor peasant families who still had not FANSHENed. A committee of 8, appointed by the Congress, carried out this action and the distribution which followed. 66. Self-report, public appraisal solves the tax question. Just one more. Ear of grain. Just one more. To equal one more bullet. To stop the enemy. Tianqian. During the first few days of August the heat was intense. Since it had rained enough in the latter part of July to soak the ground thoroughly, the heat worked miracles with the crops. Corn grew luxuriantly. There were no signs at all that it had ever been damaged by hail. Other crops also burgeoned with unexpected vigor. When the mutual aid teams went out to hoe, they disappeared completely in the green foliage. One could tell that men were at work only by the snatches of song and conversation that rose from the matted jungle on the land. The hot, sticky August air gave evidence of another kind of labor. It was tainted with a haze that was the result of diffused smoke. All around the countryside one could see great columns of smoke rising to the heavens. They were generated by peasants burning weeds and trash in order to get ashes for the manufacture of saltpeter. Saltpeter had become the lifeblood of the People's Liberation Army. As guerrilla warfare gave way to mobile warfare and this in turn developed ever more frequently into positional warfare, shells played a growing part in the fighting. Since not enough of these could be captured in battle to ensure sustained barrages on widely scattered fronts, supplementary munitions had to be manufactured in small local arsenals and packed with domestic explosives. In the battle for Linfen alone 17 railroad cars full of shells were expended in one pre-dawn bombardment. Before the garrison there was finally routed, more saltpeter had been used up than all the peasants of Lekeng and Changchi counties combined could create in a year. No wonder the peasants were out in force scouring the hills, the ravines, and the riverbeds for anything organic that would burn. Not only were they paid a good price in millet for the ashes, but by such labor they could make a direct contribution to victory at the front and guarantee their own FANSHEN. The mass gathering of ashes and the backyard manufacture of saltpeter demonstrated that the very backwardness of the economy had certain advantages. The lack of large-scale industrial nitrogen fixation, which at first appeared to be a drawback, was turned into a source of strength by virtue of the fact that it stimulated the active participation of millions in munitions manufacture and ultimately deepened their commitment to victory. A people's war cannot be won without the mobilization of all popular energies. In a developed capitalist society, even if the political contradictions standing in the way of such a mobilization could be resolved, its effectiveness would still be hampered by that alienation which separates so many people from meaningful production and substitutes the ubiquitous cash nexus for socially valid human relationships. In an agricultural society such alienation is still only rudimentary. How much more direct, how much more personal is the involvement of a people who must burn leaves and trash to make their own nitrates than of a people who need only contribute dollars to a munitions industry they have never seen. Throughout the liberated areas of North China even the collection of ordinary taxes had this same concrete, personal quality. Taxes were paid in kind, and at least part of the grain which each peasant brought, all winnowed and weighed, to the collection point, was eventually eaten by some soldier at the front. Each taxpayer therefore had the palpable experience not only of contributing something to a cause in which he passionately believed, but also of supplying a living defender of that cause with hand-grown food, instead of simply turning over part of his income to some vast impersonal government apparatus. In the course of making their contributions to rear service, These same taxpayers often carried grain directly to the army and saw how it bolstered the defense of their land. In May, a score of peasants from Longbow actually transported 20 cartloads of millet to the siege of Linfen. They spent enough time there to learn at first hand how the battle was going and to see and be influenced by the dedication of the troops. During the August heat, cartloads of organic ash and public grain jostled each other in the main street of Longbow. The former were headed for the saltpeter plant in the eastern section, while the latter were being transported to the collection depot of the 5th District Finance Bureau. As tax deadlines drew near, grain predominated over ashes. Dozens of horse-drawn, donkey-drawn, and mule-drawn two-wheelers creaked down the rain-softened lanes each day, laden with sausage-shaped bags of clean, hard wheat. Every man in the village who could read or handle a writing brush was called in to help keep records, check and weigh grain, and store it away. 2 large brick warehouses on the east side of the village were soon filled to capacity. The district magistrate then ordered the church opened. 3 days later the mountain of wheat stacked there dwarfed the dwindling stocks of millet that had seemed so huge when the Peasants' Association met to confront Uli. In terms of the amount harvested by any one family, it was an extraordinary accumulation. Yet, when one considered the needs of a war continental in scale, it was clear that this was not a great deal of wealth to come from 1/5 of a county. Under the system established when Lukang County was liberated, taxes were collected twice a year, once in wheat after the summer harvest, and once in millet, corn, and sorghum after the autumn harvest. Because hail had hit Longbow so hard, the county government had at first considered cancelling Longbow's summer taxes completely. But the officials soon discovered that if they did so, other villages would register complaints. After all, the hail was not the only scourge to hit Lukang County that summer, and Longbow was not the only village to suffer a reduction in its wheat crop. In some valleys Huangtan, yellow smut, had damaged the wheat almost as severely as had the hail in Longbow. Ho Paupei, former leader of the work team, harvested so little wheat on his home farm, not 10 miles away, that he had to borrow 3 pecks of grain to pay his taxes. He enjoyed no cancellation. Judging from conditions in Longbow alone, a flat cancellation would also create almost as many problems as it solved, for it would not benefit all the peasants equally. There were families whose wheat had not been damaged at all. There was no reason why they should not pay their fair share. If all summer taxes were excused, those who had not been hit would enjoy an undeserved bonanza. The county government, therefore, estimating that the total damage amounted to 2/3 of the crop, set the tax rate at 1/3 of the revenue collected in the previous year and asked the Longbow People's Congress to allocate the burden fairly among all the peasants according to the crop they had actually harvested. This was an unprecedented move. No one could recall any government in Lukang that had ever granted a cut in taxes because of crop failure or for any other reason. The village as a whole was relieved and happy when the decision was announced, even though some individuals expressed disappointment that their taxes had not been cancelled altogether. Nobody wasted any time celebrating, however. They were all too busy debating how the unprecedented cut was to be divided. The work team, which made the equitable allocation of the tax burden its last major project, suggested that Zupao Kongyi, self-report, public appraisal, was the only fair method. That way each family could report its own crop and offer the same proportion in taxes that they had paid the year before. Their neighbors, in the sectional groups of the Peasants' Association, could then discuss the amount, judge whether or not it was fair, and draw up a list for the whole group. The lists thus created could be turned over to the Congress for a final decision. There were many objections to this procedure. Some people did not believe it would work. They thought any effort at self-report in the tax field must end in chaos. They wanted the village leaders to cut the knot by assigning points as they had done the year before when there had been no disaster. If it were left to each person to decide, there would be no standard of judgment. Each person would say what pleased him, and who could gainsay him. On our land we harvested 4 bags, said Chang Kayuan's mother. But Chang Shitiou's family, on the next strip of land, claims to have harvested but 1 bag. I don't believe they got so little. But how can I prove it? Are we going to search their house? Others who opposed the idea said that self-report was useless since it could be overthrown by public appraisal anyway. Why not start with public appraisal and be done with it? But the work team stuck to its position. Team leader Tzai Chin pointed out that there was no way that points could be fairly assigned. In previous years, points had been set on the basis of the land's capacity. Since the productivity of each plot over the generations was well known, this presented no great difficulty. But this year, because of the hail, actual yield stood in no relation at all to fertility, size of plot, or any other known factor. The only people who knew how much wheat had actually been harvested were those who did the work. As for standards, these were very clear. People were asked to pay the same proportion of their crop as they had the year before. If they thought all this was too much trouble, they should remember, the team cotters said, that every bit of grain was important for the support of the front. The soldiers needed the grain in order to carry on the liberation fight. If the soldiers failed to win at the front, the whole question would almost certainly become academic. Then it would not be a question of deciding how much taxes each family should pay. Chiang Kai-shek would decide that, and his troops would simply come to every door, throw some empty bags on the ground and say fill them up. These arguments won the day. Most people agreed that in spite of the scattered pattern of the hail, neighbors had a pretty good idea of each other's crops and, through open discussion, could arrive at a figure. It was obvious that a fair estimate was in the interest of the majority because, regardless of how much any one household paid, the whole village was obligated to collect 20 hundredweight. If anyone got away with less than his fair share, his neighbors would have to foot the bill. This was without doubt the severest test the self-report, public appraisal method had experienced. Yields were something that for thousands of years people had tried their best to conceal, for the simple reason that higher yields meant higher rents and higher taxes. The need to conceal actual yields had been burned into the hearts and minds of generation after generation of tenants and smallholders. Nobody, if he could possibly help it, had ever been honest about how much grain he actually thrashed out. That is one reason why, in the past, before the establishment of the revolutionary regime, taxes had in fact been collected by the simple method of taking what grain could be found. That was also one of the reasons for the adoption of the standard mouse system in the new tax regulations. By basing demands on estimated productivity, the revolutionary government bypassed all need to investigate actual yields. Now it was proposed that the peasants themselves volunteer these vital statistics. In order to lead the way, the Communist Party had first to activate its own membership. The branch leaders quite rightly calculated that if the Communists promptly and accurately reported their harvests and offered a fair proportion in taxes, others would follow suit. But even in the branch, self-report ran into difficulty. Some said they would give 2 pecks, some 1 peck. Old Cow offered 5 quarts, and Shi Siume, who had harvested but 1 peck, offered 3 quarts. But when they came round to Shio Wen Hsu, there was silence. I don't want to say it now, he said. When the time comes, I'll bring the grain to the warehouse. How can you talk like that? Asked Tzai Chin. There can be no secrets among communists. I didn't say I wouldn't offer anything, said Shio Wen Hsu. When the time comes, I'll be there with the grain. How much? Asked Tzai, insisting on a figure. I got 4.5 pecks, I'll bring it all. When he heard this answer, Tzai Chin's face flushed red. Is that your answer toward paying taxes? What sort of a communist are you anyway? You don't want to tell the branch, but you will show the masses. You make me so angry, I could hit you. He half stood up and turned toward Shio Wen Hsu. Nobody wants to force you to do anything, but your motives? Your motives. I never said you were forcing me, replied Wen Hsu, growing more stubborn with every word. What kind of an attitude is that anyway? Said Chun Shi, joining in the attack. If you talk this way even in the branch, what would the masses think if they could hear you? They would certainly curse you. We all lose face. When HSU's wife tried to break in. We'll offer 5 quarts, she said. But no one heard her above the din. Everyone was talking at once, and all of them were attacking Wen HSU, who faced them in defiant silence. Village head Ch Unshi took Ho Ch aside and asked her why her husband was so stubborn. Is it because you have great difficulties at home, or what? Ho Ch only shook her head and wept. She begged Ch Unshi to talk to Wen HSU after the meeting and reason with him, but the village head looked doubtful. He must be publicly criticized, I can't stand his attitude. How can I reason with him patiently? The communists' problems with their comrade Shio Wen HSU was but a preview of things to come when the people met in the neighborhood groups of the association. Although the Eastern group sailed through its whole list easily, the North and Southwest groups found appraisal extremely difficult. Some people really had nothing left to eat in the house, yet they offered substantial amounts. Others, who could afford to pay, made ridiculous token offers in lieu of taxes. The poor peasant Genki, for instance, when his name was read out, said, "I'll give 1 peck." "Why you?" asked Tzayun. "You harvested very little and everyone knows that you have nothing left." "That's true," said Genki, "but the members of my small group here all stare at me, just waiting for my report, so I have to speak out." "How much did you really harvest?" 200 weight from 1.5 acres. "But I had a lot of debts." "It's all gone. In order to pay taxes, I'll have to borrow a peck from somewhere." 4 families that had no wheat of their own but only gleaned a little in the fields of others offered several quarts apiece. "They shouldn't have to pay anything," said Chen Kayuan's mother. But several men disagreed with her. Though they were in great difficulty, they have reported according to their own consciences, so of course we must accept the offer. As village head Ch Unshi read on down through the list of names, the selfish ones also revealed themselves. One family that harvested 6 bags offered less than a family that had harvested 3. Yet nobody spoke out. Nobody wanted to lose face or undermine another by challenging the figures. Once again it became clear that democracy hinged on the willingness of people to speak and argue. Ken Ming offered only 1 peck, even though he himself admitted that he had harvested 700 weight. His group wanted him to add another 5 quarts at least, but he lost his temper. "I have democracy now, and that's all I will give," he said. After that rebuff his neighbors just said all right to everybody else. "Why should we offend old friends?" they asked. "Even when we give an opinion, they don't accept it, so why should we persist? Better keep silent." "What is actually in the minds of those who did well this year," explained Fa Yang to Chiun and me afterward, "is that it was their good luck that the hail didn't hit, and as long as they were so lucky they ought to enjoy it. Self-report, they think, is self-willingness. They want to give only as much as suits their fancy and ignore the public appraisal." Such attitudes prevented a full discussion of the actual situation, and the meetings had to be called off until the following day. In the intervening hours, the cadres, the village leaders, and the Communist Party members spoke to people individually. In the morning the sectional groups of the association were reassembled for a second try. This time the discussion developed more freely, and a tentative list was drawn up by each group for submission to the Congress. Whatever reluctance the rank-and-file peasants had to discuss their harvests and their taxes was not shared by the Congress delegates. They took the lists and really studied them. When they had doubts about any family's report, they called the head of that family in and questioned him or her until they had the facts straight. They slashed the amounts offered by some and added to those offered by others with a confident sense of right and wrong. Those who had harvested nothing at all, but had gleaned a few odd quarts, were struck from the lists regardless of their willingness to contribute to the support of the fighting front. The same was true of those who had nothing left to eat. Shio Wen HSU, for instance, was relieved of all obligations, even though his wife protested that her offer was genuine and that people would not respect her word in the future if she did not make good on it. Investigation showed that she and her husband were gathering herbs in the hills in order to eat. A sharp argument flared up over a rich peasant widow. One delegate wanted her to pay a lot because she had originally been rich. But others said flatly, no. This has nothing to do with her class origin. This is a matter of how much one harvested. They got almost nothing. Therefore they should pay nothing. The land reform is over. There are no rich peasants anymore. When the situation justified it, on the other hand, the delegates did not hesitate to add to the tax. Ken Ming, who had been so stubborn in the meeting, admitted to his neighbors afterwards that he had refused to add even a quart to his original offer because he didn't like Chin Hung, who had proposed it. The Congress added a whole peck to his tax. When the task was completed, all contributions were tallied and totaled. They came to 2,100 weight, just 100 weight above the amount required of the village by the county government. On the following evening, August 13, 1948, the list was read to a mass meeting of the village and was approved as read. A major test of democratic rule had been passed. The way in which the Congress had handled this problem left no doubt as to its ability to run the affairs of the village. The work team decided that its work was done. 67. Longbao Tsai Qian. There is no Jade Emperor in heaven. There is no Dragon King on earth. I am the Jade Emperor. I am the Dragon King. Make way for me, you hills and mountains. I'm coming. Peasant Song, 1958. On August 24, 1948, Chi Yun, Si Hung, and I left Longbao. The contrast between our departure and our arrival 6 months before could hardly have been more striking. The day was warm but not excessively so, and a golden sun shone down like an old friend on a village at peace. Not a biting wind but a refreshing morning breeze, not a menacing overcast but a blue eternity, not a frozen lifeless street but the warm salutations of many friends greeted us as we emerged for the last time from the gate of the district compound. Tall Hsin Fa, with the poise and assurance of the community leader which he had in fact become, was there to see us off. Beside him stood Chen Kayuan, his serious face offset by a brand new towel on his shaven head, and Chun Shi, with a broad smile that indicated among others things that his mother was cooking for him again. Hu Shuechen and Little Mare stood behind them. The women had abandoned their spinning for the occasion, and Tzayun had forsaken his store. The cotters of the work team came out of the gate with us Han, Li, Tzaychin, and Ho Paopei. They had long since given up wearing sidearms for protection, and now the very memory of guns and holsters, tensions and fears, seemed like some fragment out of a nightmare. The peasants of the southwest corner, among whom we had worked for so long, did not turn out en masse to say farewell. We had already visited almost every family in its own courtyard and had taken formal leave, but those who saw us going came down into the street and walked with us southward to the point where the fields began. Among them were the children who had been my constant companions during those odd moments of leisure that had been left to us between meetings. The first of the rascals to run up held both my hands as we went forward, while those latecomers who could not find a finger or a thumb to grab ran around our procession in circles. Hu Shuechen and Chiyun likewise held hands and talked earnestly to one another, Chi urging the women's leader to look joyfully to the future, and Hu, in her turn, promising to spare no effort in service to the people. As we emerged from the street into the open country, the peasants, with friendly goodbyes, turned back one by one. Finally only the cotters of the work team remained with us. We stood momentarily in the road together, not knowing what words to say, not knowing quite how to dispel the poignancy of parting. Then we went our separate ways, we three from the university over the hill to Changchi, where Secretary Wang would arrange transportation for us back to the new campus in distant Shijiakwang, the district cotters back to the village where they still had final reports to write before they could move on to other jobs in Lekeng County. In the days that followed, Chiyun, Si Hung, and I had ample time to think and talk about the extraordinary experience we had been through, for we walked or rode mule carts all the way to our new home in the plains, a journey that took 8 days. On the way we discussed the land reform movement with Secretary Wang in Changchi and again with Secretary Li Zhouyu, leader of all work in 500 basic villages. His headquarters were at Yetao, the Black Pepper Center of North China and the Revolutionary Administrative Center of the Taihang subregion. What concerned us most at the time was the poor peasant line and the fact that the whole movement had temporarily gone so far astray. Secretary Li, after making a concise analysis of the wrong line, tried to put our experience in proper perspective by looking at the sweep of the movement as a whole. Such mistakes, he said, must be seen for what they are, ripples on the surface of the broad yellow river. The most important thing is that feudalism has been thoroughly uprooted throughout the whole of the Taihang. We felt that Secretary Li was right. Feudalism had indeed been uprooted, and nothing could ever be the same again in Southeast Shanxi. Not only had the land system of imperial times at last been completely done away with, but the political and cultural superstructure, and beyond that the very consciousness of men, had also been remade. Of the fall of 1948, one could hardly write as I had written of 1947, that the process begun by the expropriations of the settling accounts movement might be reversed, that the gains inspired by the May 4 directive might be lost. The democratic reforms, the consolidation of the party, and the establishment of new organs of political power now guaranteed the new equalitarian base of rural society and set the stage for a great advance. In Longbao, it is true, we left behind a few loose ends. Police Captain Wen Te was still attending the school for unreformed cotters in Changchi, his wife, Xianyi, was still waiting to hear the outcome of her appeal for a divorce. What punishment Yulai would receive had not yet been decided upon by the Village People's Congress, little Ch's assailants had not been apprehended, and the land certificates which would legalize the distribution of the land had not yet been handed out. But, with the basic questions such as land ownership and political power settled, the people of the village were fully capable of tying up any loose ends. Problems which had deeply agitated the community in March stirred barely a ripple in August. Whether Yulai received punishment or not no longer seemed important once the people ceased to fear him. Who bound and gagged little Chr and dragged him to the brink of the well did not matter very much either, once it became clear that the power of the landlords had truly been uprooted. No matter how vicious such an act might have been, it could no longer be interpreted as a harbinger of burgeoning counter-revolution but only as an isolated instance, a rearguard retaliation. As such it was not significant. Such was the measure of the transformation which had occurred. Could it then be said that all the basic problems facing Longbao's people had been solved? Far from it. Successful completion of the land reform marked but one step in the 10,000 li long march which the Chinese people had embarked upon when they dumped the opium into Canton Harbor in 1840. Land reform only removed the feudal barriers to production. The latent productive forces still had to be mobilized, a great new rural market established, and a prosperous new China built up step by step. Land reform, by creating basic equality among rural producers, only presented the producers with a choice of roads, private enterprise on the land leading to capitalism, or collective enterprise on the land leading to socialism. The choice between them still had to be made, and there was as yet no unanimity on the question. Only the most advanced among the peasants had even considered it. Land reform had broken the patriarchal rigidity of the family by granting property rights to women. With property of their own they were able to struggle effectively for equal rights. But there was still a great gap between the potential and the actual degree of equality which women enjoyed. One had only to think of such problems as illiteracy, the almost complete absence of medical care, and the primitive methods of cultivation still in use, to realize what a long road lay ahead for the village and its people before they could claim full citizenship in the 20th century. If one considered the development of democracy in the village, it was clear that here too much remained to be done. Through party consolidation and the establishment of a popularly elected Congress, Serious tendencies toward commandism, hedonism, and personal privilege had been checked. The vast majority of the people had found a voice and a vote. Political life would never be the same again. But could it therefore be said that the problems of village administration had been solved for all time? Certainly not. New temptations, new abuses, new oppressions were bound to arise. Methods of popular supervision over cotters had to be constantly improved. To get rid of the narrow selfishness of the past and create the open-minded dedicated men and women of the future could not but entail a long struggle. In learning to use self and mutual criticism, the people had arrived at a new stage in the conduct of the struggle. The days of coercion and beatings, of cops and jails as everyday sanctions of law and order were gone forever. But in mastering this new method the people still had a long way to go. The quality of objectivity necessary could only be the end product of a persistent, long-term effort. But if one step and one step only had been taken toward a truly revolutionized society, still, because this was the first, it was perhaps the hardest step of all, and the fact that the people had taken it seemed, in retrospect, nothing short of a miracle. It was not hard to recall how the countryside had looked to me when I first entered the liberated area in the middle of the rainy season 1 year before. Soggy land, bursting crops, adobe villages under their canopies of trees, women spinning in the dooryards, and the naked children splashing in the muddy ditches that served as roads. The isolation, the primitiveness, the timelessness of the scene was what had struck me then. It seemed as if peasant life had never changed, was not changing, and could never change. Nor was it hard to recall the days of frustration that we had lived through between the two county conferences, when all the organizing and mobilizing effort of the work team, the village communists, and the village activists seemed to lead nowhere, when the momentum which the people had themselves imparted to the revolution seemed to stall in a contradictory mass of petty self-interest. At that time one could not help but wonder what the future held in store if, after all, the creation of a new life was not something beyond the power of these earthbound people. Yet now, a scant 12 months after crossing the line and only 2 months after attending the second county conference, I could not doubt the outcome. I had a notebook full of concrete evidence of change. My head was swimming with facts and figures, words and faces, stories and incidents, all of which added up to a basic transformation of Longbao's rural society. How had it all come about? Certainly not by any miracle, but only by hard work, by the conscious effort of scores of people who took the situation as it was and, with the human material at hand, struggled to remold themselves and their environment. Multiply this by tens, thousands, hundreds of thousands as layer after layer of people in one area after another became active, and the full extent and depth of the revolutionary storm sweeping China became clear. But the participation of millions could not by itself explain success. After all, there had been earlier rebellions, other massive efforts to abolish the gentry base of rural life in China and free the nation from foreign oppression. All of them had failed. What made the difference this time? Chi-Yun and Si Hung argued convincingly that given the situation as it existed, given a people ready to do battle against progressive impoverishment, corrupt and incompetent rulers, and foreign conquest, it was the proletarian leadership provided by the Communist Party that made victory possible. Leaving to future study the prickly question of whether the leadership provided by the Communists was proletarian or not, it was obvious to me then that without it the Chinese people might well have struggled in vain. The military potential, the productive capacity, and the political genius of the peasants had to be cultivated, mobilized, and organized, not simply liberated. Experience in Longbao had certainly demonstrated this. Without the Communist Party the poor peasants could easily have carried the revolution so far to the left as to convert it into its opposite, a restoration from the right. Without the Communist Party the poor peasants might well have divided everything right down to the last bowls and chopsticks on the farmsteads and the last gears and shafts in the factories, and in so doing would have destroyed the only productive base on which they had to build. Without the Communist Party the poor peasants might well have driven all their more prosperous allies into the arms of their enemies and rejected, perhaps even destroyed, the most militant, the most devoted, and the most able leaders they had produced. Such mistakes could only have broken the peasant population into factions based on kinship, religious affiliation, personal influence, and gang loyalty, and could only have led to never-ending feuds between these factions. In the end, the peasants could well have gone down to defeat betrayed by a vision of justice and a program of action that was impossible of fulfillment in an economy of scarcity. The vision, absolute equality; the program, extreme leveling; the result, complete restoration of gentry rule. What the Communist Party brought to the countryside in opposition to these trends was a concept of justice linked to the possible, a justice that unfolded in different ways at different levels of social development, each level establishing its own distinctive norms of right and wrong. For the Communists, history unfolded as a process, as the resolution of a series of contradictions. To leap from one end of the series to the other, even to bypass a given stage, was impossible. One had to accept the process and advance step by step, stage by stage through degrees of limited equality based on degrees of scarcity and abundance toward an absolute equality that could only be based on absolute abundance. All the turmoil in the countryside over the right road to FANSHEN ultimately resolved itself into a contest between these two opposing points of view, the one static, the other dynamic. The first was a form of idealism, a demand for abstract justice in an unchanging world. The second was a form of historical materialism, a demand for justice based on the concrete conditions of human life, a justice which changed as conditions changed. The first was mechanical, focusing on the division of existing wealth and existing means of production. The second was dialectical, focusing on the release of old productive forces and on the creation of entirely new forces in the future. The first considered the demand for equality to be right in itself, the second considered that demand to be right in one context, wrong and harmful in another. At Yetao, as we talked late into the night with Sub-Regional Party Secretary, Comrade Lai, he pointed out to us an important difference between these two points of view. Equalitarian, he said, was revolutionary when applied against the power and the property of the landlords and rich peasants, but it became reactionary as soon as it was applied against the middle peasants. Many peasants do not understand about this turning point, and so they make mistakes. Whenever the peasants are mobilized for struggle, they push toward extreme equalitarian, and the cadres are carried along with them. It is just for this reason that the peasants need proletarian leadership. Obviously, one aspect of proletarian leadership was an ability to define and anticipate turning points. The Chinese Communist Party, through a grasp of history as process, through diligent study of all pertinent social phenomena, through never-ending analysis and review of all actions undertaken, had developed this to a remarkable degree. It was therefore able to prepare its adherents in advance for major shifts in the spiral of events or to adjust policies quickly whenever events outran foresight. But this ability possessed by the Communists was not enough in itself to enable them to lead the peasants to victory in the revolution. Leadership also involves method, and in China method was crucially important. Those dedicated revolutionaries who in 1927 went out into the universe of peasant life were not holders of state power as their Russian counterparts had earlier been, but hunted men with a price on their heads. They went into the countryside without authority, without arms, without money, without goods of any kind. They brought with them only the clothes on their backs, ideas for mass action, and the nucleus of an organization capable of overcoming the major weaknesses generic to peasant revolts. Only if the peasants trusted them, made these ideas their own, and gave unconditional support to the new organization could the long drawn-out process of changing the face of China ever gather momentum. Under these circumstances, the example which the Communists set in their everyday lives was as decisive as the words which they spoke or the plans which they suggested. In the last analysis, it was the superior moral character exhibited by the revolutionaries, their integrity, their dedication, their willingness to suffer, their honesty in facing mistakes, their acceptance of criticism, and their capacity for self-criticism that moved the peasants. It was because the Communists set public interests ahead of private interests, long-range interests ahead of short-range interests, and the general good ahead of any partial good, and did so in their own personal lives, that the peasants were willing to follow them. Patience was also vitally important. The capacity of the communists to postpone advanced types of action, to educate and persuade until the people themselves were ready and willing to move, spelled the difference between victory and defeat, between the helpless isolation of a small group of radicals and an irrepressible mass movement. The Chinese communists knew well that their countrymen, and particularly the peasants, could not be told where to go. They could not be driven or dragged into any course of action. They had to see their own self-interest and become aware through their own experience of the many dimensions of their predicament and of the viability of any given plan. Then and only then would they consciously and willingly put it into practice. Then and only then would it have any chance of success. With us, Liu Shaoxi wrote, everything is dependent on and determined by the people's consciousness and voluntary action, without which we can accomplish nothing and all our efforts will be in vain. But as long as we rely upon the consciousness and voluntary action of the masses and as long as such consciousness and voluntary action are genuine, then, with the addition of the party's correct leadership, every aspect of the great cause of the party will triumph. Therefore, when the masses are not fully conscious, the duty of the communists, the vanguard of the masses in carrying out any kind of work, is to develop their consciousness by every effective and suitable means. This is the first step in our work, and it must be done well no matter how difficult it is or how much time it may take. This all-important development of consciousness could only begin with the state of mind and the level of understanding that already existed. That was why Mao always stressed, from the masses, to the masses, a two-way process which he described as summing up, i.e., coordinating and systematizing after careful study, the views of the masses, i.e., views scattered and unsystematic, then taking the resulting ideas back to the masses, explaining and popularizing them until the masses embrace them as their own, stand up for them, and translate them into action by way of testing their correctness. Then it is necessary once more to sum up the views of the masses and once again take the resulting ideas back to the masses so that the masses give them their wholehearted support, and so on, over and over again, so that each time these ideas emerge with greater correctness and become more vital and meaningful. Was this not a summary of what had happened in the land reform movement between 1945 and 1948? The popular demand for equalization of land ownership that resulted in an explosion against the gentry as soon as the Japanese army surrendered in 1945 had been studied, formulated as a policy, applied, corrected, reformulated, and applied again until it emerged as something extremely clear, sophisticated, refined, and effective. The several successive stages of the classification standards accurately reflected this distillation process. We had seen the standards evolve from rough guides to action into extremely precise, many-sided analyses of the true complexity of rural life. In the end, they armed the people with enough knowledge to separate with precision that which was feudal and reactionary from that which was democratic and progressive. Thus the peasants, under the guidance of the Communist Party, had moved step by step from partial knowledge to general knowledge, from spontaneous action to directed action, from limited success to overall success. And through this process they had transformed themselves from passive victims of natural and social forces into active builders of a new world. This, as I understood it, was the essence of FANSHEN. The more I examined the process of the development of consciousness, the more complex it appeared. It worked its leaven on many levels at once, on the individual, on the community, and on the nation, and at each level the process followed its own peculiar patterns. When one broke FANSHEN down to the microcosm, to what happened inside any given individual, it was obvious that no person could break free of the past all at once. The spectrum of a man's consciousness could not be refocused in one night, no matter how earnestly he might desire such a shift. Change had to come first in one area, then spread to others. It had to dissolve old contradictions only to set up new ones. It had to expand the struggle between the new and the old until the entire personality became involved in painful conflict. No one going through such inner strife exhibited a character that was all of one piece. Habits, superstitions, and prejudices left over from the past marred and undermined efforts to act on the enlightened motives of the present. Thus it was not strange to find men who had erased most traces of self-interest from their public lives, but who still treated their wives as chattels in the home, or women who stood together in their battle for equal rights, yet fell to quarreling over the distribution of relief cotton. People placed their feet on the road to FANSHEN as soon as they began to have faith in others. As they marched along it, they gradually learned the central lesson of our times, that only through participation in common struggle can any individual achieve personal emancipation, that the road to FANSHEN for one lies through the FANSHEN of all. When one examined the process of FANSHEN on a somewhat larger canvas, in terms of the whole community, it became clear that, on this level also, change never occurred across the board at the same rate. No social aggregation could advance as a bloc. Its individual members possessed varying degrees of awareness and varying capacities for learning and growth. In real life one had to depend on the more advanced to lead the less advanced and on the less advanced to lead the backward. When this was done, each successive mobilization had the power to advance the understanding of all. The backward soon reached the level of their teachers, and so understanding spiraled until the whole concept of what was advanced and what was backward had to be revised. When such a process was consciously and systematically unfolded year after year, decade after decade, in a countryside containing millions of people, the total effect was astonishing. The whole people became politicized, became conscious, became active, and finally did indeed become capable of transforming their world, and, in that process, of still further transforming themselves. When one applied the concept of FANSHEN to a still wider canvas, it seemed evident that the word could be used to describe the rebirth of a whole country. Just as one could speak of the FANSHEN of the individual and the FANSHEN of the community, one could also speak of the FANSHEN of the nation, that process by which a whole people turned over, that process by which a whole continent stood up. Clearly such a process could not develop uniformly over so vast a country as China. It had begun some 20 years earlier at certain key spots where, because of splits and quarrels, past revolutionary uprisings, or foreign intervention, the power of China's traditional rulers had temporarily been weakened. Once the revolution took root on Qingkang Mountain, around Juakan in Jiangxi, and in the Badlands of the Yellow River Bend, it reached out to influence other places until whole areas were converted into bases. Destroyed in the main in 1934, these bases sprang up stronger than ever after 1937 when the Japanese invaded China, and spread in the wake of foreign conquest to vast areas of countryside in North, Central, and South China. The significance of the Taihang Mountain region, which included Longbao and thousands of similar villages, lay precisely in this, that it was one of those slowly expanding revolutionary bases from which, in the course of time, the Chinese people would be able to challenge and finally overthrow not only the powerful forces of China's native gentry, but also the network of compradori capital built up in China by the Western powers and the military might which they threw into battle to preserve this network. Great military, political, economic, and cultural revolutionary bastions, this was what Mao Zedong had called these bases. Was this not exactly what thoroughgoing FANSHEN had built in Longbao, in Lukang County, and in the Taihang Mountains? And now, because the Communist Party had built so well, overall victory for the revolution was in sight. As Chiyun, Si Hung, and I traveled the tortuous road from Lukang over the mountains to Likan, Suxian, Wuhan, and Qingdai, peasant armies were already gathering on the borders of every revolutionary bastion in the north. They were moving into position for the Great Autumn Offensive of 1948. Across the vast Wei-Chi board of China the lines were filling up. After 20 years of encirclement and counter-encirclement, the contest between the white chips and the red chips was surging toward final decision. The People's Liberation Army struck first at Xinan, Shantung. There, in 8 days and nights of fierce September combat, CHNY's peasant volunteers overpowered 100,000 Kuomintang conscripts and captured the once bold Tiger of Shantung, Wanyawu. The contest then shifted temporarily to the northeast. In quick succession Qinzhou, the gateway to the region, Changchun, the administrative capital, and Shenyang, the industrial capital, went down. Chiang Kai-shek personally took charge of the battle but nevertheless lost 400,000 of his best troops in 3 weeks. No sooner had the dust settled north of the Great Wall than the battle for the Central Plains began. This battle, known as the Huai Campaign because it was fought between the Huai River and the sea, Toa, developed into one of the largest conflicts in the history of warfare. More than 500,000 men took part on each side, and the fighting, which lasted for 65 days, resulted in the complete annihilation of the Kuomintang armies between the Yellow and the Yangtze rivers. But even this great victory did not exhaust the energy of the revolutionary forces that winter. While the Huai campaign churned toward its culmination, the People's Army of Northeast China joined the People's Army of North China to take Tientsin, surround Peking, and force the surrender of still a third 500,000 men. The armies under General Fu Tisoyi that represented the last major hope of the collapsing counter-revolution. For the nationalists, Fu's surrender meant the loss of everything north of the Yangtze River, at a time when the South had been all but drained of combat-ready troops. The Armageddon of Chinese feudalism thus reached its climax and its denouement all in the space of a few short months. Between one monsoon and the next, the main forces of the landlords and the compradors built up over many decades, supplied, trained, and advised in the field by United States officers, were crushed one after the other by the peasant battalions of the Chinese Communist Party. This triple blow brought about one of those great qualitative transformations that have periodically shaken history and changed the course of world events. The victories put land reform on the program of a continent, on the agenda of hundreds of millions. It was only a matter of time before the scattered remnants of Jiang's beaten legions were completely wiped out or driven from the mainland. Then, in tens of thousands of villages from the Po-Hai Gulf to Hainan Island, peasants who owned nothing but the rags on their backs began to form poor peasants' leagues, to classify the classes, to settle accounts with their landlords, and to march step by step down the road pioneered by their brothers in such obscure northern hamlets as Longbao, the Great Road to Fanshen. Appendix A. Basic Program on Chinese Agrarian Law promulgated by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, 1947. North Shanxi, October 10. The following is the full text of the Basic Program on Chinese Agrarian Law promulgated on October 10 by the publication of the program. Resolution. China's agrarian system is unjust in the extreme. Speaking of general conditions, landlords and rich peasants who make up less than 10% of the rural population hold approximately 70 to 80% of the land, cruelly exploiting the peasantry. Farm laborers, poor peasants, middle peasants, and other people, however, who make up over 90% of the rural population hold a total of approximately only 20 to 30% of the land, toiling throughout the whole year, knowing neither warmth nor full stomach. These grave conditions are the root of our country's being the victim of aggression, oppression, poverty, backwardness, and the basic obstacles to our country's democratization, industrialization, independence, unity, strength and prosperity. In order to change these conditions, it is necessary, on the basis of the demands of the peasantry, to wipe out the agrarian system of feudal and semi-feudal exploitation, and realize the system of land to the tillers. For 20 years, and especially in the last 2 years, under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, Chinese peasants have obtained enormous achievements and rich experiences in carrying out land reform. In September of this year, the Chinese Communist Party convened a nationwide agrarian conference, and at the conference did detailed research into conditions of the Chinese agrarian system and experience of the land reform, and enacted the Basic Program on Chinese Agrarian Law to serve as a proposal to the democratic governments of all areas, peasants' meetings, peasants' congresses, and their committees. The Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party is in complete accord with the Basic Program on Agrarian Law, and is furthermore publishing it. It is hoped that the democratic governments of all areas, peasants' meetings, peasants' congresses, and their committees will discuss and adopt this proposal, and furthermore will work out concrete methods appropriate to local conditions, to unfold and thoroughly carry through a nationwide land reform movement, completing the basic task of the Chinese Revolution. Central Committee Chinese Communist Party. October 10, 1947. Basic Program. Article 1, the agrarian system of feudal and semi-feudal exploitation is abolished. The agrarian system of land to the tillers is to be realized. Article 2, land ownership rights of all landlords are abolished. Article 3, land ownership rights of all ancestral shrines, temples, monasteries, schools, institutions, and organizations are abolished. Article 4, all debts incurred in the countryside prior to the reform of the agrarian system are cancelled. Article 5, the legal executive organs for the reform of the agrarian system shall be the village peasants' meetings, and the committees elected by them, the assemblies of the Poor Peasants' League and organized and landless and land poor peasants of villages, and the committees elected by it, CHU, Xi'an, provincial and other levels of peasants' congresses, and committees elected by them. Article 6, except as provided in Article 9 Section B, all land of landlords in the villages, and all public land, shall be taken over by the village peasants' associations, and together with all other village land, in accordance with the total population of the village, irrespective of male or female, young or old, shall be unifiedly and equally distributed. With regard to the quantity of land, surplus shall be taken to relieve dearth, and with regard to the quality of land, fertile land shall be taken to supplement infertile, so that all the village people shall obtain land equally, and it shall be the individual property of each person. Article 7, the unit for the distribution of the land shall be the shang or administrative village equivalent to shang. But CHU or Xi'an peasants' associations may make certain necessary adjustments between various shangs, or equivalent administrative villages. In areas where the district is extensive and the population sparse, and for the purpose of convenient cultivation, comparatively small units below the level of the shang may be taken as units for the distribution of the land. Article 8, village peasants' associations shall take over the landlord's animals, agricultural implements, houses, grain, and other properties, shall further expropriate the surplus animals, agricultural implements, houses, grain, and other properties of rich peasants, and these shall be distributed to peasants lacking in these properties, and to other poor people, and furthermore an equal portion shall be distributed to the landlords. The property distributed to each person shall be his personal property, thus enabling all the village people to obtain proper materials for production and for life. Article 9, methods for dealing with certain special lands and properties, provided as follows. Section A, woods and hills, irrigation and waterworks, land in reeds, orchards, pools, waste land, and other distributable land shall be divided in accordance with the ordinary standards for land. Section B, great forests, great hydraulic engineering works, large mines, large pasture land, large wastelands and lakes shall be administered by the government. Section C, famous sites and historic spots shall be securely protected. Special libraries, antiques, works of art, and so forth, which are of historic or academic value, and which have been taken over shall be inventoried and turned over to the high government of the area. Section D, ammunition, arms, and those large quantities of money, valuables, and grain left over after satisfying the needs of the peasants shall be inventoried and turned over to the high government of the area for settlement. Article 10, methods for dealing with certain special questions in the distribution of the land, provided as follows. Section A, poor peasants with only 1 or 2 persons in the family may be given land equivalent to that of 2 or 3 people by the village peasants' meetings, in consideration of prevailing conditions. Section B, rural laborers, individual professionals, and their families, in general, shall be given land equivalent to that of peasants, but if their profession is sufficient for constant maintenance of all or most of their living expenses, they shall not be given land, or shall be given a partial portion of land, as determined by the village peasants' meetings and their committees in consideration of prevailing conditions. Section C, For all personnel of the People's Liberation Army, democratic governments, all people's organizations, whose home is in the countryside, they and their families shall be given land and properties equivalent to that of peasants. Section D. Landlords and their families shall be given land and properties equivalent to that of peasants. Section E. For KMT Army officers and soldiers, KMT government officials and personnel, KMT party members and other enemy personnel, whose homes are in rural areas, their families shall be given land and properties equivalent to that of the peasants. Section F. For all national traitors, collaborators, and civil war criminals, they themselves shall not be given land or properties. If their families live in the countryside, have not taken part in criminal activities, and are willing to cultivate the land themselves, they shall be given land and properties equivalent to that of the peasants. Article 11. The government shall issue deeds to the ownership of the land given to the people, and moreover recognize their right to free management, buying and selling, and under specially determined conditions to rent out the land. All land deeds and all notes on debts from prior to the reform of the agrarian system shall be turned in and shall be null and void. Article 12. The property and legal operations of industrial and commercial elements shall be protected from encroachment. Article 13. For the sake of making the land reform thorough and complete, people's courts shall be established to try and punish those who resist or violate the provisions of this law. The people's courts shall be organized from personnel elected by peasants' meetings or peasants' congresses and from personnel appointed by the government. Article 14. During the period of the reform of the agrarian system, for the sake of maintaining the order of the agrarian reform and protecting the wealth of the people, the village peasants' meetings or their committees shall appoint personnel, by definite procedure to take necessary steps for carrying out the responsibilities of taking over, recording, liquidating and holding all transferred lands and properties, to guard against damage, waste, corruption, and destruction. The peasants' associations shall forbid anyone from, for the sake of interrupting equitable distribution, deliberately butchering animals, felling trees, destroying agricultural implements, irrigation and waterworks, buildings and construction works, or crops or other materials, and the act of thieving, seizing, secretly giving away to others, concealing, burying, dispersing, or selling their goods. Violations shall be tried and punished by the people's courts. Article 15. For the sake of guaranteeing that all measures of land reform shall be in accord with the will and interests of the overwhelming majority of the people, the government shall take the responsibility for securing earnest democratic rights for the people, securing full rights for the peasants and their representatives at all meetings freely to criticize and impeach all cotters of all kinds and levels, and full rights at all appropriate meetings freely to remove and change and to elect all cotters of the government and peasants' organizations. Anyone who infringes on the above democratic rights and powers of the people shall be punished by the people's courts. Article 16. In places where the land has already been equally distributed before the promulgation of this law, and provided that the peasants do not demand redistribution, the land need not be redistributed. Appendix B. Supplementary measures for carrying out the basic program on agrarian law. Draft promulgated by Hopi Ihonanchansi Shantung Border Region Government on December 28, 1947. 1. Land ownership rights of all ancestral shrines, temples, monasteries, schools, institutions, and organizations are abolished, as provided in Article 3. This includes land ownership of churches. 2. To cancel all debts incurred in the countryside prior to the reform of the agrarian system, as provided in Article 4, does not include debt relations contracted in commercial buying and selling. 3. In accordance with the total population of the village, as is said in Article 6, denotes the present population at the time of even distribution of land. All even distribution should be made according to the present population with the only exception as provided in Section A of Article 10, i.e., poor peasants with only 1 or 2 persons in the family may be given land equivalent to that of 2 or 3 people by the village peasants' meetings, in consideration of the prevailing conditions. 4. Supplements to Article 6. A. All the newly reclaimed land since the 34th year of the Chinese Republic should be owned by the reclaimer, and exempted from even distribution. b. Land of the rich middle peasants may be taken, in consideration of the prevailing conditions, according to the principle of taking surplus to relieve dearth and fertile to supplement infertile, but their houses and properties should not be touched. c. Refugees and migratory persons should settle in one place and receive a share there. No duplicate shares should be extended to them in two places. d. Refugees not at home and no longer heard of should be given land according to law, and not properties. Such shares of land should be put under the charge of the peasants' associations and be tilled for the time being by the poor and hired peasants or other poor people. No rent should be paid but only taxes. But the period for keeping such shares of land is limited to 3 years, beginning from the date when land is distributed. If they don't come back before the time limit, such shares should be reallocated. If they come back to receive the shares within the time limit, they must produce credentials of the peasants' assembly of the village where they come from, if it is in the liberated areas. e. Land of the mosques should be dealt with by the Muslims themselves according to the principle of even distribution of all land in the respective villages. 5. Supplement to Article 7. In areas where the population is dense and the land is scarce and where the poor and hired peasants cannot have enough means to live on after the distribution, migration may be encouraged on the principle of voluntariness. 6. Supplements to Article 8. a. In case the landlords also rent out houses in town or townlet, such houses should be confiscated and distributed as well. In general, the principle should be to distribute them to the poor people in the said town or townlet. Method of distribution should be decided by the People's Assembly, or its committee, of the said town or townlet. In case of some dispute arising with the village, solution may be made in coordination with the County Peasants' Congress, or its committee. If the tenant of such houses is carrying on industrial or merchant business by means of them, the relationship with him should be dealt with in accordance with the accustomed measures on renting houses. The principle is not to influence the carrying on of industry and commerce. b. Extra fruit seized by cotters since the anti-trader and settling accounts movement should be recalled. 7. Supplement to Section A of Article 9. Forests, mulberry patches, bamboo patches, irrigation and waterworks, land in reeds, orchards, pools, swamps, and lotus pools should be dealt with through the public discussion of the peasants in the respective places. Those which may be evenly distributed should be so. In case that even distribution is not advantageous for managerial purposes, joint stock management may be adopted. 8. Supplements to Section B of Article 9. a. Mines which are being exploited by the government or are going to be exploited should not be distributed. The already discovered mines which government does not work for the time being may be distributed to peasants for management, and should be recalled when it is necessary to work the mine. When recalled, the local government should make adjustment with the land for the peasants by some other means and make proper redemption for the losses in production. b. Public land attached to the tracks along the original railroad line, land ready to be used for the railroad which is going to be built, and land belonging to the present agricultural stations, public buildings, parks, mausoleums, and appointed highways and waterways should not be distributed. The usage of such lands should be decided by people's assemblies on different levels together with the governments. Nobody is permitted to retain land at his own will on any pretext whatever. c. Land on river banks, sand land, and land for public cemeteries should be dealt with by the Peasant Assembly, or its committee, of the county or CHU, sub-county. 9. Supplement to Section B of Article 10. Any unemployed worker whose home is in the countryside but who finds no means to make a living may go back to his native place to divide land with proofs given by the government of locality where he now lives. 10. The People's Liberation Army as mentioned in Section C of Article 10 includes liberated soldiers, defectors from Jiang's forces. 11. Supplements to Section C of Article 10. a. All martyrs who gave their lives on the battlefront since the beginning of the anti-Japanese war, including soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, militiamen, civilian cotters, and other personnel, should get a share of land and property equal to that of a peasant for themselves. b. Land for placement of honorable soldiers and veterans should be preserved by the Director's Administrative Bureau on a unified plan, and should not be distributed, but the amount of such land should not surpass 1/1000th of the total quantity of land in the Director's Administrative Bureau area. Such reserved land should for the time being be handed over to the poor and bitter peasants and other poor people to cultivate through the county peasant assemblies, or their committees, in the counties under the administration of the Director's Bureau. No rent should be paid but only the burden to the government. 12. Supplement to Article 11. The form of title deeds, literally land ownership certificates, should be designed by the Hopi Honanchonsi Shantung Border Region Government in a unified way, should be printed by the Director's Administrative Bureau according to the form, then given to the respective county governments which should be held responsible for the filling out and issuance of the title deeds. 13. Supplement to Article 13. Regulations for the organization of the People's Court on different levels should be made by the People's Assembly of Hopi Honanchonsi Shantung Border Region. 14. Supplements to Article 16. A. Areas where land has already been evenly distributed as mentioned in this article denotes areas where the land distribution has been done in accord with the principle and spirit of the basic program on Chinese agrarian law. If illegal holding of extra portions or inequality in fertileness and infertileness still exists, so that the poor peasants have not enough means to make a living, redistribution according to petitions of adjustment should be made. B. If, in areas where land has already been evenly distributed before the promulgation of the basic program on the Chinese agrarian law, the landlords and rich farmers cannot make a living though they have labor power, land may be given to them, in the way of making up, according to law. 15. These measures may be revised at any time when necessary. 16. These measures begin to take effect on the date when they are promulgated. Appendix C. How to analyze class status in the countryside from the Agrarian Reform Law of the People's Republic of China. 1. Landlord. A person shall be classified as a landlord who owns land, but does not engage in labor or only engages in supplementary labor, and who depends on exploitation for his means of livelihood. Exploitation by the landlords is chiefly in the form of land rent, plus money lending, hiring of labor, or the simultaneous carrying on of industrial or commercial enterprises. But the major form of exploitation of the peasants by the landlords is the exacting of land rent from the peasants. The management of land holdings owned by public bodies and the collection of rent from school land also belong to the category of exploitation in the form of land rent. Some bankrupt landlords who, despite their bankruptcy and their ability to work, do not engage in labor, and whose living conditions are better than those of an ordinary middle peasant, shall continue to be classified as landlords. Warlords, bureaucrats, local despots and villainous gentry are the political representatives of the landlord class, and are exceptionally cruel and wicked elements among the landlords. Among the rich peasants there are also small local despots and villainous gentry. Any person, who collects rent and manages the landed property for landlords and depends on the exploitation of peasants by the landlords as his main means of livelihood, and whose living conditions are better than those of an ordinary middle peasant, shall be treated in the same manner as a landlord. Supplementary decisions adopted by the Government Administration Council. A. Any person who rents large areas of land from landlords, who does not himself engage in labor, but sublets the land to others for rent, and whose living conditions are better than those of an ordinary middle peasant, shall be classified as a sub-landlord. Sub-landlords shall be treated in the same manner as landlords. A sub-landlord who cultivates part of his land should be treated in the same manner as a rich peasant. B. Revolutionary Army men, dependents of martyrs, workers, staff members, professional workers, peddlers, and others who rent out small portions of land because they are engaged in other occupations or because they are unable to work, shall not be classified as landlords. Their class status shall be determined according to their occupations, or they shall be referred to as small land lessors, whose land holdings shall be dealt with in accordance with Article 5 of the Agrarian Reform Law. C. the class status of any person who receives income from some other occupation and who at the same time owns and rents out a large area of agricultural land the size of which exceeds the average land holdings of each landlord family in the locality, shall be determined according to the major source of his income. He may be referred to either as a person of other class status and concurrently as a landlord, or as a landlord having other class status. The land and property used directly for his other occupations shall not be confiscated. D. The average land holding of a landlord family in the various localities shall be computed by taking one or several counties as a unit, and shall be determined only after the people's government of a special administrative district or of a county has submitted it to a provincial people's government and obtained the latter's approval. 2. Rich peasant. A rich peasant generally owns land. But there are also rich peasants who own only part of the land they cultivate and rent the rest from others. There are others who own no land but rent all their land from others. Generally speaking, they own better means of production and some floating capital and take part in labor themselves, but are as a rule dependent on exploitation for a part or the major part of their means of livelihood. Exploitation by rich peasants is chiefly in the form of exploiting the wage labor, hiring long-term laborers. In addition, they may also let out part of their land for rent, or lend out money, or carry on industrial or commercial enterprises. Most of the rich peasants also manage the land holdings owned by public bodies. Some own a considerable amount of fertile land, engage in labor themselves and do not hire any laborers. But they exploit the peasants in the form of land rent and loan interest. In such cases, they should be treated in the same manner as rich peasants. Exploitation by the rich peasants is of a constant character, and in many cases the income from such exploitation constitutes their main means of livelihood. Supplementary decisions adopted by the Government Administration Council. A. If the area of land rented out by a rich peasant exceeds in size the land cultivated jointly by himself and by hired laborers, he shall be referred to as a rich peasant of a semi-landlord type. The land and other properties of rich peasants, or of rich peasants of a semi-landlord type shall be dealt with in accordance with Article 6 of the Agrarian Reform Law. B. Where a landlord family has some members who are engaged in major agricultural labor all the year round, or at the same time hires laborers to cultivate part of its land, the said family shall be classified as a landlord family and not as a rich peasant family if the major part of its land is rented out and the rented out land is 3 times or more the size of the land cultivated jointly by the family and by hired laborers, for instance, 150 mao of land rented out and less than 50 mao cultivated by the family and by hired laborers, or in a case where the family possesses large land holdings and the rented out land is twice or more the size of the land cultivated jointly by the family and hired laborers. For instance, 200 mao rented out and less than 100 mao cultivated by the family or hired laborers. The land and other properties of such a family shall be dealt with in accordance with Article 2 of the Agrarian Reform Law. However, the part of the land cultivated by the family's own labor shall, after appropriate readjustment, be mainly retained by the family. The status of those members who take part in labor, if their position in the family is not a dominant, but a subordinate one, should be appropriately determined as laboring people in order to distinguish them in status from other family members who do not participate in labor. 3. Middle peasant. Many middle peasants own land. Some possess only a portion of the land which they cultivate while the remainder is rented. Some of them are landless, and rent all their land from others. The middle peasants own a certain number of farm implements. The middle peasants depend wholly or mainly upon their own labor for their living. In general they do not exploit others. Many of them are themselves exploited on a small scale by others in the form of land rent and loan interest. But generally they do not sell their labor power. Some of the middle peasants, the well-to-do middle peasants, practice a small degree of exploitation, but such exploitation is not of a constant character and the main income therefrom does not constitute their main means of livelihood. These people shall be classified as middle peasants. 4. Poor peasant. Some poor peasants own inadequate farm implements and a part of the land they cultivate. Some have no land at all and own only some inadequate farm implements. In general they have to rent land for cultivation, and are exploited by others in the form of land rent, loan interest, or hired labor in a limited degree. These people shall be classified as poor peasants. In general, the middle peasants need not sell their labor power, but the poor peasants have to sell their labor power for limited periods. This is the basic criterion for differentiating middle peasants from poor peasants. 5. Workers, including farm laborers, generally have neither land nor farm implements. Some of them have a very small amount of land and very few implements. They depend wholly or mainly upon the sale of their labor power for their living. These people shall be classified as workers.